Hey guys, this is EdRoh. So today we're going to be building this complete full stack learning management application with a Next.js front end, Node.js backend, and most importantly, fully deployed on AWS. So this application is probably one of the most extensive applications I've ever built on YouTube. And I might even use this for my own purposes of creating a course. So this is production ready application with its own set of use cases. All right. So here we have our landing page with the loading screen when it pops up, and you can see some animations happening. And then from here, we can hit search for courses, and we can see all our courses being listed, and we can see different details about each course if we want to take a look at those. And from here, we can hit sign up for creating our account. So now this is part of Clerk Authentication. All of this is provided by Clerk to make it easy. So I am going to create an account. I'm going to call this Tough Huff for the first and last name. The email is going to be bigtuffyhuffy@gmail.com. And I'm just going to add some kind of password. And over here, after signing up, we can see our verification code. I'm going to copy that, paste it over here, and we have our email verified for an account. Once we are signed in, we can see this list of courses page. We can see billing information for the users. We can see their profile information, and this is provided by Clerk. You have ability to see the profile and security as well. And then over here, you can see the settings page, and you should be able to update your settings if you would like. And you can see that we have a little bit of a tag which says user updated successfully, which is very nice. In the billing, once we have a transaction, we would be able to sort it based on payment types, and we can then go to courses. Over here in the courses, we have the list of courses that are available, and this is right now just mock data. And if we wanted to search up courses, we can do advanced, things like that, and then we can even select for specific categories. Now it says view only because this is a list of all the courses that everyone's created in the application. But if we wanted to create our own course, we can select create course, and it'll take us to this page. Now this page is going to include a number of course titles. So let's say test this course, and we're just going to write some random description. We're going to put course category, and we're going to give it a price of 30. Now over here, we can add a section if we would like. We can do section 1, put some description over here, and we need to make sure it's over 10 seconds or 10 letters. And then we can add a chapter as well, chapter 1, so on and so forth. And then from here, I can now add a video. We can add any video for our chapter video, and that's going to represent the video we have for that specific chapter. And then we can also add more sections if we would like. Write a description, we can save it, and we can even reorder the sections as we want to. And then from here, I can add a second chapter. We're going to add some content, and we are going to select a different video, and we are going to hit save. So right now, we have not uploaded this video. So right now, all of these changes are temporary because it's not saved on the back end. However, if I hit save draft, you should see that we have created a upload URL, which has been sent to the front end. The front end is going to get a pre-signed URL from S3, and we are going to upload our video. We're uploading each video one at a time. That's why you're seeing another upload URL right here. And then we have another video uploaded, and the course now has been fully updated successfully. So that is perfectly fine, and everything is working as expected. If we go back to the courses page, we can see our course has been created. Test this course. Now, before we go to the course and see what's been uploaded and been created, let's actually see that we have both an edit and delete. So if you were to create a course and have some course information and hit back to courses, you can see the course that we've created. Over here, we can select delete, and we can also be able to delete the course as well to see the changes. And there you go, it is gone. So now if we want to see what's happening in this course, we can now sign out of this account, and it'll take us back to our landing page. And this is where things get pretty cool. We can go search for courses, and over here, we are looking for test this course, which is a course we have created. we can see the sections that we have created, chapter 1, chapter 2. Obviously, you would put actual information. You can hit enroll now. And now you can see this is our checkout page. We can see our course information as well as the price. And you can see that there's a guest checkout and a sign in page for our course. Or you can also do sign up, which is on the same exact checkout page. So let's do that, because the other user was a teacher. Only teachers can create courses. But this time we are going to create a user, and we're just going to call this some dumb for the user. We're going to say just some dummy email, and we're going to add a password like this. And once you have this completed, it also has validation, which is very nice, from Clerk, and we're going to hit continue. And we're going to be asked for verifying our email. So I'm going to go to my email off screen, and I'm going to paste the code, and it's going to say we are verified, and it's going to take us to this page now, the second page of our application. And again, we have the same course preview, and over here we are going to be using Stripe. Now the Stripe credit card fake like testing value, so you don't actually use real money, is going to be 42424242, like so. And from here we can just put whatever expiration date and security code and zip code. Just FYI, if you put something like 20, it's going to show that there's validation. So all of this is provided by Stripe, and it's very cool that it gives you all this information. And you can also have secure one-click checkout with link, but this is completely optional and you can ignore it. So when we're done with that, we can hit pay with credit card. And it's going to say purchase course successfully, and it's going to show that we have purchased the course successfully. From here, we can hit go to courses. And once we have our courses, now we're going to be seeing our courses list page. Now this is the only course that this user has enrolled in, which is what we just purchased. But before we click on the course, I want to show you that we also have a profile account for this particular user. We can also do user settings as well. Save that, and we can have the user updated successfully. And from there, we can go to billing, and we can see that we have a payment history of Stripe as well right here. And then finally, let's go to our course and select this. And we are taken to this awesome course page. Now we can see the videos that we have uploaded. And this is pretty awesome. Now there's no sound for this because it's just a video. And we go scroll through. And by the way, once you're at 80% of the video upload, right here, you can see that it gets marked as complete. You can do the same for the next video. We'll go over here, and this will also get marked complete as well. And you can mark it so it's unmarked like this. You can see that it's incomplete now once you select this button. I've seen other learning management application, but I don't think any of them have this functionality of completed and uncompleted check of their user progress, which is very important for this. And there you go. This is our application. And we'll also even go through with our courses. I'll show you how you can create this particular sidebar. This is an awesome sidebar that Shadcn just created. So we are going to be using this sidebar to make everything work properly. And finally, everything in our application is going to be responsive. You'll be able to see your application at different screen sizes, and everything should work perfectly fine. And because our application is production level and it is full scale, we have a lot of diagrams for this application. In the link in the description, you'll be able to go to this page and see everything you need to know about this application. First, you can see that we have app screen design. So this is a screenshot of every single page in our application. So you can know and build the application if you have the desire without looking at my video. If you want to take that challenge, you can completely do so by looking at these designs and then recreating. Secondly, we have the entity relationship diagram. Basically, this is a diagram of all the data schemas, data models that we are going to incorporate in our application. And this is the structure of our data. And I'll go very much in detail and why we chose this particular database. And then we'll go through different aspects such as authentication flow in Clerk. And then we'll go through checkout flow of how that works. And then we'll go through a course editor. And finally, and most importantly, you'd probably be most excited with is the AWS Architecture. architecture, I'm going to go through in depth of how we can set and deploy this application onto Clerk, Vercel, API Gateway, Lambda, ECR, DynamoDB, S3, and CloudFront. So a link in the description if you want to go to this particular diagram. All right, from here, let's talk about the tech stack we're going to be using for this application. For the front end, we're going to be using Next.js, Redux Toolkit for state management, Redux Toolkit query for API interactions. The styling will be handled by Tailwind CSS, along with Shadcn for component library, TypeScript for typings, Framer Motion for animation, React Hook for forms, Zob for validation, and Stripe for payment. I also mentioned that we are using a separate backend that is not part of Next.js because it makes the application more scalable and prevents front end become too tightly coupled to backend. Hence, our application will be running with Node.js and Express framework. Now, more and more, I really want to emphasize, this is the most important part, is that this app is not like others where we are using services like AppWrite or Convex. This is an actual enterprise level application. Now, don't get me wrong, those services that manage your backend aren't wrong per se or evil in any kind of way. They do have their purposes for small scale applications, but I want you to really understand that it really takes away the capacity to really customize and scale out your application at affordable cost for large companies, which is one of the worst things you can do for your development career. More and more with the age and the coming of AI and in this rough job market, you're going to be expected to learn more than just front end. And if you really want to survive, you're going to have to learn backend and deployment. So in this video, I'm going to do the best that I can to make this step by step and make sure it is super easy for you to follow and make sure you understand every aspect of the enterprise level of tech, including backend data modeling and AWS. So for AWS, we're going to deploy our application on AWS with the modern serverless containerized architecture. Our backend is going to be Dockerized using Docker, allowing us to package our app into a very consistent environment. This container is then going to be stored in ECR, Elastic Container Registry, which will then be used with AWS Lambda for hosting our backend. We'll then be using API Gateway to securely route requests to Lambda, while DynamoDB serves as our NoSQL database for fast, scalable storage of application data. And when it comes to our video content in our application, S3 will be used for handling that storage. Finally, we're going to ensure our videos are delivered with low latency and high availability. That's why we'll use CloudFront as our content delivery network. And finally, included in these tools is going to be Clerk Authentication, which is the sponsor for this video. Clerk is a very nice tool for authentication. Now, when it comes to authentication, you can definitely use something like AWS Cognito as part of AWS. But I tried it myself, but even I ran into some trouble. Cognito can be restrictive in certain ways and requires a lot of complex setup. Whereas Clerk, on the other hand, offers a lot of easy pre-made tools for your application, as you saw in the demo, having pre-built settings, sign in, sign up components, user buttons, along with a lot of other really useful features. Now we'll get to that in this video, but Clerk makes managing users and adding user roles super straightforward. And their documentation is very good, so you'll have no trouble setting up Clerk. Now, just for you guys to note, specifically for authentication, this is the one area where it's perfectly fine to use an external service outside of AWS. Authentication is a very tricky area, and having a dedicated company focused on authentication can sometimes even be better than using something like Cognito, which requires extensive and careful implementation to get just right. Anyways, we'll finally then use Vercel for hosting our Next.js front end to integrate smoothly with the rest of our AWS services. So this architecture combines Docker's AWS serverless and storage capacities and global CDN to create a very scalable application. Now, don't worry if this setup seems complex. I'm going to break down every step and guide you through the process using very simple terminology, making it accessible for beginners. As always, I designed this application myself, so you are free to use parts or even the entire project for your portfolio. Let's dive in and start building. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be installing Node.js. So Node.js is a server-side JavaScript runtime built on the Google Chrome V8 JavaScript engine. Basically means that you can run JavaScript code on your computer. So go to the link in the description and you can install Node.js. And then from here, we're going to be installing npx. So npx will help us install some npm package binaries. So if you go to the link in the description, you can run npm install-g npx. And then for our text editor, we can use Visual Studio Code. I'd probably recommend this text code editor, but you can use other options if you want to use those. All right, so open up VS Code and open up a directory where you want to create the project. Once you have done that, we're going to open up the terminal, via control apostrophe. We're going to open this up and we are going to write npx create -next-app at latest. And we're just going to say y, and we're going to call this learning-management. Hit yes, 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 basically yes, and no to the defaults. And then from here, I'm going to write ls so we can see that we created that directory. And then we're going to open up our folder directory, rename this to client. We're going to change directory into client. And before we do anything else, we're going to go to the extensions tab. And what you want to do is go to ES7 plus, and you want to make sure you have React/Redux/React Native snippets. So we're going to be using this to create our React components easily. And also you want to make sure you have the prettier extension so that we have the code formatting when we save it. So make sure you install these two extensions. And then from here, we're going to install two Brave extensions. We can install pesticide. So this will allow us to see our CSS, and we can see how our entire website is structured via the div and how it's layout. And then also Redux Dev Tools, which will help us debug our Redux state when we use it. So from here, we're going to be installing some packages in our client directory. So I'm going to write npm I lucide-react. So this is for icons, UUID for unique IDs, .env for environment variables, date-fns for date function utilities, framer-motion for animations, react-hook-form for forms, Zod for form validation, @hook form/resolvers, and @hello-pangea/dnd. Now, currently this is November 10, 2024, which is when I'm recording this. If you take a look, I am using Next 15, which is using React Canary 19, meaning this is almost like an unstable version, but they say it's stable, but it's going to have some issues with these packages. So for example, React Hook Form is not going to be compatible with this particular one. So we are going to have to use --legacy/peer-dps, or you can use --force, but basically this will install some peer dependencies that are older. Now, if you're in the future and React 19 is more stable and some of these packages get updated to be more compatible, you might not have to use this. But for now, we're going to be using this. There might be potential bugs because some packages might not be compatible with 19, but we'll just give this a shot. All right, and then from here, we're going to have to install some dev dependencies. So I'm going to do npm I-D. I'm going to do @types/node and then @types/UUID. And I'm going to write --legacy-peer-dps. So from here, now there is going to be a link in the description. I have a link to asset download. So this will include a bunch of assets that I have prepared. And this is including mainly a lot of like TypeScript and some util functions, as well as pre-made CSS classes. This application is much less about styling, because in the previous videos, I've spent a long time styling, doing all of that creation, which I don't know how much teaching value there is for me to just style it right in front of you. It does take a lot of time, but I want to focus more on the logical and functional aspect of this application, which is generally much more interesting, and I do think it is much more valuable for teaching content. But let me know what you guys think about this idea. Anyways, get that asset download file, and we're going to drag it over here. I'm just going to say copy folder, and we're going to put it into here. And you're going to see client and server, and it's going to have a bunch of files. we're going to just focus on one thing at a time. The first thing I want to do is I'm going to drag globals.css and we're going to replace global CSS like this. I'm going to close that. We'll come back to the assets later. But for now, what I want you to see is that I have a huge host of so many classes because we are not going to spend time doing styling for this application. We're just going to be using those classes for our styles. They are already using Tailwind classes. We're going to be using those, and we're just going to apply those classes directly onto those components. In a future video, I do have a very soon upcoming video where I cover CSS and how to do it. That is the video you should probably watch if you ever want to do styling. Anyways, if you see here, I have an import, which is the main thing I wanted to show you. This is what we're going to import. We're going to import a Google font of DM Sans, and we're going to set this up in our application. So I'm going to go to Layout, go up over here. I'm going to import DM_sans from next/font/Google. And from here, I'm going to remove these local fonts because we're not going to use those. We're going to do const DM sans is equal to DM_sans. And we're going to say subsets : Latin like. So display is going to be swap. And this is just all set up for our font. And we're just going to do --font -DM -sans. I'm going to erase the local font. I'm going to go down to our class name. I'm going to erase all of this. And I'm just going to do DM sans dot class name like so. And close it like this and paste it. So we'll have our font up and ready. And then from here, I'm going to delete this font folder. And I'm going to go to page.tsx, and I'm just going to delete everything in our div and just say, hi, get rid of all these classes because we don't need them. Remove the image. We're going to save it. And we just want to make sure everything is running. So I'm going to write npm run dev. So that's how we start our next application. So we can now go to HTTP localhost. We're going to paste it in our browser. And we're going to get this error. And that's because we haven't placed a lot of the configurations that we need. So we're going to go to our asset downloads and we're going to start importing everything or moving everything that we need. So we're going to have a components folder. So I'm going to just drag this components into our source directory. That's going to be for later. Images. We're going to grab all of these images, place them in public, keep it over there. And we have lib with schemas and utils. We're going to cover a lot of these things as we go along. So I'm going to pass this into source. I'm going to drag the state as well. So that's going to be for our Redux that we'll do very shortly. I'm going to drag in types as well. And finally, I'm going to drag Tailwind config actually into our client directory. And we are going to replace the Tailwind config that we have in our global directory. Now this Tailwind config consists of a lot of setup that we have with primary, secondary, a bunch of colors, border radius, and some Shadcn preparation. We're going to have all of these all set up in our configuration. So with all of that, we still can't see our server just yet. So if you see require Tailwind CSS-animate, we're going to have to install this. So we're going to do npm Tailwind CSS-animate because this is part of the Tailwind config that we added. And we also need to do --legacy peer deps, install that. And once we have that, you can ignore the linting error. We're going to just do npm run dev. And from here, we should actually be able to see the server. If I go to it, you can see that we just have high at the very top. Now, if you do have some other weird issues and it's still not working, you can delete .next. You can delete this folder and then just close out, rerun npm run dev if you have any issues. All right, cool. And then from here, we're going to finish setting up our Tailwind, and we're going to be installing Shadcn as well. So we're going to configure all of this to make sure everything is going to work as expected. So now I did drop in Tailwind config. I just want to briefly go over what's happening. A lot of this is custom styling that is provided both by Shadcn, which already provided it, but also custom colors that I put myself. So custom grays is a color that I wanted to put, primary BG. So these are different shades of colors that I wanted. And then primary is more like a purple color. Secondary is like a slightly light green color. And these are defaults provided by Shadcn when we install them. So those will already be there. So I'm going to remove that. But let's get on. The first thing I want you to do is go to extensions, and we're going to be able to see a Tailwind extension, CSS IntelliSense. So give this one an install. It's going to allow you to see all the Tailwind classes as you type it. So it makes it a lot easier. And also, if you want, you can install Tailwind documentation, which provides little Tailwind documentation that you can open up if you want to search directly in VS Code. This is up to you. I use it sometimes. Sometimes now I just Google it. It doesn't really matter. And once you have that installed, we're going to go back to our directory, open up our terminal, and I'm going to start installing Shadcn libraries. So the first thing you want to do is npx shadcn at latest init-d. So anytime you want to start installing Shadcn libraries, this is how you want to begin. And like I said, with React 19, which is supposedly unstable, we're going to use legacy-pure-deps. All right, so unfortunately, if you go to the utils, it basically updated and replaced my utils file, which I did not expect. So if you go back to your asset download, I'm just going to delete everything. I'm going to copy the entire asset download that we had earlier. So I'm going to paste the asset download over here. We can have everything all set up back again. So if you go back to lib, utils basically has all the normal class names that you would expect, but it has a lot more. So I'm just going to copy this time. I'm not going to drag it, but I'm going to replace it over here. So I'm going to delete this, rename this to utils. This has a lot more functions and constants that we are going to be using. I didn't want to spend the time to give you guys util functions or like have you guys write them, because they're just basically logic questions that you have to figure out yourself. Anyways, we're going to close all of this, and we have Shadcn installed. And then from here, we're going to install a bunch of Shadcn libraries, or basically components, I mean. If you don't understand how Shadcn works, it installs every single component one at a time. But we're going to install a good number of them. So we're going to first add an accordion, avatar, button, card, dialog, form, input, label, navigation, dash menu, pop over, progress, select, separator, sheet, sidebar, skeleton, switch, table, tabs, text area, toggle, and tooltip. I know there's a lot, but we're going to go through as we build the application. And again, we're going to use legacy-pure-deps. And then once you have that installed, we can go to tailwindconfig.ts. It does replace this. For some reason, this should not be a string. I don't know why I replaced that. So we're just going to replace it to be true. Close that. And we want to double check that we have our components. So if it's working, you could see in our components folder another separate folder called UI, and it should have all our components in there. And you should also see another folder called hooks, and we're going to see use-mobile. It has added that. And then from here, we're going to go back to client, and we're going to add Tailwind class ordering. Basically, it's going to order our Tailwind CSS classes if it needs to. So this is entirely optional. npm i-d prettier-plugin-tailwind CSS. We're going to do legacy-peer-deps. And we just have to go to tailwind config.ts, go down to plugins, all the way down over here. And we're just going to write comma prettier-plugin-tailwind CSS. And then finally, let's just give it one more shot just to make sure everything is working. We're going to go back to localhost, refresh the page, and we should see that it's still exactly the same. This is what you expect. As long as you don't have an error, you are good to go. All right, so from here, we're going to be installing Redux Toolkit. Now, we're going to close this client out. I've already created a folder called state, which I dragged from the asset downloads. If you remember, we have an API file, we have an index, and we have Redux. So we're going to first install the packages we need for these files. So I'm going to do npm i react-redux at redux.js/toolkit and .env. Actually, we already installed .env. I'm going to do legacy-peer-deps. All right, so now before I used to make you guys copy, but now we just have this folder. I have this folder that I told you to just drag without us having to do much else. There's a few last things we actually need to set up. So I'm going to create a new file called providers. So this is a place where we want to keep all the providers or anything that needs to be put on the global state for our Next.js application. So over here, I'm going to write use client, and we are going to import React from React like so. We're going to import store provider from @/state-redux. So that comes from this file. So this file includes everything we need to create our Redux store. So we're just going to import that, and I'm going to create providers component. We're going to use children : and children : react.react node return, and we're going to pass in store provider, and we're going to pass in children like so, and we're just going to make sure we do export default providers. With this, we're going to go to our page directory. Actually, my mistake. Go to layout directory, and around our body, I'm going to bring in providers from the directory that we just created. We're going to make sure that goes around the children, and this is all we have to do to set up Redux. All right, so from here, we are going to create a file called .env.local, and we're just going to we're going to go to our Redux, our API file. We're going to see process.env.nextPublic API base URL. So basically, anytime we make an API request, this is the base URL that we're going to be using. So we're just going to copy this guy right here, go over here, paste that environment variable, and we're just going to do http://localhost:8001. That is where our server is going to be hosted, and we're going to take care of that a little later. And there you go. Our Redux is basically set up. One of these days, I might create a little bit of a tool that will automatically set this up for you, which will make things easy, but we'll see if that happens. All right, so now with all of this set up, we can actually start building our application. So we can go, and there is a link in the description to get to this specific page where we can see different pages of our design. Right here, I have set up a very detailed page where it includes our entire application. Now, these are screenshots. These are not Figma designs, so it's probably not as good as quality, but the application turned out a little different from the Figma designs that I've created. But we can see that we have search pages, and we're going to start with the landing page and the search pages for our course. Now, if you want to see the final application, it would look something like this. On refresh, you'll see a loading page, and you can see some animations, and you should be able to click search for courses and see these particular pages. All right, so to start off, I moved the application on the right side, and I'm going to close this over here. I'm going to open up the page component over here in the app directory, and we're going to start building over here. Inside our home directory, I'm going to put a class name of non-dashboard layout. So this will set up the layout for our non-dashboard page. And I'm going to call this non-dashboard navbar. So I collectively called this particular area of the application where we have search pages, authentication pages, checkout pages as non-dashboard. Everything else right here, as you can see, these are the pages where we actually have a dashboard layout. And this is when you are signed in, you can see a dashboard that's relevant to you, whereas these are non-dashboard pages. Let me close that so you guys can see a little better. So we are starting with the search page, and we are going to create this particular nav bar over here. So I'm going to close that out, create a non-dashboard nav bar, and I'm going to import non-dashboard navbar like so, and we're going to do from @/components/non-dashboard navbar. I'm going to save that, and we are going to go to our components directory, and I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this non-dashboard navbar.tsx. I'll close this out, get some space, actually RAFCE, so we don't have any types because this is not going to take anything. And we are going to create our navbar from here. So I'm going to erase all of this, and we're going to add a nav element over here. So this is important for, HTML element semantics, so make sure you understand that. We're going to have non-dashboard navbar. And inside here, I'm just going to write hello, just so we can see that this is being inputted. Now, sometimes the linting does not work properly, so you're going to have to retype it and it'll import it correctly. So right now we don't see it on our application because we haven't run. So open up your terminal and write npm run dev. Make sure it's running, and I'm going to refresh the page. And as you can see, we now have hello for the navbar, just to see that we have the navbar written over here. So we're just going to quickly erase that, and we're going to add some divs. So we're going to have a class name of non-dashboard navbar _container. Now, when you see this type of naming is called block element modifier. Typically, right now, I do have all the classes set up over here in global CSS. You can see that a lot of these classes, let's just search up non-dashboard navbar, they have a bunch of Tailwind classes all applied. And I'm doing this because I don't want to focus on CSS like I mentioned. These are already pre-made, but I am using something called block element modifier. So that is basically you start with the relevant element, and then you write whatever is the class it's relevant to. This is just an easy way to organize. Now, in a real production application, I would probably not do class names like this. I would probably leave the Tailwind classes as is. But if you ever wanted to use block element modifier, you can do it this way. But it's specifically for tutorial purposes. Anyways, let's get back to it. We're going to import link. And if you see what I'm doing, as I'm typing, I have linting coming in, which shows what we're going to import. Make sure you use that because it's very important, because it gives you both ease of use, and getting used to that prevents errors, because sometimes if you don't do it correctly, you're going to have typos and you're not exactly sure where that happens. So it's good practice to use those typings. So right here we have a link, and I put non-dashboard navbar brand. That gives us a link to our home page. Below this, I'm going to write div with the class name of flex, items, center, and a gap of 4. So the items will be flexed below, and we're going to do class name with relative, and we are going to group it. Inside here, we're going to add a search input. So we're going to import link once again. We're going to have an href of search, and this will just take us to a search page, and we're going to give it a class name of non-dashboard -navbar _search input. Inside here, I'm going to do a span with the class name, and we're going to say it's hidden, and it's going to be inline for any screens that are above small sizes. So this is going to say search courses. And you can see we have a little search bar right here, but right now we don't have the text, so we're going to add another span, and we are going to say hidden for small screens. So we are making sure these are responsive designs. So as you can see, we have a search bar. If you open up, it goes to search courses like this. And then from here, we're going to import book open, which is an icon from Lucide React. I'm going to do class name of non-dashboard navbar _search icon with the size of 18. And as you can see, we have now an icon, opens up, and it will take us to a search page. We're not going to click on it because we don't have a search page just yet. So as of right now, we have these two sets. We're going to actually go below the 3 divs, and we are going to create another div. So this will represent the right side. And we're going to have a class name of non-dashboard navbar _actions. And in here, I'm going to say button with the class name of non-dashboard navbar _notifications button. Close that out. We're going to put a span with the class name and give it a non-dashboard. Actually, let's just copy all of this so we can make this easier. Dash indicator, and we are going to close this span, and finally we're going to give it the bell icon. So this is for the bell icon with notifications. We're not adding notification functionality for this particular application, but it is there if you want to add the functionality for a bit of stretch goal. So we have the bell icon, we have the search. And it does seem I did miss something. So the search courses should be on the left side. If you take a look at the final application, it should be on the left side, not on the right side. So there was a div that we did miss. And so right above the link of EdRoh, we're going to write div class name is equal to non-dashboard navbar. But this should be search right here. Close this out with the div. And we're going to wrap it around right here. And that should emphasize the correct layout now. And if you go down, this should instead not be plural. So we're going to save that. And we should be able to see the notifications with that little bell icon that says that you have a. Now from here, we're just going to give this a comment, say sign in buttons. So this is where we're going to have authentication. We're going to have some kind of user information. This will be where Clerk is going to exist, but we're going to come to that when we talk about authentication. All right, next part, we're going to create the main part of the landing page. So this right here with a little bit of carousel to make it look okay. And then we have search for courses as well, the courses that pop up here. So if I refresh the page, you can see some animation of the skeleton and some nice little other design aspects to it. So let's get started with that. So going back to our page component, we're going to add another section and we're going to call this main with class name with non-dashboard layout __ main like so. And inside here, we're going to create a landing component. I'm going to import it, even though we haven't created it just yet. So I'm going to import landing from @/app/parens non-dashboard parens/landing/page. Now this is the path where we're going to put our landing file. So we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call this parens non-dashboard, and I'll explain why. The reason why we have this parens is so that it is not included in the path of the URL. So anytime you use parens inside the app directory, it's not going to be included when you go to that URL. So if I instead create a folder inside here, I'm going to call this landing. And if I create a file called page.tsx, that means from the home route at localhost/landing, this will be the page that shows. It excludes the non-dashboard URL. But also because we have this landing page over here, this is also going to show at the home route. So this exact page will be on landing and this home route. So we'll have both of those shown. So from here in our component, I'm going to write RFCE, and we are going to call this landing component like so. And we aren't seeing anything because we have this linting error. So we're going to say landing, and it seems like I needed to refresh the page. So now you'll see the landing text over here. So from here, I'm going to use animation. So I'm going to do motion.div like so. So motion.div is from Framer Motion. So we're going to import motion, not motion, motion from Framer-motion. So this is a little bit of an animation library. We're going to make sure we have motion.div like that. And inside here, we're going to start with an initial opacity of 0. So this is the initial state of our animation. And we are going to animate it in with an opacity of 1. So that means it fades in. We also need to set the time in which it animates. So we're going to use transition property, give it a duration of 0.5, and we're going to give it a class name of landing like so. So if you save it, you're still going to see this error. I'm not exactly sure why it doesn't show you the right error. Seems like a Next.js problem, but we want to use client over here. So now, as you can see, the landing kind of fades in, which is very nice. From here, we're going to add another motion.div, and we're just going to copy this entire animation set properties like this. Make sure we close it, but we're going to change a few things. This time we actually want things to move, so we're going to give it a Y of 20. So it initially starts from position 20 above, and we want to not do that, but we start animating to the 0 position. And we should actually put this to be landing _under hero. So now if you see that, there is a little bit of movement going up into this animation. And then from here, we're going to do a div with the class name of landing __ hero-content. Inside here, we're going to do an h1 tag with the class name of landing __ title with the courses, and with the p tag with class name of landing __ description. like so. If I can just write it out correctly. And this is the list of the courses you can enroll in. And we're just gonna write a little break point. And we're gonna say courses when you need them and want them. Just some random text. So we have this over here. We also need the call to action. So we're gonna say div with the class name of landing _CTA. And we're gonna pass in a link with the href/search. And inside here, this will be basically the button that we have. It'll take us to the search page. And we're going to give it a class name of landing _CTA-button. And we're just going to say search for courses. And we need to make sure we import the link. So we're just going to use IntelliSense to do that. So make sure you grab the next link, not the Lucide React one. And we should see we have a search for courses button. And then from here, we're going to create a div. We're going to call this class name with this, and we're going to give it a landing _hero-images. Close this div out, and inside here, I'm going to put an array to /hero1.jpg, comma hero/hero2.jpg like so, /hero3.jpg like this. So this will represent the little carousel image that we saw. And we're going to pass in source, comma, index. And we are going to return. And we're going to grab the image from next image. We're going to give it a key of source. Give it a source of source as well for the image. We're going to do alt. And we're going to call this hero banner. This is just a description of what the image will looks like. We're going to do index +1. So this is a very unique alt for each one. We're going to give it a fill property with priority. And what we want to do is index, and we're going to set this to current image. Now we haven't created current image property. So let me just close this image tag out, and we're going to go up and set up a little bit of a hook that will set up our interval in which the image timing will happen. So I'm going to go up here right above the return. I'm going to call this const current image, and we're going to do use carousel, which we have not created. And we're going to put total images of 3. So this little hook is just going to be used so that we can cycle between our images. So I'm going to go over here, go to our hooks folder that has been created earlier. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this usecarousel.ts. Inside here, I'm going to import use state, use effect from React, like so. And we're going to create an interface because we need some props that we need to pass into this component. We're going to say total images will be number with an interval, which is optional, with a number like this. From here, I'm going to do export const use carousel, pass an array or object basically with total images and an interval with a default of 5,000, so 5 seconds. And we are going to pass in the use carousel props that we just created. Create an arrow function, and we are going to pass in a state with current image, set current image, and we're going to do use state of 0. So we're going to start with the first image, which is 0 index, and then we're going to create a use effect that will cycle between those images. So what we do is we're going to create a timer. We're going to set interval. So this will allow us to cycle between images based on the timer of every few seconds. We're going to do set current image. We're going to grab the previous make sure we do the previous number, which in this first case would be 0. We're going to add 1, and then we're going to do modulus total images like so. And we're going to pass in interval time over here. And we're going to make sure we return an arrow function with clear interval and timer. And with the bracket of total images for interval. So it'll cycle to anytime these changes. And then finally, we're going to return the current image. So this is a very clean way so that we can grab the current image and it'll cycle through each period, each time, based on an interval. So it just gives us a number cycled every 5 seconds. And we're going to go back to our landing page, import that hook that we just created, and we can go to our image over here, and we now have the current image. We still need to add a few things. So sizes is basically a way for us to optimize our images based on the screen size, and this is provided specifically for Next.js, but you can also do this with plain old CSS. It's just a different way of adding it. So we're going to do max width of 1200 pixel. We're going to do 50 viewport width and then 33 viewport width. So this basically is a responsive design of how the resolution of the image should be based on the size of the screen. So it's a more image optimization technique. And then we have class name. We should also set this to be landing _hero -image, but we're going to have a conditional situation where if the index is equal to the current image, we're going to set this landing _hero image to be active. So this is the way that it shows the correct image at the correct time. And once we have saved that, we can now see that we have an image and it cycles through every 5 seconds. Nothing too crazy. And then from here, right below the motion.div, but in the other motion div, we're going to create another one, motion.div, like so. Close this out, and we're going to copy the properties once again, so we don't have to rewrite it. Paste it over here. Now the opacity should be 0, Y is 20, so this is all fine. But this time we're going to add a viewport element. There should be amount of 0.3 and wants to be true. So these two properties determine when it gets animated. And this means that it will only do it once. The animation should only happen once, right when you enter that viewing section of the page. And now when we do it like this, the animate property needs to be while in view instead. Instead of the landing _hero, this should be featured instead. And below this is where I'm going to add the tags. So we're going to start with an h2 header tag, and we're going to do class name of landing _featured -title. Close this out. We're going to say featured courses. And then below this, I'm going to have a p tag. We're going to say class name is equal to landing _featured -description. Save it just so you can see. In here, I'm just going to have a bunch of text. So I'm going to say from beginner to advanced, in all industries, we have the right courses just for you, and preparing your entire journey for learning and making the most. A bunch of gibberish, whatever. You can change that text to whatever you want. And then right below that, we are going to have some tags. So we're going to say class name, we're going to do landing _tags like so. Put this in brackets. I'm going to say web development, like so, enterprise IT, React, Next.js, web development, and enterprise IT. Now, usually I would spend the time to make it more relevant, but for now, we're just going to have a bunch of these text. We're going to map this out, give it the tag text with index, close this out with the span, give it a key of index with the class name of landing _tag, close this, pass in the tag element. And we'll see that we have our tags like this. It looks kind of bad that we just have duplicate values. So I'm going to just change this to be backend development, something like this. So it looks a little bit different. There we go. And then the final part of this page is going to include the actual courses. Now, this courses is going to come from our backend. So right now, what we're going to do, I'm going to pass in a div, call this class name of landing _courses. But for now, we're going to add a comment courses display over here. And the reason why we're going to do this is because we need to do the backend first, and we're going to create the courses backend API endpoint to fetch this data. Actually, before we do that, I just want to do one more thing. Is if you refresh the page, we don't have this loading skeleton like this. If you see over here, that's the loading skeleton that will show up when the courses page comes in. So we're just going to create this. You're probably not going to be able to see it until we grab the courses. So I'm going to do loading skeleton like so. And we're going to create this out real quick. So we're going to return. There's not much to this. So we're going to do landing skeleton. So basically what we're doing to create this skeleton over here, when you see this, is basically we need to replicate the entire layout of the page, but we're just going to replace it with empty object. Now, this is one of those situations where I would just say, use AI for this, because this is very tedious, and the AI is pretty good at doing things like this. If it's just to replicate something, it's a very convenient tool to do this. So that's exactly what I did, and it got it right on the first time. So skeleton _hero-content, and I'm going to pass in skeleton, which is going to come from our components, UI skeleton, which is from our Shadcn library. We're going to grab the class name, do landing skeleton _title. We're going to close this, and I'm just going to copy this out, paste it 4 times, and we're just going to change the class. So subtitle -secondary. This should be button over here. And then I'm going to paste it one more time. This should be hero-image. So right now, you're not going to be able to see that on yours because we haven't implemented just yet. Below this, I'm going to have a div with the class name of landing skeleton _featured, like so. And I'm going to paste skeleton 2 more times. This should be featured-title. This should be featured-description. And below this, we're going to do div with class name of landing-skeleton _tags. And the reason why we need to replicate the entire thing is so we have the exact same positioning, so that it's nice because you want it to be exactly the same, simply because it's going to just have the same layout. So it doesn't cause like a layout shift. So it's very smooth when you look at the loading. Like if you take a look and I refresh, it's in the exact same positions that it's supposed to be. That's why if you take the time to do this, it makes it look all right. From here, we're going to do a key with an index, class name landing skeleton underscore tag like so. And I'm going to copy this over here. And we're going to do the same thing, except this should be courses. There should be only 4 of these. And we're going to do course dash card. And there's that. So we're just going to keep it like this. We're going to be using it later on. So while we put the courses on hold, we're going to go back to our page. We're just going to finish this up with a footer component. We're going to place this over here. I'm going to go back to our directory, and inside the components folder, I'm going to create a new file, call this footer. And I'm going to use RFCE. We have the footer component already. And inside here, we're going to have it pretty simple. I'm just going to say class name is going to be footer. Inside here, I'm going to put a p tag, and we're going to have a symbol of the copyright little @ sign. So that's going to be, and the copy semicolon 2024 EdRoh, all rights reserved, like so. Pass in our div with class name with footer _ links, like so. Pass in our div, curly braces, I'm going to say about privacy policy, comma, licensing contact. And I'm going to do .map, pass in item, and return an arrow function. And I'm going to pass in a link from next link, like so. Say key is equal to item. href is going to be /item.to lowercase parens dot replace any spaces with dashes. Class name, by the way, these links won't go anywhere, but if you wanted to, you can add these links to be legitimate. And we're going to pass an item over here, save that. And over here, we're going to go back to our main page, import footer from @components footer. And you should be able to see that we have our footer over here. Perfect. For us to grab information about the courses, we need to turn our attention to the backend. And when we turn our attention to the backend, we need to focus on the database and how our data is structured. This part, also known as data modeling, is a very, very important part of your application. And some people don't even do this step, but it is extremely important because the way you structure your data affects your entire application. It is the foundation. It is the very root foundation of your entire application. So if you structure your data in a very poor way, it will affect how messy your application will become. Everything else will become messy and become hard to work with. All these other applications, all these YouTube tutorials where you're building an application, but they're using managed backends and managed databases such as AppWrite or Convex databases, which are, I'm not knocking on them. They're great. They're great tools for what they're supposed to do, which is manage your backend, manage your database. But I will say for you as a developer, doing those type of databases is not good for your future as a software engineer. Now, I know there's a lot of videos out there. You guys are learning all these new front-end technologies like Svelte, and then on the back end, Hano, Express. I will say, this is my honest opinion, you are almost wasting your time trying to learn the latest technology, especially in front end. There's a point, there's a cap on how much people believe your ability as a software engineer is if all you know is front-end engineering. It is the sad truth of the harsh job market. And it's simply because demand, right? Supply and demand. There is an extremely large amount of front-end engineers. There's so many front-end engineers who are just building CRUD applications doing front end, just styling and designing a website. But I will tell you, it is a losing proposition to go against AI, which is specifically targeting front end much more than back end right now. It is affecting both, but front end engineers are getting more clobbered by AI. Even people who are non-technical, they're starting to build websites with AI. They're just telling AI to do it. And they're going to think, why, if I can do this, why would I pay someone to build these applications for me? Now, you might think that they would do the same thing with backend and DevOps. And as someone who's been doing that for quite some time now, I can tell you it is a lot harder for them to grasp the right ways to do backend and DevOps, because there are a lot more decisions that are higher level that require a lot more planning that affects the downstream effects and scalability that is harder for AI to cover that. So I encourage you guys, you probably know enough React, you probably know enough front end, and using something like a managed backend and managed database like Convex Database, Api, which have their purposes and have their use case of building fast MVPs, it is not useful for you as a developer to learn those technologies, because backend and DevOps is going to be where you can stand out. And as someone who's been hiring developers nowadays to help me out on task, I can tell you the supply of front-end developers is almost overwhelming. There are people who would do it for pennies versus backend engineers, which are a lot harder to find. Anyways, you don't have to take my word for it. It's just my opinion. You can give it a shot. Anyways, so back to our data modeling. In our course, we have a number of properties. You can think of this as just basically a large object. This is how we sort our data. So we have our course, and we have a lot of these properties that are going to be sorted into this basic course. And it's also going to have nested objects in this case. So we're going to have section, chapters, and comments. So sections just categorize a group of chapters, and chapters are where we're going to actually have the video URL stored. We're also going to have transaction and user course progress schemas that are going to include a number of properties, but I'll come to those when we talk about it. But for now, know that in this particular data model, we're storing all our information into a single course, so that anytime we fetch the course object, we grab all the properties relevant to the course in one API call, in one fell swoop from our database. However, we do not store the progress of the user, because you know how the user watches a video, they are progressing through, and we need to save information on how far they have gotten in that course, whether they completed a certain section or a chapter. That is where the user course progress is aligned. Now, when it comes to data modeling, these are high-level decisions. You could put the user course progress in this course object, but the problem is sometimes with the user course progress, this becomes way too dense. There is too much data in the same object, and that is a problem. This is why we have to spend the time to model out data structures like this. So for example, in the user course progress, if we put this into the course object, that means the user course progress includes information about a single user, about a single course, and how much progress they have made. But the problem with that is, in that same course, if we had thousands of users that are applied to the same course, this object would become massive. That means when you fetch the data, it's going to become a massive object of too much information, which is, if you use DynamoDB, it has limits of how much each item in the database can hold. So for every course object, it's going to be too much information. That is exactly why we separated the user course progress, which is just specifically how much they've gone through in each course. And we'll go more into detail of how we structure. But before we go further, let me explain the decision on choosing DynamoDB as the database. because some of you have been requesting me to go through some system design ideas. So we're going to talk about why DynamoDB was chosen for this particular application. And when you choose any database, the first thing you want to ask is whether you choose SQL versus NoSQL. Now, in this case, as you can see, we have 3 different schemas, which is actually not that many. This is a pretty low amount of tables that you would need for an application. And there isn't that many relationships. You might have a course, and there might be transactions that involve the course. So transactions are related to course in that kind of way. Same thing with user course progress. It is related to the course ID. But in short, this is not that many relationships. When you have a social media application where you have a post, and every post might have users both liking and commenting, that can spiral out of control in the number of relationships. Those require SQL type databases because you want to be able to fetch all of those in one go. In this case, when we grab a course, we just need the course information. And then sometimes we might want transaction information in another separate API call. Because we're calling them separately, we don't need that many relationships. That is exactly why DynamoDB is the NoSQL choice that we're going to use, because we don't need that many relationships. And SQL it brings ACID guarantees. You can look that up. I'm not going to go into it, which basically means like it's more secure and more consistent, but it also becomes with a lot of overhead maintenance. So sometimes you want to avoid those because you want scalability and speed, which is NoSQL's strong point. So once we have decided that we aren't going to use SQL, then we can decide using DynamoDB versus other NoSQL. And DynamoDB is very fast and performant. And it's going to scale on its own. So you don't have to worry about doing all the scaling. You don't have to worry about managing your database in that kind of way. AWS handles it for you. So you don't even have to worry about that. Like even if you compare it to something like MongoDB, which you probably have heard, DynamoDB is even better because it's already all managed. You don't have to worry about much of the infrastructure. It's going to scale automatically just for you. You don't have to worry about that. And there's no networking issues. If you saw my other videos where I'm dealing with networking, there's not that many networking things that you need to deal with when you're using DynamoDB. And especially when you're using the AWS ecosystem, this is ideal. And also DynamoDB is very cheap. There is a free tier, and it's always going to be free. You don't even have to have a free tier account. It's going to have a very generous free tier that's going to always be available. Especially for you as developer, this is important for me to make this decision because you guys would not be willing to pay for hosting on some paid server just for your own, like dev projects. Now, I have listed some disadvantages, which I've already covered. It's not ideal for tables with many relationships. It's not great for highly nested data structures. And I'll come to the course later on when we have sections and chapters, which becomes a little bit of an issue because it's quite nested. It's not very nice. And DynamoDB is not good for filtering, sorting, and aggregation. If you have like a table and you need complex filtering needs of all your data, those are situations where, NoSQL in general is not good. MongoDB is better at filtering than DynamoDB. DynamoDB is much more fast and performant and scales, but it is even worse than MongoDB and DocumentDB of complex filtering and sorting. So just be aware of DynamoDB. DynamoDB excels more so than MongoDB if you have less tables. Ideally, you have less tables. And there used to be a period where people would just go extreme with DynamoDB and they would do a single table for their entire data. Nowadays, it's almost frowned upon. You should only use the tables that you need, but you shouldn't force one table. But that's a story for another day. that's that. Anyways, I know I've been talking for a long time for this backend and database. Now let me know in the comments section if you like what I'm doing with explaining a lot more, because sometimes it's just a lot of talking when you talk about the decision making behind something like this, because there's a lot of, I can't really do this live. It's kind of a process where you just have to kind of consider a lot of different things. And so it just ends up being about talking. So let me know in the comments whether you like it or not. All right, so enough talking. Let's go and download DynamoDB. Now DynamoDB is hosted on AWS, but we're going to be using the DynamoDB local so that we can make sure everything works locally before we deploy everything onto AWS. So go to the link in the description and you can go to this page, deploying DynamoDB locally on your computer. Now, before we do this, you may or may not have the Java runtime. So you also want to download Java if you need to, which you go over here and you can install based on your operating system. Once you have that installed, I'm not going to go through that process, but I will go through the process of downloading DynamoDB local over here. So you can see right here, I'm going to choose zip, save that. Once we have downloaded that, we're going to open up our directory. I'm going to extract it. I'm going to call this DynamoDB-local like this. And if you go back to the link, you can see that we have this particular URL. So now you can open a command prompt and navigate to the directory, but we're just going to use absolute entire path. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get info in Mac. You can do the same thing equivalent in Windows. I'm going to just copy as path name for this. So the command for this is going to be java-djava.library.path is equal to, I'm going to paste the path that we had, and I'm going to write DynamoDB-local, which represent this folder right here. And I want the path to DynamoDB local _lib. So I'm going to do DynamoDB local _lib. So that gets the path of the library. And we want to write jar as well. But this one is going to be the path to the jar file right here. So I'm going to do the same thing, DynamoDB-local / DynamoDB local.jar, and we are going to do shared DB. And I believe this should be lowercase b, like that. Yeah. So let me close this out one more time so you can see the actual full path. Right here is the path to the library file, and this is the path to the jar file. So that comes with the download that we have. So once you have this correct, when you press enter, you're going to see you have DynamoDB local with the following configuration. So this is the port. So that's how simple it is to run DynamoDB. And then with this, we can run commands to execute on the DynamoDB. Now, if you want to access DynamoDB programmatically, you're going to need the AWS CLI. Now, in another link, I know there's a lot to install, but this is AWS, so you have a lot of things, a lot of moving pieces. So AWS CLI is pretty easy and simple to install. You go to this link and you just go to your particular OS and install the package over here and follow the instructions. And most of this is just you download the file, it's going to run an installer, go through the commands, and then you just have to make sure it's working AWS - version. Should be pretty straightforward. And then over here, I'm going to open up a new window, and I've already done this, so I'm not going to configure it, but there is a command once you have AWS installed, the CLI, you're going to run AWS configure. And you're going to see AWS access key. This is where you're going to put your access key, secret key. Now, you don't have to do it right now. We will configure this later if we need to on AWS account. But for now, you don't really need to do so. You can just add fake keys. Like for example, they just said fake my key ID, secret key access, so you don't need to do anything. You just put these fake values and it should be enough to work. And once you have done that, we can just grab this link over here. Let me just cancel this out. If I paste it over here, we should be able to get table names. So right now we have nothing in our table for our database, but we are basically calling our endpoint, which is at port 8000. So it should be working, and you should be able to see an empty array right here. So that's pretty much all you need for running DynamoDB locally. Okay, there's one more thing I want to show you in regards to this. So right now, this path right here is what is running our server. So I canceled it out. I just wanted to show you the path one more time. But anytime we close the database, we're going to lose all the data that we stored in our local database. We don't want that. We want our data to persist. So if we reopen it again, we have our information. So we just add another configuration. We write db path. And what we want is the path to our current folder. So this is where my directory is saving, or this is where my code base basically is. So right now, this is what I want to be stored. So if I want to do, I can grab this as path name. I'm going to paste that, write run. And when you run it, it's going to do the same exact thing that we did. But when we store our data into our DynamoDB table, it's going to save information or persisted data into this particular folder path. All right, so from here, there's one last thing that we can install. I know there's quite a bit of things that are coming along. It's a lot of setup, but this part is optional if you want to see. So what I want you to do is go to this NoSQL workbench for DynamoDB. This will allow us to see the database in a visual UI and table desktop application. So you can install this, run the instructions. It's pretty simple. In this case, we have everything installed. Once you have that installed, you can open up NoSQL Workbench. Now, the main thing you just want to take a look at, you can ignore everything. You just have to look at Operation Builder. I already have these connections. I'm just going to delete them so I can redo it. What you want to do is see Operation Builder. You go to Add Connection, and you want to select DynamoDB local. Right now, it's not going to work. Once we set up our database, we're going to come back to this. We're going to hit Connect when we're ready, and it's going to show us the data that we have in our database. We just don't have our backend set up, so it's not going to work yet. All right, so that's probably more, setup that you probably don't want to do. So we can finally go back to our backend. Now, as you can see, we actually have the database. There's nothing stored in here right now, but that is where we did a database path. That's how we can use that information. So now we can finally write our code for the backend. So I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this server. And then from here, I'm going to open up our terminal. I'm going to close out the terminal, go to our parent directory via cd --, and I'm going to do cd server like so. Inside here, I'm going to do npm init-y. So we set up our package JSON. And I'm going to install a number of packages. So I'm going to do npm I at AWS SDK /client -DynamoDB. So this allows us to access AWS SDK and DynamoDB. I'm also going to install AWS SDK body parser to parse our request for Express. And then we're also going to install Express, and then cores.env for environment variables, Helmet for a little bit of security, Morgan for logging our backend API calls, Dynamoose for DynamoDB style. It's kind of like Mongoose if you ever use MongoDB. Provides an easy way to validate your database, and UUID for unique IDs. And then from there, we're going to install a number of dev dependencies. So npm I-D, we're going to do rimraf. This will allow us to run a few things simultaneously for our scripts. Same thing with concurrently. NodeMon for a development server, so it automatically updates. TS node for TypeScript, then TypeScript itself, and then a number of types, which is going to be @types/cores, @types/express, @types/Morgan, @types/node, @types/UUID. Then from here in our server directory, we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call this source. This is where all our code files will exist. And I'm going to create a new file, call this index.ts. We're going to import a number of things that we already installed. So Express from Express, like so. Import .env from .env, like this. Import body parser from body parser. Import cores from cores. Import helmet from helmet. Import Morgan from Morgan, like that. And then import star, meaning everything, as Dynamoose from Dynamoose, like so. And then we're going to leave a comment saying route imports. So I accidentally hit a hotkey. Don't worry about that. And then I'm going to add configurations. And this is where we're going to have all the middleware set up. So .env.config. And from here, I'm going to set is production. And we're going to set an environment variable called process.env.node_env. And we're going to say if that is equal to production, we're going to keep it like that. And I'm just going to say if is production, then we're going to say dynamoose.aws.ddb.local. So this is just basically set up our Dynamoose, and this is all we need to do if you want to use the local Dynamoose database. Once we have that, we can set up our other middleware. So our Express, and then we're going to do app.use with express.json, and then app.use helmet, if I can spell that correctly. App.use helmet cross origin resource policy, put the policy :cross dash origin app.use Morgan, and put common as well, app.use. Now typically you would normally just like copy this, or you can use AI to like make the code writing faster. That's what I would use, but I'm just writing this out just for you guys, because I know you guys like just following along sometimes. So body parser.url encoded. We're going to put extended :false. And then app.use cores, like so. And then from here, I'm going to set up routes and say app.get /rec res. And we just use this particular route as home route, so we can just check if everything is working. And I'm just going to say hello world. And I'm going to create our server as well. And I'm going to say port is equal to process.env.port will be 3000, like so. And if it not production, basically, so if it's local, we're going to do app.listen to our port. We're going to make sure everything runs. We're going to say console.log server running on port with the port variable. And I did make a mistake up here. This should be exclamation, so it's not production as well right there. So there you go. And then we also need to set up the environment variables. So I'm going to create a new file, call this .env, and we are going to set up a number of ports. We're going to do port 8001 because our database is running on port 8000. And then I'm going to also set up an environment variable, node env development, like so. With that, we have most of our backend set up, but we're going to go to our package.json. Inside the package.json, I'm going to get rid of the test script. We're going to write a build script. We're going to use rimref, dist, and npx tsc. And by the way, the reason why we use rimref, which is just a way to make easy to delete directories and also their contents, like everything in that folder, recursively. And this is cross-platform compatible. So for Windows and Mac, it will delete the folder dist and run TypeScript. And the way our folder structure will be set up is that our source directory is going to include all our TypeScript files. But because we're not using like Webpack with Next.js, which automatically handles all of this TypeScript compilation into JavaScript, we have to kind of set this up ourselves. So what we do is basically we're writing a script that will take all our TypeScript files in our source directory, create a folder called dist that will include all the files that we had from TypeScript, but into JavaScript. So this needs to, anytime we build it, we need to remove everything from the dist folder, and then we run npx tsc, so that is compiling our TypeScript. And then as we continue along, we're going to write all the commands that are necessary. So the first thing we want to do is have a command for start. So we do npm run build and node dist /index.js. So anytime we want to actually run our server, we're going to build it. So run this command, and then we run node dist index.js, because there's going to be a folder called dist, and our index.js that got compiled from index.ts will become index.js in our dist directory. And then we're also going to have a dev script. This is going to be very similar. We're going to do npm run build, but we're going to use concurrently to run our TypeScript file. So we're going to do /npx tsc -w / double quotations / double quotations again, nodemon. We're going to run / execute ts-node source /index.ts / double quote. It is a little tricky to get these values right, so you can look at the repo and just copy it if you need to. But basically what's happening is we're running TSC, so we're compiling the TypeScript files, but we're also running nodemon to make sure we watch the source index for any changes. So anytime we make changes to our directory, nodemon is going to redevelop the server, so we don't have to turn off the server and rerun it again just so we get changes. So it automatically will watch for changes. And then we're going to have a command called seed. So we're going to do ts-node source seed /seed DynamoDB.TypeScript. So basically this will run our seed script from our Dynamo database. And if you remember, we have our asset download. We also have our folders for servers that we can pass in. And inside this, we're going to have a seed file with seed dynamodb.ts. But before we do that, let's set up the TypeScript file or TypeScript installation. So we're going to run npx tsc --init in our server directory. That will create a tsconfig.json. And what we want to do is configure a few things. So I'm going to search up module. And in here, I'm going to change this to Node next. I'm going to uncomment module resolution, and that should be node next as well. We're going to go to resolve JSON module, uncomment this out, and then finally we're going to go to out directory, and this should be /dist. And we're going to go all the way down, and at the very end, before in between these closing braces, we're going to write include. We want to make sure we include all these files so we can access all of them. And then we're going to have source/data ****.json, so we get all the seed files. And we're going to leave it like that. All right, with that, we have all of that set up. Now we can move these folders into our server directory. So in our source, we're just going to drag all three of these folders into our source directory. And I will explain what all of these are. So here in our models directory, this represents each schema that we talked about earlier. So if we go back over here, this is the schema of each data model. And we have one for course, transaction, user course progress. And for each of these, we're going to have different schemas as well. So this is the main one. It basically identifies what we want. So if teacher ID, if we say it's required true, so that if we want to insert data, it's going to force us to put teacher ID. So we can put required true, you can put the different types. And in the link in the description, you can check out what the documents are saying about Dynamos. It's very similar to Mongoose. It has different strings or different, like different types. So make sure you look at this if you want some details on it and what's happening. But that is basically our models. I didn't want to go through it and write this in front of you because it takes kind of quite some time. But we also have the seed file. So seed, we actually need to install pluralize. So I'm just copy that npm pluralize, download that. That should make this okay. But it does seem like we need to install the dev types. So you can do npm i-save-dev or capital D if you want @type/pluralize, and that should take care of this linting error. So once you have this, you're going to see this particular page, and this is going to allow us to seed our database. Now, you don't have to worry about everything that's going on, but basically what happens is we're going to have a bunch of seed data. So this is just mock data, just so we can actually look at when we get to our website, we have a list of courses, a list of information that we can use on the front end. And we're just going to seed that into our database so that we don't have to worry about having fake or, creating the data, make it so that it's easier for development. So in the seed function, we're just going to delete all the database. We're just going to create the tables and make sure everything works. And then finally, we just have a bunch of utils function because this would take too long for me to go through every single thing. So this will just be a couple functions that are just going to be automatically written. And with that, let's try running our server. So I'm going to write npm run dev. And as you can see, we have our dist folder, which should basically work. And while we don't have a UI to check this, we can use curl, which will allow us to make an API call from the terminal. And I'm just going to do http://localhost:8001. Open this up so you can see what I'm doing. And I'm going to hit enter. And what you should receive back is hello world. And we should be able to see this request, which is from Morgan. It shows our request get HTTP 1.1 status 200, meaning it was a successful API call. And that is our server in action. So that's how you test backend APIs. You can use curl, but you can also use a tool called Postman. A lot of people like using Postman for testing backend APIs. I don't personally use it that much, but it's up to you. This gives you a very more extensive way to call your backend. So http://localhost:8001. and you can just hit send, make sure it's a GET request, and you should be able to see hello world right here. So it's up to you if you want to try this out. It gives you kind of a UI to make API calls to your backend if you need to. So there's that. Now with all that, now we can create our API endpoints for our backend. So we're going to start with the course controller. So in our source directory, we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call this controllers. And we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call this course controller.ts. And by the way, this is the way you would normally structure your backend code. You have generally a controllers. This is where all your logics exist. And then you have models where this is the structure of your models. It depends on your database, of course. And then you're going to have a folder called routes, which we'll create soon. And then finally, you'll have all of them routed to the index page. This is a typical setup. There might be some variations to this, but this is generally how you would organize a backend. It's pretty structured. It's not like the front end where it gets much more chaotic. Backend tends to be more structured when it comes to the folder structures, essentially. So we're going to go to our controller. Let's close out everything so we can just focus on course controller. And we're going to start with export const list courses. And I'm going to do async because this will be an async function. We're going to do rec with request, and that should come from Express for our typings. And then res with response, and that should also come from Express as well. And we're going to give this a promise with a void, and we're going to use an arrow function. Inside here, I'm going to do const category, and we're going to do rec.query like so. And by the way, when we list our courses, there's going to be a category value that comes from the front end, which we can do all or a specific type of category. And we are going to use that in a try catch block. So we're going to do const courses is equal to category. And if category is not equal to all, we are going to make request to our Dynamos database. So we're going to do await, and we are going to bring in the model of course like that, and we are going to run the scan function, which will grab the backend, and we can filter it based on category, making sure it's equivalent to the category value, and we're going to execute that. This is if the category exists. Otherwise, if it doesn't exist, we're just going to grab the entire course database. So we're going to do course.scan exec, and that executes the entire scan of the course table and just grab all that information. And once we're done, we're going to do res.json. So we're just going to return a message, and we're just going to say courses retrieved successfully. And we want to pass in data courses. Now, if you take a look, this is a good way to structure your endpoint. We have a message that we can send to the front end that you can use to display if you want to use it for something like notifications or, like alert toast messages. We're going to be using this message for that value. And then the data is going to be the actual data, of course. And then from here, we're going to do a catch block in case there is some issue trying to fetch from the database. We're going to set res.status 500, and we're going to say JSON, and we're going to give it a message of error retrieving courses. And we're going to pass in error. It's good to have a message that describes where it messed up, so you understand that this is what you created and this is where it basically messed up in your backend. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward. List courses is nothing too difficult. We're also going to create a function to grab a single course. So we're going to do export const get course, and this is just to grab a single course if we need to. And we're going to do async again. We're actually just going to copy this entire thing right here to make it easier. And you know what? Actually, let's just copy this entire thing inside here to make our lives easy, and then we could just replace everything we need. So for a get course, we're going to actually use a params instead of a query string. Now, if you're unfamiliar with query versus params, so query strings, let's say you have a path, it kind of looks like this. This is a query string where you have a path question mark, and you'll see something like key1 is equal to a value, key2 is equal to a value. And this is generally for more optional parameters. So sometimes you don't need it. Whereas path parameters, which is what we have rec.params, looks more like this. So you'll have it with a slash, and it's part of the URL string. And a lot of times this is more for, this is basically required. And in get course, you obviously need rec.params because we need an ID to grab the specific type of course information that we want. So it is more required versus a category, which is much more optional in this regard. So speaking of rec.params, we need course ID, which we grab from the rec.params. Inside our try block, we're going to put a course, and we're going to await course.get course ID. So this just grabs the course specifically with the course ID, pretty straightforward. And we obviously want to check if the course does not exist. We want to do res.status 404, which generally means something was not found. So we can just say course not found. That gets sent to the front end, and we are going to return and exit out. Otherwise, we're going to say course with the singular, retrieve successfully, and we want to pass in singular course. And we want to change this error retrieving course to be singular as well. Pretty straightforward. These two are pretty simple. It's going to get complicated eventually, but for now, we're keeping it simple. So now we have these controllers, which includes the logic, but we also need to create the routes. So we're going to create a folder. We're going to call this routes, and we're going to pass in a new file, call this courseroutes.ts. And for something like this, we need to import Express, especially because we're using multiple files. When you use multiple files, you're going to use router is equal to express.router. So this allows us to divert the different routes that we have for our backend. And all we have to do is router.get, and we're just going to put a slash comma list courses. So that is going to be grabbed from our course controller. So now this is right now it's saying it's the home route, but we're going to have an entry point for this later on. And then we're also going to do router.get, do slash course ID like so. And we want to import get course as well. Make sure you use IntelliSense for all of this to make it easier. And finally, we're just going to do export default router. Once we have this, we can then go to the index file. And this is where we can have an entry point for this category of routes. So when we create these course routes, this is specifically routes for course controllers. So this is a very specific category of routes that we have. And I can just say app.use/courses, and we can import course routes, which we'll have to manually do it up here. So I'm going to import course routes from ./routes/course routes from our endpoint. So basically, to hit our endpoint, we are going to hit the /courses, which can involve hitting this endpoint. So if I just write, let's actually just call this, I just want to show you, we're going to use curl http://localhost:8001/courses. So we're going to say courses retrieved successfully. But right now the data is empty because we have not seeded our data. So that is exactly how you would hit your courses. Now, if you wanted to hit the get course, you would pass in you would pass in slash, some whatever ID of the course right here. But we need to seed our data first. So let's do that. Now, seeding data always makes me a bit nervous because every single time I've encountered a lot of issues trying to seed data, but let's give this a shot. So right now we have this seed function. I created the seed file. You don't have to worry about what's happening here, but so let's try running it npm run seed, see what happens. So we have table deleted course, created initialized transaction, user course progress, we created course as well, and we have successfully seeded all our data. So hopefully that worked out. And for us to check, we can actually go and finally open up our NoSQL workbench. We're going to add a connection, click DynamoDB local, make sure it's set to port 8000. We're going to hit connect. We're then going to hit open. And if it's successful, we should be able to see course, transaction, and user course progress. So perfect. Everything is working as possible. Just FYI, it is possible you might have some issues with seeding database. Hopefully this code works out because seeding has never been easy for me to get correct because the data is always kind of messed up or there's some random issue that occurs. So do your best to try and resolve what you can for seeding the database. Hopefully it just works right off the bat. Once we have this, now we have seed data. And actually, yeah, it was already running, so there's a little no point. So I'm going to open up another terminal. You just only have to have one server. I actually only had 2 servers running. So I'm just going to do curl http://localhost:/8001/courses. And that should basically give us our course list. So now this is very unreadable, and that's why, curl is not very useful in this regard. But if you were to go to Postman, we can do /courses. We should be able to send. And now we can see in a very nice formatted way of all the course information that we have over here. And this basically should reflect what we have in our seed data. So right here is exactly what we should be seeing. And if we actually wanted to see the other endpoints, so we have /courses, we also want to do course ID. So if I grab this first one, we should be able to get this specific course and only that one. So it's a little bit jumbled. We can just instead use our Postman to send. Yeah, and as you can see, this is only one course. When we grab the courses, we're just getting that single course. So everything is working as expected. And now, since we have finally set up our backend, we have our courses endpoint, we can now go back to our front end. So we're going to close all of these, close up server. Now we're going to go to our source directory. So now we need a way to call our backend. And that is where Redux Toolkit query comes into play. And that exists in our API directory. So API file, I mean. So in our api.ts, we can go to our endpoints. So this is exactly where you would place API calls. So now, as we have seen, we have .env.local. This is the endpoint that we reach. But these endpoints will tack on whatever URL that we want. And it's in a way abstracted away for you, and it makes the code pretty nice to use. So in the endpoints, I'm going to call this list or get courses, and we're going to do build.query. And inside the build.query, this is what we are going to receive from the backend. So in this type, this is the type that we get from the backend. And what we need to send is going to be on the second part of this query. And this is going to be category with the question mark : string. And we're going to close this, and we're going to do curly braces with query like so. And inside here, we're going to pass in the category, which is what we're going to pass in when we call this particular hook inside the component. We'll come to it, but for now, let's build this out. We are going to set the URL to be courses. So basically this part right here is going to be tacked onto the URL localhost right here. So it will tack on courses like this when we make this particular endpoint API call. And then from here, we want to send the params to be category. So this is going to come from where we call this basic hook that gets created from Redux Toolkit, and we pass that into the params for our query string. And then finally, we have provides tags, and we want to set this to be courses within a string. So forgot a comma here, so make sure you have that. In the tag types, we are going to add courses as well right here. So essentially what these tag types are, they basically represent the data that we receive from the backend. So when we do get courses, we're getting a list of courses and we are saving it to a tag of courses. This will be important when we do invalidation of courses, but we'll talk about that a little later. And then over here in our export const, we're going to write use get courses query. So the standardization of this tag name is pretty simple. You have get courses. So all you have to do is add a use with the prefix and query for the suffix. Now, while we're here, we'll do the same thing for the get course. So this is for the single one. This time, we're just going to copy the build.query like we did, but this is not going to be an array. And also, we're just going to pass in a string when we make the API call. So query is going to be ID, and the path is going to be courses/ID like this. So this is how we make an API call to the backend. Remember when we did courses/the ID value, this is how we grab it. And we're going to do provides tags like so. And actually, let's not use that. In IntelliSense, we're going to do result error ID like so. And what we're going to do is we're going to do basically an array. And we are going to do type courses. And we are going to do ID. Now, this may be a little confusing, but basically what happens is that when we grab the course, we are going to find the type of courses for the tags, but we're going to find one that has the exact ID of the get course. And the reason why we need to specify this is so that when we grab this course, if we grab it individually, it's going to update the course values automatically on the front end. So basically when we grab the list of courses and then we call get course, it's going to update that specific course in this list. So it's a way of doing invalidation that makes life a lot easier. And this is similar to React query. So it's not anything that different from React query if you're just confused, but it is pretty much identical. And we're just going to do use get course query as well. And that's that. That's how you can make an API call. So what we want to do from here to make that API call, I'm going to go to components, or actually app page. We're going to go to the landing page. And we're going to scroll up. We're going to do const data courses is loading is error. And we're going to grab use get course is query that we created, the plural one. I'm going to pass an empty array. And by doing so, we can grab the courses value. So for now, let's console log this and see what we have on the front end. Now you're seeing this linting error mostly because it's just not being used. But let's check this out. So I put the browser over here. Right now, we're not running the front end. We're running the back end, but we're not running the front end. So I'm going to go back to our parent directory, go into our client, and I'm going to run npm run dev. All right, so now when you have the server running, we're going to open up our dev tools. You can do it via Alt Command I if you're using browser or Brave browser or Chrome. So you have it up here. You can see that we have our courses object. Courses retrieved successfully, and in the data object, we have our list of images. We have all of this information, including enrollments, sections, and all of these chapters. So we have our entire course object successfully. Now, I want to warn you about something weird, is that you also see courses undefined inside the terminal. So we're basically grabbing the courses information on the Nextjs server side. So why is that? So if you understand how Nextjs works, is that this component gets run 2 times. It gets run on the server, and it also gets run on the client side. So before it goes to the client, like to the user, it runs this entire component as well, but it cannot fetch courses on the server side. So instead, we're fetching the data when this application is hit on the front end. And then we grab the courses information after that. That's how we grab it. Now, we're not going to go into Nextjs details where you can do server-side components or server components and you're fetching the data on the server side. We're going to stick with Redux Toolkit query, and we're going to do everything client side. I will have a video on explaining Nextjs, why sometimes it's okay to do something like this and it's not that detrimental to your performance or any of that. You don't need to. It really isn't completely necessary unless you need big performance gains. Otherwise, it adds a lot of development overhead and complicates things in many different areas. There's a reason why a lot of people complain about it. But either way, we're sticking with this pattern for now. So now I want to bring your attention to the console. So now if you see the courses, we have this data. So now if you do course, the reason why it's set up to be courses.data, which is kind of inconvenient to use. And this is kind of the part where I really like Redux Toolkit query. It makes it so much easier to do this on a complete scale. So if I were to go to this base query, we can actually format this across all our endpoints, because all our endpoints is going to have that structure where we have the data object. So let's go back to our controller. When we set this, we have a message and a data. But we also want to, when we grab the data, we always want to just grab the course information. For example, like this, we don't want to write courses.data. We just want to use the courses information directly. And the way you can do that is if you were to go over here into this base query, we can actually just define our own custom base query up here. And we're just going to use args. So when you set this up, you're just going to grab different types so we can make this basically work. Right now, we're just dealing with types for this. Do extra options with an empty object. And we're going to do an arrow function. From here, I'm going to set the base query to be the same thing. So we're just going to copy this over. We're going to set this up so we have the base query and the base URL just like this. Now, right now, we can do a try, and then we can do a result, which will grab information from the backend. So anytime we make an endpoint like a get courses call, it's going to run through this custom base query, and it's going to apply it to every single endpoint. So both get courses and get course, this will basically be a custom version, so we can modify it to whatever we want. So right here, we're going to do args API, extra options, like so. And typically, if you just want the same result, we can just do return result. So this will basically make it so nothing has changed. Just make sure we do catch. Error is going to be unknown. We just want to make sure the error message works out. So we're going to do error, instance of error. This is just error handling. in the proper practice. So we're just going to give this an unknown error if none of this works out, because we can't always predict what the error message is going to be. So we're going to give it a status of fetch underscore error, and error is going to be error message. Now you don't have to worry about what this is happening. Is just error handling. It's up to you on how to handle it. So right now, this will give us the exact same result that we have already been doing. But let's say if we wanted to do what we mentioned before, where the data is going to be the actual result, we can just set this to result.data, and we can set this to be result.data.data. So basically, it unwraps our data directly. And by the way, we should actually copy this. Some of the typing is incorrect. So create API and fetch base query should be correct, but not for this right here. We should remove /react. We can remove create API, fetch base query from that, and remove fetch args and base query API like this. And we can just change this to be any because it's causing issues. And finally, what we need to do to actually use that custom base query, we're going to write custom base query like this, save it. And if we go back to our courses object, let's refresh. Now we should actually see this is our data. We no longer have the message. We don't need the message, but we just have the array of objects right here. And that's exactly what we want. And that's why I really like Redux Toolkit query. Now you can do this same thing in Shadcn, but it's just a little more boilerplate. A lot of this is kind of structured in to Redux Toolkit query, makes it very easy to do. All right, so now we can go back to our landing page and we can continue on with our courses information. So we can go down to our landing courses section, and inside the courses display, now we can actually put the courses as well. And if courses exist, we are going to grab the first 4 courses just for easy sake. Typically you would hand code, figure out which courses that you want to feature. So that's just dependent on what you want to do. But in this case, we're just going to show the first 4 courses. We're going to do course index with an arrow function, pass in motion.div. So back to our animation, I'm going to go back up, copy these values again, so we don't have to write it, and we're going to pass in a key. The key is going to be course.course ID, like so, and we are going to change a few things. So opacity is going to be 0, but we want this to be moved up 50, so 50 from the bottom, and it goes up 50 pixels. So while in view, it's going to go to its supposed final destination. Transition is going to be a duration of 0.5, but because we have a list, we can say delay with index multiplied by 0.2. So that means every single course gets delayed 0.2 seconds. And for this, we don't need once. We're gonna have it repeat anytime we want. So the viewport amount is going to be 0.4, which is a nice, good number. We're going to get rid of class name for this one. And we're just going to put random text over here. And you can see that we have a little bit of a cool animation going on. But we want to display the course information. So we're going to create a course card. And we're going to call this search, because we're going to have multiple course cards as well. So in here, we are going to have a course, and we're going to pass in the course information that we grabbed and from the course data that we retrieved. So let's create that. So we're going to go back, go to our components directory. I'm going to create a new file. And the reason why we're creating it over here is because we're going to use this component in 2 different spots. So anytime we reuse any kind of component, we're putting it in the components directory. So I'm going to start with RAFCE with course card search. And inside here, it's going to take a couple parameters. We're going to check if course with is selected and on click. So it's going to take 3 props, and we are going to pass in search course card props, which is already created. Now, by the way, I haven't explained this, but these types are created from the index.d.ts that we transferred earlier, because I did not want to focus on writing all of these typings, which is kind of annoying to do on a tutorial, and it's not very instructive for me to just spend time on doing so. So we have that. Inside our return, we are going to pass in a number of things. So onClick is going to be right here. So we're going to have an onClick handler that we passed in from the component props. We're also going to have a class name. We're going to pass in course card search, and we're going to group this with the class, and we're going to make sure if it is selected. And this is for situations where we are on the search page. So right now we're on the landing page, so is selected is not a relevant prop, but when we're on the selected page, we'll come to it where we will use this. But we're going to create this right now. So we're going to say course card search to be selected, like so. And we are going to say course card search, and this is if it's unselected. So we'll have 2 different stylings for selection versus unselected. Inside here, we're going to have a div with class name of course card search and an image container. And we're going to have an image tag or image element from next image. And we're going to pass in source with course.image. And we're just going to put placeholder.png. Now it doesn't exist, but you can add it if you want. So it's like a backup image. And we're going to pass in course.title for the alt. Give it a fill property. And if you remember, we're going to use sizes for optimization purposes. We're going to put max width of 768 pixel for 100 viewport width. Max width of 1200 pixel for 50 viewport width, 33 viewport width. And then class name is going to be course card search. Let's actually copy this so we don't have to write it every single time. And we're going to do _image. And we're going to make a self-closing tag for the image like that. So I know we still have an error happening, but we're going to continue. We're going to create and finish this course card. Finish this out. So we're going to start with the class name, paste that course card search, _ with content. And inside here, we're going to give it a div with h2 class name, pass in the search, _ title, pass in course.title for the h2, and then have a p tag. We're going to do class name, course card search, _ description, and then we're going to pass in course.description like this. And then continue forward, we're going to do div class name with margin top of 2. Close this out with the p tag. Class name is equal to course card search again with teacher. And we are going to do by course.teacher name, like so. We don't need that. And on the next line, we're just going to do div again, class name is equal to course card search footer. And we are going to pass in a span with class name, course card search, price, like so. And it should be format price, which is going to be a util that we have it's just going to format the course into the proper values. So it's just a very convenient function. I don't want to spend time doing that. And then we're also going to have another span with class name, course card search, enrollment. And over here, I'm going to say course enrollment, question mark, dot length, enrolled. So that will set up our entire course card. So right now, it is still showing an error because if we go back here, we are missing some props. And the only prop we're basically missing is going to be the on-click handler. So when you click on the course over here, if you see these pages, when you click it, it should take you to the search page, and it should take you to specifically the course ID with the query string on that page. So it will be selected on this page, but we haven't created that page yet. But let's create the route handling just for that. So let's open this up. And I'm going to go up here, right under landing. We're going to give a function called handle course click, like so. And inside here, we're going to pass in course ID with the string type with an arrow function. And we are going to do router.push, which we have not defined yet. It's going to be /search question ID is equal to $course ID. Now the router should come from Next.js. So we're going to do router is equal to use router from next router. We're going to execute that, and that should give us router.push. And we should go down, and we can finally go over here to course card search. We're going to do on click handle course click, and we can just pass that in. And actually, this needs to be an arrow function because we need to be able to pass in the course. So I'm going to do course.course ID like so. And we are getting this error, and that's because we are using the wrong one. So this is next router, but next navigation should be the correct one. And there we go. We have another different error. So we need to import course card search from @components course card search. And even with all that, we're going to get this particular error. And that's because, let's go over here. That's because we need to configure this hosting URL because these are remote images. So let's open up our directory. In our client directory, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call this next.config.js. And I'm going to write this weird comment thing right here. Let's close this. And then we're going to do @type import parens next.nextconfig like this. And over here, I'm going to say const next config is equal to in the object. We're going to say images with remote patterns with an array. And we're going to say protocol is going to be HTTPS, comma host name with images.pexels.com because this is where we're getting the image. It's just a free image that we're just using. And we're going to give it a port with empty string, path name with /**. So it allows all the path from the host name. And we're going to do module.exports is equal to next config. And then we're going to save that. If we open up our server, let's try refreshing it. Let's refresh it one more time. And now we can see we have our course list. Everything is all perfect. We have the animations. If we scroll up here, we can see that if we refresh it, we're going to see these courses. Now, we don't see the loading skeleton, but let's actually implement the loading skeleton this time. So if we go down here, I'm going to do if is loading. And by the way, we have React Toolkit query with isLoading. So that determines when the courses are being received from the backend. We're going to pass in the loading skeleton, and we can see, save it, and see that we have our skeleton coming in. So if you refresh it, you can see it's not exactly what we saw earlier. So if I go over here, there's actually a class name that we need to add. I'm going to go over here, write bg gray 700. And this is part of the Tailwind skeleton. So if you look at here, this is in the UI. We just need to add that specific thing. And now if I refresh it, now you should be able to see everything in terms of the skeleton working out. Refresh it, it looks pretty nice. So now there's a couple things I want to actually add. So if I go to the app layout page, like the root, there's actually one thing I wanted to do is if I go into div right here, just to make everything consistent, we want to add a class of root layout. So this is just going to be applied on our entire application. Yeah, by the way, this layout file, it applies to the entire application. So if you have any styling there, it's going to apply it. Now, right now, it's not going to really change anything because most of it's there. All right, and then one more thing, I want to add a layout page for non-dashboard. So this will apply to every single page, not just the search page, because right now we have this set up in our homepage. So that's only for homepage. But if we wanted to create a search page, so I'm eventually going to have a folder called search. I want a layout that mimics exactly that because we need the non-dashboard navbar over here, and we want to apply that for every single page. So going back to over here, let's actually just copy this entire thing, paste it over here in this non-dashboard, and we're going to give it a layout, and we're going to pass in children like so. Give it children with React node like this, and inside of here it's going to be children like this. So we don't need to pass in landing. And so if we go to /landing page, we should see the exact same layout. And there's one thing that I did mess up once again in non-dashboard navbar. If you see this area right here under book open, there's 4 closing divs. One of these divs should actually be near the end like this. When you save it, this navbar should be the same width as the rest of the page. So it was just like a small mishap. I always have some issues with that. All right, so from here, we're going to handle the search page. So in our finished application, if you hit search for courses, you're going to see this particular page. What's going to happen is on larger screens, you're going to see multiple courses, and then, responsive, it's going to be one. But over here is going to be a selected course. When you are on the search page, it's going to show the first selected course. But if you click on the second one, you're going to see the ID being passed once you click on one of these search. And you can also go back over here, go to featured courses, you click, and you can see that the search ID has been selected, and we can go to this particular page. We're also going to create this nice little accordion that shows each of these sections. And just remember, all of this information is coming from the backend. So it's pretty nice that we are connected to a backend that is not managed. We are managing the backend ourselves. So let's get started. So to start off, we're going to go to the search page, and we are going to create a page over here. We're going to do RFCE and put search like this. And over here, we're going to grab the search params. Let me open this up like this. We're going to grab the search params so we can grab it from the URL. And then we're going to identify the ID via search params.get. So this is all part of Next, and you can grab the ID value from the URL. We always want to grab the URL and grab information from the URL. So sometimes you can use the URL in Next.js as your own, as a state. Instead of using Redux or instead of using local state, you want to use the URL state because it's a lot more reliable to do so. From here, we're going to grab courses, is loading, is error. And we're going to use the same function that we called earlier using useGetQueries. We're going to pass in an empty object to grab the course's information. And then finally, we're going to create a state, and we're going to call this selected course, because this is going to save the selected course information. And we are going to set use state like so with course null, and we're going to pass in the null value over here. Now use state is not defined, so we're going to pass that in. And finally, we're going to grab the router because we want to change pages if we click on one of the search courses. So we're going to grab it from Next Navigation as well. Now you see all these underscore, that's from our linting that they're not being used, but it's okay. So here, to do with the situation where we have a course ID, if the course ID exists, we're going to set that one as the selected course. But if it doesn't have any search, we are going to set the first course as the selected option. And the way we do this is we're going to use effect. Now, personally, I always try to minimize the amount of use effect. And this is one of the situations where, I could use the params, but sometimes it is easier, especially in a situation like this, to use effect. Because use effect is problematic because you run into a lot of asynchronous issues. If you have too many use effects, they can conflict and cause a lot of problems. So you have to be very careful. And you always want to try to minimize. You can't avoid it completely, obviously, but you always want to minimize the number of use effect hooks that you have in your React components. So basically, if the courses exist, but also if the ID exists, we're going to say we grab the courses and we're going to find the course ID that we have. So we are going to grab the course ID and see if it is equal to the ID we have in the search params. So we're going to find that specific course, get that information, and we're going to set the selected course as the value. Otherwise, we are going to set the courses to be 0 if it doesn't exist. If for whatever reason it has problems finding it. Otherwise, if the ID does not exist, like we said, we are going to set selected course to be the first value or the first course in the courses array. And finally, we want to add some dependencies. We're going to add courses. So it'll rerun anytime these values change. So anyways, from here, we want to make sure that the courses are loaded. So we're going to have a isLoading state, and we're going to return, and we're going to create a component called loading. Now, you could put text or you can customize the loading component, but we're going to have a default loading component for every situation that will make it look nice. And even though it's not going to be very specific for what's loading, this is going to show us a loading spinner, and it's super easy to create. So in the components folder, I'm going to create loading.tsx. Inside here, I'm going to do rafce as usual. I'm going to give this a class name with loading like this. And in here, I'm going to bring in loader2 from Lucide React. So it's basically an icon, but we're going to give it a class name of loading _spinner. So this is just going to spin and animate the loader icon. And this will make a very nice little effect. and will give us a very nice loading component that's super easy, and we can put this anywhere. And we also want the text of loading ... So we have this class name loading text. So if we have this, we can now pass in this loading component, make sure we import that. Now if we go to the search page, we have this error, use rather. That just means we need to set this to be use client. And I'm just going to show you how the loading spinner looks like. So if you take a look, we have a very convincing loading screen or a loading icon. And this is very nice because it's so simple and it works in any kind of situation. So we're just going to remove that. And in here, we also want to check for errors. So we're going to say is error, and we are just going to say if courses does not exist, we're going to return div failed to fetch courses, like so. Now inside here, I'm going to select both of these with Alt. I'm going to write motion.div, and we are going to import framer motion. So let me just move this out so we have more space. We're going to import motion from framer motion, and that should quiet this guy out. And we're going to say initial is going to be opacity of 0, animate with opacity of 1, transition with duration of 0.5, and a class name of search. And then from here, I'm going to give this an h1 tag, say class name is equal to search _title with list of available courses. Below this, I'm going to have an h2 tag with class name with search _subtitle. We're going to call this courses.length to give us the course length, and courses available. All right, so from here, we're going to do div class name, and we're going to do search _content. And I'm going to go to the landing page, and we're going to go to the course card right here, grab this motion.div, paste it inside our search courses. Now, of course, it's going to cause an error because we need to fix this. We're not going to have a key for this. So we're going to start with the opacity of 0, Y of 40, opacity of 1, Y of 0 over here. Transition delay should be 0.2. And instead of while in view, we're just going to animate. So we're just going to trigger it right away. We don't need a viewport for this one. And we are just going to give it a class name of search _courses-grid. And inside here, we're just going to pass in courses.map, pass in a course, use an arrow function, and make sure we close it with 2 parens and a curly brace. Now, course card search is missing a couple things, so we're going to say key is equal to course.course ID. Course is being passed, and now we can pass in is selected. Now, is selected is going to be based on selected course (course ID), and we're going to check if it's equal to course.course ID, like so. So if it is the current course, we're going to pass that in. This is going to be handle course select, and we are going to pass in course over here. So now let's make sure we're importing the course card search. Now we haven't created handle course select, which is what we are going to do right now. So we're going to scroll up right after the is loading to make sure the courses already exist. So we're going to do handle course select. We're going to pass in course with a course type with an arrow function, and we are going to set selected course to be the course value. And we are going to say router.push. So anytime we press the course and we pass it, we are going to go to /search $ID is equal to course dot course ID, and we're going to keep it like that. So if we take a look right now, what we should see is that anytime, let's open it up a little more, anytime we select, we are going to see that the ID is being selected over here. So by the way, if I go over here and I select it, you should be able to go directly to that selected item. That's exactly why you should have the state stored in the URL. Use that state. That is a reliable source of the state that you can use. Now, if I were to remove that and go strictly to source or search, you're going to have the first course being selected. All right, so now let's create the selected option or the selected course viewer on the right side. So we're first going to create a function called handle enroll now. So this is just going to be the link that we can pass, and this is the URL that we'll go to if someone clicks the enroll now button. Let's close this out. So if someone clicks this enroll now, this function is going to be triggered. So that's what we're going to create. So we're going to do router.push, and we're going to set /checkout step is equal to 1. And I'll cover this very shortly when we do the checkout flow. But for now, we're just going to keep it like this. We're going to have course ID and show sign up is equal to false. So we're going to have that function. But now we can go down, and below the first motion div, we are going to say selected course. If that exists, we are going to grab a motion div. We're just going to copy this over here, paste it, make sure we close the motion.div, and we're going to make a few adjustments. The duration and the delay. The delay should be 0.5 seconds, so it happens after. And we're going to change the class name to be selected course. Now, when you do animations, it's very nice to have like a slight delay for the second part. So this first animates in. If you see, let's refresh. You're going to see that happen, and then you see this one coming. Right now, there's no height because we haven't put anything in, but that's how the animation should happen. It's a very nice way. It's a pleasing effect for the eye if something comes in sequentially a few seconds later, or like half a second later, basically. And now what we need to do is we're going to create like a selected course, kind of like a card, basically just like a viewer. One more time. Make sure we capitalize it. And what we're going to pass in over here is going to be the course, like the selected course, so we can use that information. And then also we're going to pass in the handle enroll now, as well as the function directly into here. Now we just need to create this course. All right, so in cases like this, where you have a file structure like this, selected course is not going to be reused in any other place. So in this situation, generally you create a new file and you just put selected course.tsx, so you can put the component directly right there, and it's very convenient. So I'm going to do rfce start up the selected course, and inside here we're going to pass in course with handle enroll now :props. We're going to do selected course props like so. Inside here I'm going to pass in class name as we normally do with selected -course. Inside here, going to give it a div, remove the text like so. And we're going to pass in h3 with the class name of selected course underscore title and course dot title like this. And what I want to do is in this search page, we're now going to import that correctly. Make sure we save it. Make sure we see what we're supposed to. So we have this. We just have the title right now. So we're going to be adding the rest. From here, we're going to have a p tag. We're going to say class name is equal to selected dash course. And we're just going to copy it because we're going to constantly use that. And we're going to say author. This should be double underscore. Close this out. And we can just do by course dot teacher name. And we're going to put like a little horizontal line. Put an empty space and put a span over here so it's styled differently. Pass in selected course, enrollment.count like so. And we're going to pass in course.enrollments !length. All right, that's good. I'm going to copy the class name like this so we don't have to rewrite this every single time. And then right below the first div, first closing div, we're going to do class name select the course, content like so. Put a p tag, pass the select the course with description. And we're going to do course.description like this with the p tag. And over here, we're going to do div class name selected course sections. Close that out. Put in h4 sections dash title. We're going to put course content. And then over here, we are going to create a separate component called accordion sections. Now we'll come back to it because we are going to create a separate component because we'll be reusing this accordion sections in multiple places in the application. But for now, let's continue on finishing this card. So class name selected should be footer for this part. We're going to do a span. This should show the price. We're going to bring in format price from our utils. So like we did before with the pricing, it's nice to have a util function that grabs the price, makes everything easy. And then here we are going to import from Shadcn at components UI button. And in here, we're going to pass in onClick, pass in the handle enroll now function that we created, pass in course with course ID, pass in the class name of BG primary 700, hover background primary 600. So in this case, we don't really have a class for that. And we can just pass in enroll now. So you should see we have the title, we have the author and the course, number of people enrolled, description, course content, price, and the enroll now button. So now we're going to have the accordion sections as you can see here. This is pretty nice. It's going to animate in and out, very smooth, and we'll be able to show all the sections. Now, because we're using this and reusing this in multiple places, we can create this accordion sections component in multiple places. So let's start by creating this. We're going to say accordion sections. We're going to pass in sections, which is the course dot sections like so. We haven't created this, so we're going to go down to components, create a new file, accordion sections.tsx. And over here, I'm going to do RAFCE, have the accordion sections displayed like that. Inside here, I'm going to pass the sections in. We're going to give it accordion sections props, like so. And there should be a colon over here. And what we're going to use is Shadcn's accordion. So we've already installed that. So instead of this being a div, we're going to pass in accordion, which doesn't seem to be triggering correctly. It's not the Redux UI we want. We want to import accordion from @/components/UI/accordion, like so. I'm not exactly sure why the IntelliSense is not grabbing the information earlier. So accordion should be item and accordion trigger as well. So over here, we need to set type to be multiple with the class name of with being full. So it takes up the entire space. So in here, since we're passing in the sections, we need to create each sections. We're going to map it out, pass the section in, use an arrow function like this. And inside here, we're going to do accordion item, pass in a key with section.section ID with value, section.section title, and class name of accordion dash section. Close this out. And inside here, we're going to have the accordion trigger, which is basically what it looks like before you open it up for each item. We're going to give it a class name of accordion dash section _trigger, like so. So I'm going to copy this once again to make our lives easier. And inside here, I'm going to do H5 with accordion section title, like so. We're going to pass in section title. Let's see if this works out. So we have some linting errors. So I'm going to close this out like this. So make sure you have double closing parens. And we're going to go over here. We're going to pass in the linter. Make sure you are importing that. And let's see if it actually displays something so far. Yep, there we go. We have the titles. That's what the accordion trigger is doing with the accordion item. But we actually need accordion content to show what's going to happen when you open it. So I'm going to pass in accordion section, but this time it'll be content, like so. And inside here, we're going to have a UL tag with section.chapters.map. And we're going to pass in chapter, have an arrow function. And inside here, we're going to have a list item with key chapter.chapter ID, like so. Pass in class name. Actually, we can just paste what we had before with chapter, close that up, bring in file text, which is an icon, just so it looks a little better. We have class name with margin right of 2, width of 4, height of 4, and we're going to make sure we close that. And finally, we're going to have a span with class name text small and put chapter.title, like so. And now we should be able to see the opening and closing of these accordions. And it's pretty nice. All right, so the next thing we're going to be setting up is going to be authentication. So we're going to be using Clerk Authentication. So Clerk is a very nice managed authentication that makes auth a lot easier and provides a lot of components and a lot of pre-made assets that you can use to set up your application and provide auth and keys. So if you take a look, here is our screenshots of the auth pages. So these components are basically pre-made components that Clerk provides. And it makes it a lot easier because if you use one of these components, it is pre-made with best practices built in. And all we have to do is style it a little bit with like different colors. And from there, you can let Clerk take care of the rest. So the first thing we want to do is we want to create a Clerk account. So you can go to the Clerk page and set up your account. So when you're signed in, you can probably create an application. This might look a little different because I've already created an application. So you would choose one of these options and you would choose all the settings that you want for your application. In our case, we just need email and basically GitHub and Google. So a couple of those are perfect. So now I've already created it, but you can create your application. So if I go over here, this is what you'll see with application, and you can go to the configure setting and you can see the settings that you have. And you can check for authentication strategies. Basically, I have email address with phone number canceled, username is not allowed, so we're just going to use emails with password, and you can have email verification code. So a lot of these configurations make it super easy for us to set up our authentication. So the main thing we want to look at is the API keys. So over here, you can see that we have a publishable key and a secret key. So right now, I'm just going to add a test key. So at the very end, I'm just going to delete this. But once we hit a create secret key, we're going to have this test key over here. I'm just going to copy this. You're never going to be able to see this once again. Actually, you can see it. But if you want to delete it, you can delete it. So basically, I hit the copy, and what we want to do is in our application, we're going to go, let's close all of this. Inside our .env.local, I'm going to create next public clerk publishable key and also clerk underscore secret underscore key. So I'm just going to paste my secret key, but I'm also going to copy and paste my publishable key. And I'm going to save those. This will be important for us to use the sign in. Clerk is going to need these values when you're using it. All right, so now from here, they have a Next.js quick start. You can go in the link in the description if you want to follow this along. There is multiple steps to it, but I'm gonna walk you through every step. So the first thing we're gonna do is open up our terminal, close out our client server, and we are going to run npm i @clerk/nextjs, and then @clerk/clerkjs. We'll be using this later, and also @clerk/theme, and finally next-themes. So we are installing the Clerk like we did, or like it shows us in Clerk, but we are also adding themes because we're going to need those to style our component a little bit easier. And also you got to remember, we got to do legacy-peer-deps. And then from here, I'm going to run npm run dev once again. Not that it really matters right now, but we are going to go close all of this out and go to layout, the main layout over here where we have the providers, and we are going to wrap everything with the Clerk provider. So I'm going to put this around the HTML tag, and I'm going to import Clerk provider from @clerk Next.js. This will provide us with the authentication and all the state that Clerk provides and makes it easier for us to use. Now, there is a middleware file that determines the routes that it basically protects certain routes that we can configure. So let's go to let's go to this this page right here where we see our entire application. What I want to show you is the flow of the page. So right here, these pages right here don't require authentication. Actually, these two right here do, but these 5 do not require authentication. Whereas all of these with the user pages and the teacher pages and the second 2 pages of the checkout, that requires authentication. And furthermore, we have user pages right here. These are all the dashboard pages, but this is specifically for users, people who watch the course. But we also have a different type of role, and that's going to be the teachers. These teachers will be able to create the course, and they have a different set of pages, different configurations that they will get to see if they are a teacher role. So essentially, we need to configure this so that certain pages have that authentication and make sure that they are authenticated to go to those pages. And that's exactly what the middleware file is going to be for. So to do this, I'm going to close out the layout, and inside the source directory, like on the outside, we're going to create a new file called middleware.ts. And we are going to do a number of things. So I'm going to import Clerk middleware, and we're going to import create route matcher from @clerk/Nextjs/server. And then we're also going to import next response from next/server. Over here, I'm going to say is student route. So this will determine all the routes that are specifically for students. And we're going to use the create route matcher, pass in an array with string /user/parens dot and a star. And we're going to close this out like that. And we're also going to create is teacher route, which is going to be similar. So we're just going to paste that, except this is going to involve teacher. So essentially, anytime, well, basically these routes is going to have the /user as part of the URL, and the other ones are going to be /teacher. So we're going to make sure we route match those. And to do this, we're going to use Clerk middleware, and we're going to use an async function with auth, rec, and we're going to have an arrow function. And we're going to grab session claims like this, and we're going to await the authentication. And we're going to set user role is going to be session claims dot metadata. We are going to be storing our user type, basically whether they are a student or teacher, in the metadata. And we'll cover that very shortly and how this will work. But we are going to set as user type, it's going to be either student or teacher like this. And we are going to do dot user type student. Student will be the default user type if there is no value. So if is student route, we're going to pass in rec. So if user role does not equal to student, and by the way, all of this has documentation on Clerk, so you can go in depth of how all of this works. But over here, we're going to say if the URL, let's say new URL should be /teacher/courses rec.url. We're going to return a next response, and we're going to redirect them to the correct URL. So basically, we're just checking if it's a student route, and if the user role is not student, we're going to redirect them to the teacher. Otherwise, if it is teacher route, like so, and if the user role is not equal to teacher, we're going to pass in the user. We're essentially redirecting the user to the right location. And we're just handling this all in Clerk middleware, which makes it very nice and easy to do. So over here, I'm going to do export const with config, and we're going to set the matcher to be an array. And over here in the Clerk setup, I'm not going to type all of this out, but right here, we're just going to grab this inside the matcher, and we could just save it. So with that, we basically have our user routes redirecting to the proper location. Now we have not created the user roles and we have not set that up. But before we get to that, let's actually create the sign in and sign up components. All right, so I want to take your attention to the Clerk docs components page. So over here, there's a lot going on. We started with Next.js full stack. We have a documentation on those, but over here, this is where we are going to use UI components. So the components that we're going to be using is going to include sign in, sign up, user button, and user profile. So these are much more pre-made components that already have a specific look and a styling, and it provides all the functionality you need. If you are ever curious about what properties are needed, it's all documented pretty well in their documentation. Sign in and sign up are slightly different, and then user button includes the little, the navigation at the top over here, for example, like this. Those are user button. User profile looks a little bit different, but this is how you can configure the setup in Clerk. And you don't have to create these components. It makes it a lot easier. Now, just FYI, there is an alternative option called elements. So this is if you really want to customize your flow for, like very, very customized components, but it is in beta and it is much more safer to be able to use one of these authentication components. And then we would use these components and style them using the appearance prop, which is located over here. And I will cover that as we go along. So with that, let's actually start creating our sign-in components. So because we're going to be using the sign-in component in a couple places, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it signin.tsx. And over here, I'm going to start by doing rafce, and we're going to have sign in. I'm going to call this sign in component like this. And inside our div, instead of a div right here, I'm going to use sign in from @Clerk Next.js. I'm going to save it like this and use it like this. And then from here, this is not actually using the components. So we're going to go to our app page and we're going to create a new folder and we're going to call this auth. Inside this auth component, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this sign in. And for using Clerk, we have to use a catch-all folder. So that is done via creating another folder, .sign in with double bracket parens. That's the way for this to work. And we need to create a component or a page.tsx so we have a sign in page by itself. So if I look at the final application, let's sign out. And if you go log in, you're going to see this separate page. And that is the Clerk Authentication component. So in here, it's going to be very simple. I'm just going to do export default function page, and we're just going to return sign in like so. And we are going to import it from @component sign in. So it's basically the component page. So with that, let's actually look if we have this particular file. So we're going to say sign in. And we should be able to see we have the sign-in component, exactly what we expect. And this is very nice because setting this up is pretty annoying and can be very complicated and cause security issues if you do not do it correctly. However, this is not the styling that we kind of want. So the first thing I want to do is in this auth folder, I'm going to create a new layout.tsx. So this will determine the layout for our page, specifically for the authentication pages. So I'm going to do rafce. I'm going to call this layout with a capital L. Inside here, I'm going to pass in children. And over here would be children in curly braces, React.React node. And over here, I'm going to do div class name, pass in auth-layout with another main class name, auth-layout underscore main, like so. Make sure we close that out. And we also close out our main element. And inside here, this should be children, like so. And so now this should be centered and basically in the right spot that we want. So pretty simple, but we also want to be able to style this appropriately. So we're going to go back to our sign-in component. And what we want is to deal with the appearance prop. So appearance prop is where we can style it very well. So the first thing we want to do is give it a base theme of dark. So this makes it easier for us to style. We can customize it without using this, but this makes it a lot easier. So the dark variable is going to come from import dark from @clerk/themes. So that gives us a dark color, but this is not perfectly in brand with the colors. So we're going to customize this quite a bit. And the way we customize it is pretty simple and interesting. So if I open this up like so, I'm going to click some of these elements. And the way you basically style this is that you take one of these CSS elements and you can see the classes that are placed on it. So CL form field. Let's say we want to modify the form field. Or actually, let's look at, so let's say we want to modify this text right here. You can see that we have a class of CL form field label. There's an easy way to style this, and we can use the elements property, pass in an object, and we can write form field label like so with colon. And then from here, we can actually just pass in Tailwind classes. So I'm going to do text white of 50 and font normal. Now, if you take a look, it's no longer super white. It is a normal font and it's no longer bolded. So it's very nice to be able to style this using their classes over here. So you can directly style it using all the classes. So I'm going to go through this pretty quick. The first thing we want to style is going to be flex or root box justify dash center items dash center with py of 5. We're going to give it a card box and we're going to give it a shadow of none. So there's no shadows. We don't want any kind of border because that's not part of our style. And for the card, we're going to give it a background of custom grays, which is a color I have specifically set. Secondary BG with a full and a shadow of none. So the color in the background is now different. Now we also want to style the footer a bit. So again, you can find the class elements. So like this would be the footer, CL footer. That's exactly what I'm styling right here. In here, I'm going to give it a background of this specific color, 25262F, because that's what matches. We're going to give it a padding of 0 REM, 2.5 REM. And we're also going to target very inside. I did a lot of experiments just to make sure we were grabbing the correct selectors. And you can kind of do it like this. We want to give this a background color of 25262F. Once we have that, we're going to have a more homogeneous color right there, which is perfect. And below this, we're going to have form button primary. So we're going to change the main button color. Even though white looks pretty nice, it is not consistent with what we have with the other colors. So we're going to do BG custom grays primary BG text of white 50 shadow of none, and then form field input colon BG custom grays primary BG text of white 50, and we are doing shadow of none. By the way, this exclamation means it's an important tag. Sometimes you need to do that to override certain classes. And we're also going to change the footer action link styling. So we're going to do text primary 750 hover text primary 600. We're going to save that. And it does seem like I did mess up the primary. This should not be this set. So we're going to remove text white 50. And we're going to change this to primary 700, like so, text of white 100, and hover background primary 600, like that. And that should give us our little button. And we have our styling just as this is quite good. But now we need to do the sign up component. So we're going to handle all the redirects and where things should go where. But let's first create the sign up component. So I'm going to close this out like this, so we have more space. I'm going to open this up, create a new component called sign up.tsx. And I'm just going to take everything in our sign in component, paste it over here, but we're going to change sign in, Command D 4 times, and change this to sign up like this. And from here, we also want to create another folder. We're going to have sign up, pass in another folder with double brackets, 3 dots, sign up, 2 closing braces, just like that. And we're going to create another file called page.tsx. And we're going to go to our sign in page. We're going to copy that, paste it over here, change the sign in to sign up. And now we can now go directly to the URL, go sign up, and we should be able to see the exact same thing, but this is the sign up component. Perfect. So this makes it super easy. We have the sign up component, we have all the appearance consistent with our styling, and we have all our settings perfectly done. And by the way, all the configurations we did, we had password, email verification, name. I also clicked name right here. So maybe if you didn't change the setting, you wouldn't see the first name, last name required over here for creating your account. So it makes it super easy when we use the sign in, sign up component, and we configure it over here on Clerk's dashboard, which makes it so convenient and so nice. So while we have that, we don't have some of the links right here. So if you take a look, the sign in, it's not going to take us to the right page. If you look at the bottom left, that's the page where it's supposed to take you. That's the default location, but we want to take us to the sign in page. So let's take a look at our diagram. We're going to go to this particular page. So authentication flow. Right here is how the screen flows are going to work. So in the nav bar, we're going to have login and sign up. The login is going to take us to the sign in page. The sign up will take us to the sign up page. Pretty straightforward. And then we're going to have the sign up page take us to the sign up page, or sign up text button, and then the sign in text button to the sign in page. So we're going to have to configure that. And then also in our checkout, or guest checkout, we'll cover this later, but we're going to have to handle this logic with our authentication flow. The step 1 requires us to sign in. We're ignoring the guest checkout because the scope was a little big. We're ignoring guest checkout, and we're going to make sure that the user needs to sign in and sign up before they can go to the payment checkout page. So we'll have this sign in component over here, and they can only then go to this page if they signed up. So if they are signed in, we're going to take them to this payment page directly. So that means that the user has already signed in, then they could go to this page. So these are all configurations that we need to set. And one last thing is right here, once you open the little user button, we have manage account. So if we go to the manage account, we're going to use the user profile account. So this is within the dashboard page. So this is when they're authenticated, it's going to take them to this particular page so they can configure the settings for their user profile. But also, if they click sign out, it's going to automatically transfer them to the landing page. So this is basically all the directions that we need to set Clerk to do. So there's a few route considerations that we're going to have to set up in these components. So the sign-in page includes two situations. We have the auth page where they're just going to sign in, but then there's also the checkout page where they can sign in there as well. But we have different considerations when they sign in, and the redirect is going to be different based on whether they signed in over here or whether they signed in over here. So the redirect URLs are going to be different, and we need to figure out how to set that up. So what we are going to do is we're going to grab search params. So we are grabbing from the URL, and we're going to use next/navigation. And then we're also going to grab the user information, which is using useUser from Clerk. So we can use that information as well. And we are also going to check via the URL route. Let's put this over here. So is checkout page is going to be determined by whether we grab a URL that says show signup. So if this URL consists of show signup, which is going to happen on the checkout page, this page right here, remember the URL is just /signin. So we don't need to, this will return false. So if it's not equal to null, that means we are at the checkout page. But if it is null, which you're on this page, this is going to return false. So we are not at the checkout page. So that's how we determine whether we are on this page or this page. And then course ID is we are going to grab it from search params.get-id. And remember, this is again only going to happen if they're on the checkout page. So the way we are going to grab the signup URL, the reason why we need the signup URL is going to redirect them. So basically this button is going to redirect them to this page if we are on this page. Otherwise, over here, if they click sign up, it's not going to redirect them to this page. It's not going to do that. We want to keep them on the checkout page. So this component is going to turn into a sign up component right here. So we're not redirecting, we're redirecting them to a new URL. We're just going to take them over here and just switch out the components essentially. So we're going to do is checkout page, and we are going to pass in a string. If we are on the checkout page, we're going to do checkout step is equal to 1, give it an and variable with and is equal to course ID, and we are going to do and show sign up is equal to true. So that means we are going to set this to be a sign up component. Otherwise, we are just going to take him to the sign up page. So with that sign up URL, we're going to go down over here. We're going to say sign up URL. So that will determine what that sign up URL button goes to. And it's going to take us to the right page. So if I go to localhost And again, this needs to be a use client component because we are using use search params. So let's actually start in the sign in page. We're going to hit sign up, and that should take us to this sign up page right here. If you look at the URL, it took us from sign in to sign up. So I click here, sign up. Later on, when we are on the checkout page, this will play a role, and we're going to take us to a different page. And then we also need to configure where it takes us once we sign in and sign up. So we need to figure out what the URL is going to be after the user signs in, signs up, and it's going to have different scenarios again. So get redirect URL is a function we're going to need. So if we are at the is checkout page, we're going to return to /checkout step is equal to 2, and we're going to do ID is equal to course ID like this. Otherwise, we're going to do different routes depending on whether they are a teacher or a student. So we're going to grab the user type, and we're going to use public metadata. And we are going to grab the user type as we mentioned before, which we'll talk about shortly. We're going to do if user type is equal to teacher, we're going to make sure that they go to the URL /teacher/courses. Otherwise, if they're not the user type of teacher, they're going to go to user/courses. And we are going to need to pass this in via force redirect URL. We're going to do get redirect URL, invoke that function to get us a string. It's a little bit complicated, but that's mostly because we do have two different scenarios where we use sign in and sign out. Finally, we want to set the routing to be a hash, otherwise all of this won't work. And then the after sign out URL, like we mentioned, this is the URL that we go to after they sign out, and that's just going to be the landing page. And there we go. That's most of what we need for sign in. Sign up is going to be very, very similar. So if I go to the sign up component, we're just going to basically copy everything in here. We're going to make sure we import everything correctly. We're going to change the sign up URL to sign in URL. This show sign up is going to be false. And this is going to be sign in. Now, if you don't understand the checkout, we're going to be talking about that very shortly. So don't worry about that. All of this can remain the same. And we're going to go back to the sign in component, copy all of this, paste this over here, except this should be sign in. And this should be pretty much good to go after we add use client at the top. So with all of that, we should be able to now create our account. So I'm just going to give this a dummy account. So first name is going to be some dumb, and then our email address is somedummyemail@gmail.com. I'm just going to do it 123 Applebee's for the account. We're going to hit continue, and you're going to have to verify on your email account. And over here, I have 711827. And when you succeed, it should take you to user/courses. And we're going to say page could not be found. That's to be expected because we haven't created it. And we're just going to go back to localhost. So now if you go to the home page right here, you won't be able to see if you signed in or out. So if we want to check, we can go to, let's go to the landing page. And what we're going to do is go up here. We're going to remove the console log of courses. We don't need those, but we're going to grab user from user from Clerk. And we can console log this. I'm going to save this, open up our console, and you can see we have our user information, has all the details over here. So we have the first name, full name, sumdum, email address, all over here. So everything that we need is provided automatically. So this is great. So that's good for us that we can see that in our console log, but for the user, there's no way of them knowing that they're signed in. So we need to create a user button. So again, I'm just going to remove that from the landing page. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back finally to our non-dashboard navbar over here, and we are going to add the sign in buttons. So the way this works is we're going to use signed in from Clerk. So this is just a situation where this is the condition of whether we are signed in. We are going to display the user button component from Clerk Next.js. We're going to display that if we're signed in. But then you also want to set up the signed out. So this will show whatever you want over here, what it looks like when they're signed out. So in here, we're going to have a link with href is equal to /sign in with the class name of non-dashboard navbar _auth -button -login. Pass that in over there. This is going to be login like so. And then I'm going to copy this, paste it over here. We're going to do sign up. And this should be, instead of login, sign up. And this should be sign up right here as well. But let's save it. And as you can see, we have our user button. It shows everything, and everything is as we expect. So now this is a little bit jarring because it is light mode. We want a dark mode, and we want to customize this a little bit. We also want to display the name or email address if they have it in the user button. So the user button is going to require some appearance. So we're going to use the appearance prop as well over here. We're going to pass in base theme as well. So we're going to pass in dark from Clerk themes. We're going to set elements, and we are going to give it some styling user button outer identifier. We're going to do text custom grays dirty gray like this, and then user button box scale of 90 and scale of 100 on larger screens like so. And we're also going to pass in a few other props like show name. So we just want, as pretty self-explanatory, we want to have the name shown. User profile mode is going to be navigation, so that we have user profile use the URL. So that will determine basically this manage account URL. So if the user role is equal to teacher, we're going to pass in /teacher/profile. Otherwise, we're going to pass in /user profile over here. But the user role is not identified, so we're going to go scroll all the way to the top, and we are going to pass in user, grab use user from @Clerk Next.js. You're going to pass in user role, user public meta data user type as student or teacher, like so. We're going to set that. And again, this is now going to be a client component. So we are going to do use client over here. And now we should see that the name is popping up. We should see this box. We should see a darker color. And if I click manage account, it's going to take us to the user profile. And that's based on this user role. By default, we're going to do user profile, which is a user account. Now, if I go back to the main, if I go back to the main page, let's say I hit sign out, it's going to take us to the home page. And we are going to see this particular page. The login takes us to this URL. Sign up takes us to the sign up account. And it's pretty nice, right? So we already have our flows. Let's say, since we already created our account, we're going to click sign in. I'm just going to sign into the account that we created. So just some dummy email at gmail.com. And over here, you can see the password pops up. And that makes it super easy to hit continue. And that takes us to the user courses again. We have not created that page. So this is perfectly a valid point. So authentication is pretty much set. Now, the last thing I want to take care of is how do we set the user roles, the user types. So I was going to create a separate page for like an admin who determines whether the user that signed up is going to be a teacher or a user. So you typically would have some kind of admin person to be able to make a specific user into a teacher if they wanted to, for extra security. However, the scope would have been too big. So instead, the easiest way to do this is we can look at their users inside our clerk. So you can see that we have our user that signed up, and we can click on this. And the way we do this, now if you're using a paid account, you would use something like organizations. That's more for a paid account. But if you are doing like a free tier, you can set up the roles via using the user metadata. So now the user metadata is a way for us to save information about the user onto Clerk. So this is a way to keep information relevant to that user on Clerk itself, not in our own database. We could provide information on our users and create it separately on our own database, but that makes it a little more complicated. So it's best to put that user metadata on the user Clerk information as well. So if I go back, I just want to show you one last thing. Go back to our ERD diagram over here. You can see we have our Clerk user. They have user ID and a lot of other information. The Clerk is going to save information, but here we're going to set up in our Clerk user in the public metadata, we're saving settings information. So that will include information about the specific users and then also the user type as well. So we're all keeping it in the public metadata. You can keep information about private metadata if you wanted to keep their Stripe key on Clerk user. We don't need to do that, but if you wanted to do something like that to keep it extra secret, you can use the private metadata to do so. Unsafe metadata is metadata that you can change on both the front end, back end, whereas public metadata, you can only change it from the back end, whereas private metadata is even more secure. So anyways, with that long spiel out of the way, we can go to our user metadata. We can actually edit this directly. And what we want to set is going to be user type like this, and we can change this to student or teacher. But for now, we're going to have this person as a student. So now we can double check if this is working. So let's go over here. We can copy this. Let's actually console log this right here and go to our application. And you can see, I'm going to refresh it. The user type was now student. Before it would be undefined before we put this. Now it is registering as student. So let's actually change this to teacher just to show you one more time how this works. You save it, you can refresh it. Now you should be able to see that it's a teacher now. So, I mean, this is kind of a easier way to set a specific type of user for now without creating like a separate admin page. And Clerk makes it pretty easy to do. All right, so from here, we're going to go into auth or user pages. You can see that we have the profile account. So this is actually a Clerk component, and we're just going to slap this into our profile page. So we're going to use that for the user profile page and the teacher profile page. So this will be super easy. So we're going to close this up right here. So we're going to go up here. We're going to have two different types of folders. Right now we see non-dashboard, but we're also going to have another folder called dashboard. So this includes all the pages that's going to be behind authentication. And that includes all of these user pages and teacher pages that we have seen before. So the user and teacher page both have this profile component. So we are going to create a new folder. We're going to call this user and also teacher as well. And for each of these, we're going to create a new folder as well. We're going to call this profile. And we're also going to create another folder for the catch-all, profile. We need to do this anytime we are using Clerk components. And we're going to use a new file. We're going to do page.tsx. So inside here, I'm going to do rafce. I'm going to call this user profile page. And I'm going to do an empty string or empty fragment, just like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a header component real quick. So that is going to be this particular text right here. And because we're going to be using this in multiple places, we're going to put it in the components folder. We're going to call this header.tsx. We're going to do rafce. Inside here, we're going to pass in title, subtitle, and right element optional. So this won't play into a role for this particular component, but later on, we're going to be using it. We're going to give a div with the class name. Inside here, I'm going to do a div with h1 class name of header underscore title with string, pass in title as the variable with a p tag. It's going to be class name of header underscore subtitle and pass in subtitle over here. And then from here, we're going to do right element. If that exists, we're going to pass in a div. We're going to give this a right element like so, close out the div, and we should be basically good to go. So we can now go to our page component. We can pass in header from the components, and we can do title is equal to profile with subtitle. View your profile like this. Close this out. And then finally, we can pass in user profile from @Clerk Next.js. We're going to save it like this. So now let's actually just see what it looks like. And the way we are going to look at this is we're going to write, since we are users, we're going to do user/profile. And because we're logged in, we should be able to see this. So this is fully interactive, and this is kind of the nice thing about Clerk. Because you are able to see this, you are able to basically configure everything you need. And this is super nice. Setting this up and creating this yourself is basically a huge pain. So just FYI, having something like this makes life a lot easier. But anyways, we can go over here and we are going to set the path to be /user/profile. And the routing is going to be path so that we are configuring this correctly for the values. And then the appearance, we're going to do a base theme, and it's going to be dark again. Pass that in, give it elements with scroll box :bg custom grays with dark gray with navbar, and give it a string with and div :nth child 1, like so. Give it a background of none. If we save that, we should see it's going to be in a darker mode, more consistent with the styling. Now we can go further and make it a little better, but for now, this should be good. So this is pretty good. We're going to do the same thing for teacher. So we're going to grab this profile component or profile folder, paste it all of that into the teacher. We're going to go over here and just change one little thing, teacher, and we should be good to go. And we're not going to test this because this currently is a user account. We can check things later. So that's how easy it is to create a profile account and be able to add all the functionality for all of this. And by the way, if we go back over here, we've already set it up that if you go to manage account, it will take you to that specific page. So all that configuration we did earlier will take you to the correct page. All right, so now if we go to the manage account, we have this profile page, but we do not have what we need over here, which is going to be all of this sidebar. Now, fortunately for us, and unfortunately for myself, we got this new app sidebar from Shadcn. So if you go over here, you can see Shadcn. This is a new component that Shadcn provides, and we're going to be using this, providing a lot of functionality. It was unfortunate for me because they released this after I've already built the sidebar component. So instead, I refactored it, made it so we are using that sidebar component for this specific use case. So to do this, I'm going to close all these pages out, open up our dashboard, and now all we have to do is create a file called layout.tsx, which will apply to all of the pages in our dashboard group. So this layout is going to be applied to every single one, and that would make sense because it's across all these pages that we see. All right, so we're seeing this error because we have nothing in our layout page. Oh, by the way, if you go to the teacher profile, this should not be user profile page. This should be teacher profile page. Make sure you change both of those. We're going to save that. And we are now going to add the app sidebar to our layout component. So what we're first going to do is go to our layout over here, copy everything just so we have some template that we can modify. So I'm going to scroll this up so we have more space. And we're going to do a couple things. We're going to import navbar from @/components/navbar. So we have not created that just yet. And we're just going to remove all of this like so. And we're going to make some modifications. So over here, we're going to call this dashboard layout instead. And inside, like right above the return, we're going to grab the path name, and we're going to grab use path name from next navigation. So this will be important because the app sidebar will look different on certain pages. And that is specifically, namely, this particular page that we see here. This is where we see the videos. And in the videos, we have this extra sidebar that we are going to create. So when this happens, we are going to create this component specifically for this URL, but also close our app sidebar when we are on this page. So this page will be special. We'll be handling that later when we get closer to it, but we're just going to set up some of the layouts over here. So we're going to do course ID, set course ID over here. We're going to grab that from useState, put in string with null like so, pass in null over here. And then we're also going to grab our user, because now we have the user information from Clerk, and we can easily grab it with use user. And I'm just going to create a comment saying handle use effect is course page. Now we'll take care of it later because it will make more sense later if we do that. But for now, if the page is not loaded, we can do return, and we're going to use our loading component. So that makes it super easy because we've created all of that. And if user is not signed in, we can do return with div, please sign in to access this page. So a couple things. We're going to change the non-dashboard layout because this is now dashboard. This should be dashboard body underscore body like so. And we're going to add a few things. So our sidebar will go here, but our div is going to be including a class name with dashboard underscore content. And I'll explain how this layout will work. So this should all enclose that. And over here is going to be where the chapters sidebar will go if it is the course page, which we'll handle later. And finally, we're going to have a div with class name. And this is the first time we're going to be using Cn, which is a utils from Tailwind, to make it a little bit nicer. We're going to pass in dashboard double underscore main like so. We're going to keep it like this for now. And we're also going to set the style to be a height of 100 viewport height. So this will give us full height for the actual main section. Now again, we have an error because we need to do use client for the specific page. And finally, what we need for the sidebar is we're going to provide a sidebar provider. So this comes from the sidebar component, and we need to wrap our sidebar component with this sidebar provider so that it is able to access the state, and we can access the state as we want. And inside our dashboard component, this is where our app sidebar will exist. So this right here, dashboard, is going to flex both this item and the rest of the content. So that means if you were to look on this layout, the sidebar would exist right here, and then the content will be the rest of this page. That's how this will basically work. And if the sidebar does exist for the chapter sidebar, that will go over here as well. So this is all kind of flexed apart to make sure everything is aligned correctly. It'll make more sense as we go along. So let's actually create our app sidebar. So let's go down into our components, create a new file, and we're going to call this app sidebar.tsx. Inside here, I'm going to call this RAFCE, and we are going to import a few things. Now, if you notice on the app sidebar right here, let's scroll over here, you can see we have a sign out button. So we can do that exactly the way we've been doing it. This one is a little bit different. So first we want to make sure the user is signed in. So we're going to have use user. We're also going to grab sign out. So this is just a hook function that we can grab from use clerk. So this, if we have a button, we can make sure the user clicks this button. And if this function is triggered, then the user is signed out automatically. And then from here, we're going to grab the path name, from navigation. We can do toggle sidebar. We can do use sidebar like so, and grab it. Now use user hasn't been imported. And personally, when I import Shadcn components, I personally like having the alias. By the way, I haven't covered it, but the alias allows us from Next.js to start and grab imports directly starting from this source directory. So components UI sidebar. So that's how we can grab it. And then from here, we're going to be creating all the nav links that we need for the entire sidebar. And we're going to have two different sets. So inside here, we're going to have student colon with an array, and we're going to pass in icon with a book open. So from Lucide React, we're going to have a label of courses and an href colon of user or /user/courses like so. And what I want to do is just copy this 4 times because we have 4 links on our sidebar. This one is going to be a briefcase. Make sure you import that. And this one is going to be billing. So we're going to have user/billing like so. And then the next icon is going to be user from Lucide React. This is going to be a profile label. And this is going to be user/profile. And then finally, we're going to have settings with the label of settings. And then the href is going to be user/settings. And then we're going to copy this entire thing, but put teacher for the next one and paste it over here. Most of this is going to be the same. We're going to change this to money, let's say, or $. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. But every single one where you see /user, so I'm going to do Command D for all of them and pass in teacher like this. And by the way, these should not be capitalized, so we have settings. So this will set up our nav links. And then from here, we're going to do if statement just to make sure we have the is loaded check. We're going to return loading right here from our loading components. Makes it super easy. If and the user is not found, we're just going to return div user not found. And then from here, we're going to grab the user type because the user type is what matters. So the nav links is dependent on the user type that we have. So we're going to grab user public metadata dot user type, and we're going to set that as student. This is for TypeScript typing or teacher, or if none of those exist, we're going to default to student. And we're going to set const current nav links to be nav links of user type. So depending on the user role, we're going to set that to the correct list of nav links. All right, so over here, we're going to pass in sidebar from @components/UI sidebar. We need to make this collapsible and set this to icon. That allows us to collapse it to the icon size of the sidebar. And we're also going to give it a style of height colon 100 viewport height. Sometimes you have to use these inline styling instead of Tailwind classes because it is not specific enough and sometimes it does not work. And we're going to set this to be background, custom grays, Promi, BG, border of none, shadow is going to be large. So inside our sidebar, we're going to have a sidebar header. Make sure we pass that in for the right import with sidebar menu. with class name of app dash sidebar underscore menu. Close that in. Give it sidebar menu item. Close that. Make sure we import those though. And then finally, we're going to have sidebar menu button. Make sure you import that. Inside here, we're going to do size is going to be large. By the way, there's a lot of documentation for this, so you can take a look. There is a lot of different options. A little rough around the edges, but they just released it 1 week ago from the release of this video, or maybe like 2 weeks ago. So just realize it's very new, but it's quite nice. Sidebars are kind of a pain. I'll tell you, sidebars are very a pain. You don't want to deal with it. And then we're going to grab the toggle sidebar that we created, or that we got from use sidebar. So this allows us to close and open the sidebar and collapse it if we need to, and make sure we invoke it like this. So we're going to have a class name is equal to group with hover bg custom grays secondary background, like so. And by the way, we are currently building out this top line. So if we click on it, it's going to help us close it. So over here, we're going to have a div with class name app slash sidebar underscore logo dash container group, like so. I'm just going to grab all of this like so we don't have to write that every single time. I'm going to do div, paste that, logo wrapper, close that out, bring in the image component from Next, and we're going to do source is equal to /logo.svg. And by the way, I have not actually imported this. If you go to asset downloads, you should have a logo SVG. I just forgot to add it while I was recording it, so I added it. You should be able to see this. You should copy this, go to public, and paste it over here. So you should have that logo. So we're going to close that over here and go back to writing our code. So over here, I'm going to do alt is equal to logo, and width is going to be 25. Height is going to be 20. The class name of app dash sidebar underscore logo, and we're going to do a p tag with class name app sidebar underscore title colon EdRoh. And over here, we're going to do panel left, which is an icon from Blueside React. Give it a class name with app dash sidebar underscore collapse dash icon, like so. And we can save it. It's very nice. Just a lot of components right here. There's just a lot of JSX elements. Below this sidebar header, we are going to create the sidebar content. We're going to import that from sidebar. And then inside here, we're going to pass in sidebar menu, which we've already imported. Give it a class name of app sidebar underscore nav dash menu. Close that. And from here, we can now pass in the current nav links. So these were the headers. Now we're dealing with the content, so that's going to display out these elements. So current nav links, we're going to map this out, pass in a link, and put an arrow function. Make sure we close this like so. We're going to have const is active is equal to path name dot starts with, and link.href, like so. So we're going to determine if it's active, and if it's active, we're going to give it a different background color. So sidebar menu item, and in here we're going to pass in a key link.href, and we're going to do class name is equal to with cn, pass this in app dash sidebar underscore nav dash item. However, we're also going to have a conditional. We're going to do is active, and when it's active, we want to add a class of background gray 800, and make sure we import cn from libutils. We're going to close this sidebar menu item up, and inside here we're going to add a sidebar menu button. Close this. Inside here we're going to set this as a child, give it a size of large, give it a class name of :cn app sidebar underscore nav dash button. And if it's not active, we are also going to give this a text of custom grays dirty gray, like so. And finally, inside here, we're going to give it a link with the href, link.href. I'm going to paste app sidebar nav dash link like this. Inside here, I'm going to paste in link.icon. Close this out. Inside here, pass in class name is equal to is active. And if it is active, we're going to give it a text of white 50. Otherwise, we're going to give it a text of gray 500. I want to make sure we passed in the link tag from next link. And we're also going to pass in a span. And we're going to give it a class name with cn. I know this is a lot of styling and setup, but it is a sidebar, so give it a nav text like this, is active, question mark, text of white dash 50, text of gray 500. And inside here, we're going to pass in link.label. Okay, so we're almost there. We're almost there. Let's actually see if we can see it. Nope. We're going to pass app sidebar in. Okay, and then if we open it, we can see most of it. It seems like our text is not displaying. Let's go back, and we should probably get to fixing some of this. So over here, we're going to close this, and we're going to say is active, and we're going to give it a div class name app sidebar underscore active dash indicator. Close that out. And we're going to go down right below sidebar content, and we are going to pass in sidebar footer from the components. We're going to pass in sidebar menu. Close that out. Sidebar menu item. Close that out as well. Sidebar menu button. We're going to set this as child. Close that and give it a simple button tag. Inside here, I'm going to do on click, and we're going to finally use that sign out function that we talked about earlier. Give it a class name of app dash sidebar underscore sign out, and we're going to pass in the component log out from Lucide React. Give it a class name with margin right of 2, h6, width of 6. Close that, give it a span, and we are going to sign out. So with this, we do have some issues, as you can see. Some of the colors are off, and then the text is not even visible. So let's try and fix this. And the reason why is because of this link.icon. Let's remove that. This should be self-closing over here. And then you should be able to see the text now. And so with that, it should be pretty good now. So now if you can see, you can collapse it. You can see all of this working as expected. So if you go further, it's going to collapse on its own, which is good. This is exactly what we want. So now we have our app sidebar, which is very nice and convenient. We do need a nav bar at the top. So if you go over here, you can see every page is going to have this top nav bar as well. So we need to create that. So we can go back to our layout page. We're going to create our nav bar component up here, which we have not created. So let's go over here, create a component, and we're going to call this navbar.tsx. Now inside here, I'm going to just grab everything we had in non-dashboard navbar, copy it, paste it into the navbar component. Now we'll just do a lot of modifications from here, but it should give us a good starting point. So I'm going to change this non-dashboard navbar, and we are going to pass in isCoursePage, and this is the navbar is going to be slightly different depending on if we are on the course page, as we mentioned before. Now from here, we're going to add isDarkMode. We're going to set isDarkMode as well. Pass in useState from React. Pass in false for the state as well. And for now, we're just going to grab all of these non-dashboards, select all of them by pressing Command D and just holding it. Change this to dashboard dash navbar, and we're going to make some modifications. So we don't need this link tag anymore, but instead we're going to give this a div, and we're going to do a class name of when it's larger than medium-sized screen. We're going to give it a hidden, and what we're going to do is we're going to pass in sidebar trigger, and that comes from the UI component. So this is from the Shadcn. We want to make sure we grab this. This is so that we can collapse the sidebar as we normally did, but it's in the navbar itself. We're going to pass this class name like this. Go over here and save it. Over here, we're going to keep a lot of this the same and pass in cn with parens. And we're going to add dashboard dash navbar underscore search dash input colon or comma with curly braces. And we're going to remove this right here. Inside here, we're going to put a string. We're going to say bg custom grays secondary background. And that is only if it is a course page like this. We're going to grab the cn from libutils, and we are missing a closing curly braces right here, and we're going to keep most of that the same. And from here, we can keep the bell icon. Actually, I don't know why I put the isDarkMode. We can just remove that. We're going to keep everything the same. And for this part, we actually don't need the signed in, signed out because we've already protected it. We can just keep the user button like this. Pretty much everything the same. And we're going to remove non-dashboard. We're just going to keep navbar just like this. And now we should be able to see what we have over here. And for this part right here, you can see that this is a bell icon. That's because these are not styled. We're just going to default to using non-dashboard navbar to make it look nice. Now you can see we have everything set up. So if I go over here, close this out, we can see we have this icon. So this is how it looks like when we are on this. The only thing is we do get these errors. Dialog content requires a dialog title. I'm not exactly sure how to solve that one because app sidebar has abstracted out a little bit of the dialog content. I guess if you can go to sidebar, dialog, we can write sheet title over here, place it in. We can say menu sidebar, something like that. And maybe if you refresh it, we're going to open this up and we don't have an error, but we do have this problem over here. So we want to pass in visually, and we're just going to pass in class name of hidden. So that will basically get our error out. So this will fix the error that we had. So I refresh the page, open this up. We no longer have an issue with that. All right, so the next page we're going to be looking at is over here. If we go down, we can see the user settings page. This user setting page is going to store information in the Clerk user data. So basically, if I go back to our diagram, you can see that we have Clerk user, we have settings being saved here. So we're going to be saving course notifications, email alerts, SMS alerts, and notification frequency. We're going to store that information into Clerk itself. Now, it's not ideal to store information in Clerk because there's a limit to how much you can store, but it is nice to keep that type of information together. So to do that, we need to create an endpoint. So let's close all of this out, and we're going to start by going back to the backend. So I'm going to close out client and go back to our server. So we're going to go to our controllers. I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to just call this user clerk controller to be more specific. And in here, I'm going to go back to course controller. I'm going to copy this get course just so we have like a template, and I'm going to paste it over here. Now we're obviously missing a few things, so I'm going to rewrite this. Get request from Express, get response from Express as well, and we should have most of what we need. Now for us to save information into our Clerk, we need to create a Clerk client. So we would go to the index file, and I would go all the way up to configurations. And right here, I would write export const Clerk client because we want to instantiate it in our index file. So basically when the server starts, we're going to use create Clerk client, which is going to be imported from create Clerk client from @clerk/express. And we're going to pass in secret key with process.env.clerk_secret key. So this is how we connect to our Clerk client from our Express server. So the first thing we need to do is grab this @clerk/express, close out our server, and write npm i @clerk/express. Once we have done that, we can run npm run dev once again, close this out, and now we can import in our user Clerk controller, we can import Clerk client from /index. And then from here, we're going to change this to update user. Go over here. We're going to just do const user ID to grab user ID from rec.params, and then grab user data from rec.body, and get rid of all of this because we no longer need it for this one. But we need to do await Clerk client .users.update user metadata. So this is how we update the metadata in our Clerk client. And we do need to pass in the user ID and pass in public metadata : object. We pass in user type like I mentioned before. So we're going to grab that from public metadata user type, which we grab from the front end, and then also settings, which we also grab from user data.public metadata.settings. And then from here, we can just write user updated successfully. And we don't need to pass data for this one specifically. We can change this to error updating user, keep the error as is. Now, the only thing we have left to do for this is we need to change this, or we need to add this environment variable for clerk secret key. So if you go back to your env.local on your front end, we can grab all of this, go to our .env, and then paste it over here. And then finally, we need to set up a route for this specific controller. So user clerk routes.ts. And I'm going to go to course routes, just copy all of this, paste it over here. And I'm going to replace this with update user. And we are going to grab this from user clerk controller and then change all of this to router.put string / user ID, like so. And then we're going to do update user. And then finally, we go to our index file. And then I can go to right below the app.use. We can write /users/clerk for our particular route. And we can set user clerk routes, like so. And we need to make sure we import that from ./routes/user clerk routes. All right, so from here, I'm going to close all of these out right here. And now we can finally go back to our front end. We can go to source, state, API. Inside here, I'm going to scroll down, go to our endpoints, and right above here, we can have a separate endpoint, and we can call this update user. Now this time, this is not build.query, it's going to be build.mutation because we're updating instead. So when you are using like a put method or anything that involves delete, post, anything that changes data in the backend that's already existing or creating a new one, then you use build.mutation. So what it's going to return is going to be the user object, whereas we are going to pass in partial user information to the backend, and we are going to also send user ID : as a string for the types. And in this object, we are going to set query, and we are going to pass in both user ID ... updated user with an arrow function, and putting in URL with template string users, because that's the endpoint that we're using. And we're also passing in user ID as well. The method is going to be put, and body is going to be updated user. And finally, we are going to invalidate tags of users, which we do not have just. So this part invalidates tags. That means that anytime we update a list of users, the entire users list will be refetched if we do have a list of users. But in this case, we're not really refetching it, so it's not a big concern. So you don't have to worry about it right now. All right, with this, we can scroll down. And because this is a mutation request, instead of being a use update user query, it's going to be mutation. So use update user mutation for this. Now we can go over here, go to our app, go to our dashboard, and inside users, we can create a new folder. We can call this settings. And we can do the same thing in teachers, but let's actually create a file called page.tsx in our user page. And I'm going to do rafce. This is going to be user settings. And inside here, I'm going to close this out, give it a class name of width of 3/5, like this. Now inside of this div, we're going to have shared notification settings. And we're doing this because this page will be exactly the same in the teacher page as well. So we just want to be able to share this component and be reused for both those pages. So we're just going to leave it like this. And I'm going to go to components page, and we're going to create a file, call this shared notification settings.tsx. All right, so inside here, I'm going to do RAFCE shared notification settings, and we're going to have an object, and this is going to be title, and by default we're going to give it a notification settings as the text, and subtitle is going to be manage your notification settings. So if you wanted to change it, you're able to with these props, and we're going to do : shared notification settings props like this. From here, we're going to grab the user information because that's where we get our clerk information over here. And then we're also going to grab update user from as an array, and we grab it from use update user mutation, and we're going to grab it from the API file that we created. So this is exactly how we update our user. Note that this is slightly different from what we've seen before. When we go to non-dashboard, we go landing page. This is an object, and we have data, is loading, is error. Those are destructured from an object, whereas over here with the mutation, this is an array. And this first element is going to be a way. This is a function that we can invoke to update our user on the back end. All right, so from here, we're going to grab current settings, and we're just going to do user !public metadata. And we kind of have to do all this weird funky stuff because of TypeScript yelling at us. We're going to set this as user settings like so with !settings, and we're going to give it an empty object just so TypeScript doesn't yell at us if it doesn't exist. And then now here, because the user settings, if you take a look, this is a form. And forms, we're going to be using Zod as well as Shadcn forms, which is also using React hook forms. So it's a lot of libraries combined together. But the way we start is we're going to set up methods, and we're going to grab use form from React hook form. And inside here, I'm going to do notification settings form data, because we have already created the schemas. We've already passed that in because it's kind of a hassle not to do so. So if you go to the schema page, you can see this is our notification setting schema. Course notification, Boolean, email alerts is a Boolean, SMS alerts are Boolean, notification frequency is an enum with those values. We're just basically making that into a type, passing it in over here, and we're using it as part of the form. All right, so in here, we're going to grab the resolver property, and then we're going to grab Zod resolver, which we're going to have to import manually. We're going to do import Zod resolver, and we're going to import from @hook form /resolvers/Zod. And then from here, we can pass in notification settings schema directly from our files. And then we can do default values, and we can pass in course notifications, which will be current settings dot course notifications. Otherwise, it's going to be false, just so we have something to set. I'm just going to let's actually copy this entire line, paste it 4 times, but we're going to be changing some of these. So this course notifications is going to be email alerts like so. Next line is going to be SMS alerts. And the last one is going to be notification frequency. This value should be daily as a default. So when you do the forms, you're going to have to also have an onSubmit function. So let's create that. So onSubmit is equal to async data : notification settings form data. We're going to pass that in, have an arrow function, and we're just going to say if user does not exist, we're just going to return just to make sure the user has been identified. And then we're also going to do updated user. We're going to have an object, and this is what we're going to pass into the backend, which is going to be the user ID. So user.id like so. And then we're also going to pass in the public metadata as we mentioned before. We're going to grab the user.public metadata. This is mostly so we can retain what was already existing in the public metadata. But then we grab the settings and we're going to pass in the current settings. So anything that's changed in this particular form. And we're also going to pass in the new data that we get. So current settings is what we already have currently. And then the data is going to be the new information that we have. All right, so right below the updated user, we're going to have a try catch block. And we can just run await update user with updated user. So by the way, again, we grab this update user from use update user mutation. And over here, we have this particular error. And that's because if we go back to API, this user object is the wrong one. So we actually need to import this directly. So import user from @clerk/Nextjs/server. So once we have that, this should be okay now. And we can just do catch with error object like so. And we can just say console.error failed to update user settings : error like so. Over here, I can just say if user does not exist, we are just going to return a div that says, please sign in to manage your settings. All right, so from here, we can add a class name. We can pass in notification settings as the class. And we're going to erase this shared notification settings. We're going to pass in a header with title being the title that we defined earlier from the props. And the subtitle is going to be subtitle over here. We're going to close that. And we're going to make sure header is being imported from components. We're going to save that. And just to check, let's go to our user page. We're going to just define the title and subtitle over here. So I'm going to say title is going to be user settings, and subtitle is going to be manage your user notification settings. And we're going to make sure we import that. Like so, and then from here, we can actually go to our application. Let's make sure everything is running, and it is. So if we now go to our sidebar that we can go directly to the settings page. And what we get is this basic unhandled error runtime. And that's because if we go back to shared notification settings, it needs to be a client component. And we can see we have our header. All right, so from here, we're going to go scroll down and we're going to now create our form. Now we are using form from React Hook Form, but Shadcn's version of React Hook Form. So not the React Hook form that we want the UI form that we're going to grab from @components/UI/form. This is a specific type of form that Shadcn has that's kind of like abstracted over on top of React Hook form that you can use. And we're going to pass in ... the methods that we created earlier. And then we're also going to encase that with the form HTML. So we're going to have onSubmit, and we're going to pass in methods.handle submit with the onSubmit function that we created earlier. And we're going to pass in class name is going to be notification dash settings _ form. And we're going to close this like this. So right now we don't have our form set up. And then from here, we are going to use something that I imported earlier from our assets. So from our asset file, I created this custom form field that we had. And this includes a long list of form fields where we're going to have different types like text area, select, switch. So we have different type of inputs that we can use in this form field. This is something I created. I might create this into like a library, but this makes it a lot easier and the code is a lot simpler than doing all the Shadcn component inputs, because it makes it very, very verbose if you were to write this, but this makes it so it's super simple. We do need to install a few things. So we're going to install all of these. So I'm going to cancel out. I'm going to install npm I React file pond plugin image dash preview, and then file pond plugin image exif orientation. This is all for images, by the way. And I'm going to do legacy dash peer dash deps. Make sure we install all of those. We're going to run npm run dev and go back to our shared notification settings. And with this set up, I'm going to create a div called class name with notification dash settings _ fields. Pass that in, and we're going to pass in custom form field from our components. And we can do something like name course notifications with a label of course notifications. And we are going to use type is equal to switch. And I'm going to close that out. And once we refresh this particular page, we get can't resolve file pond, and that's because I do need to install npm file pond like so with legacy peer deps like that. We're going to do npm run dev once again. And there you go. We have course notifications. So if you see here, we don't see anything. That's because we need to go and modify our switch component from our Shadcn, because it doesn't show the color right away. So we need to set this to be data state is equal to checked with a background primary 700 like so. And also data, we need to put another string. We're going to do data of state is equal to unchecked. Give it a background of custom grays, dirty gray, comma, save that. And over here on the next line, we're going to do comma, bg gray of 100. And we need to make sure that there is a closing brace like that. And if we do that, we can see that we now have our switch component. So yeah, so this custom form field makes it super easy for us to make inputs, and it's already directly connected to our use form. So let's say we want to do email alerts, SMS alerts like this. I can just grab this, say it's email alerts, pass this email alerts like this, and then we're going to have another Boolean. And then finally, we need to switch the last one. SMS alerts, and then I'm just going to pass this as SMS alerts like so. This makes it super easy for us to use. And finally, we are going to have another custom form field, but this time it's going to be a switch input, or not a switch input. It's going to be a select dropdown. So I'm going to set this to be notification frequency. The label is going to be notification frequency, and the type is going to be select. Yes, I did create this to make it a lot easier. So it has all these different type of inputs. It doesn't have everything, and it's not fully comprehensive. But once I have a lot of this set up, I might just create a library, separate library for this, so you guys can then now download. So making forms, especially in videos like this, it takes too much time, and I don't think there's a lot of value. So I think it's better for me to abstract some of that process so we can focus more on the logic. So with the select dropdown, we can do value. I'm going to put an immediate with the label of immediate like so with the string. I'm going to copy this, paste it 3 times, and we're going to change this to daily and this one to weekly. Make sure we capitalize this label as well as weekly. And once we save it, we can see that we have a notification frequency with a dropdown that looks pretty nice. And then right below this div, we also obviously need a button. We can say type is equal to submit. And we're going to do class name is going to be notification dash settings underscore submit. And we can do update settings. But this button component is not defined, so we need to import that. I'm going to go back up, change this to @/components. And now we should be pretty good with our user settings. Now, let's say I change this, email alerts. Let's see if this particularly works. So we're going to open this up, click network, and I'm going to hit update settings. And we do get one specific error, and that's because we do need a data object. And it seems like I did make a mistake. So if I go over here, close all of this out, let's go to our backend, go back to our server controller with user clerk controller, and we're just going to set data. We can say this is const user is equal to await, and we're just going to pass in user as well. So we're going to refresh the page, and I'm going to hit SMS alerts and hit update settings, and now we don't get any issues. So the way we can check that it's working is if we refresh the page, everything should be saved. If it resets, then it's not done correctly. So this is how easy it is to create a form if we're using a lot of these. It's abstracted quite a bit, but basically if we use all of this, it makes it super easy to create forms, which are probably one of the more time-consuming aspects, especially with front end and connecting it to your back end. And now we do have, we're going to close all of this, go to our settings page. We already have this for user, but we want to copy this to teacher because it's going to be exactly the same, just a little minor change. So I'm going to paste it into teachers. We're going to go to this page, and over here, I'm going to change this to be teacher settings and manager teacher notification settings. And that's pretty much it. Actually, we need to change the user settings to be teacher settings like this. And yeah. Now there's 2 other things that I want to do, which is the first thing is I want to secure our backend, because right now if we go back to our backend, if we go and hit list courses or get course, you can directly hit your backend, but you want to have your backend API endpoints also secure with authentication, because you don't want random users to be able to hit your API endpoint and exploit it, especially with user clerk information. If someone's able to access this without authenticating, they can update someone's user account, which is not very good. We can leave list courses and get course. That is perfectly fine for someone to hit your endpoint. You can secure it if you really want to. If you worry about someone DDoSing your website, which is not that big of a concern when you're using something like DynamoDB, but you probably should do it. But for now, we're not going to secure this endpoint, but we're going to definitely secure the update user. So to do that, we're going to do right below our cores, we're going to do app.use clerk middleware, and we're going to grab it from @clerk express, and we're going to execute it like that. And then from here, what we want to do right here with users clerk, we want to secure this particular route. So we're going to use require auth from Clerk Express, and we're going to invoke that. So what happens now is if we actually try to update our backend, let's say update settings, now we're going to get an error. It's going to say publishable key not valid. We aren't able to access it. Let's say if I just got rid of it, we can do update settings, refresh it. And if we were to remove the clerk middleware, we are able to update the settings like this. However, if we add it back again, add require auth like so, it's going to prevent us from accessing the backend. So now we get this error. So how do we authenticate the users? So this is where Redux Toolkit API query is very, very nice. We want to be able to authenticate for every single API call. So we can now go back to our custom base query, and we can add those authentication credentials to every single request by going up here in the custom base query. Right here. So if we go and write prepare headers, actually we should just get the property :async pass in headers like so with an arrow function like this, and we can just get const token await is equal to await, and we need to grab window.clerk session (get token). So this is how you can grab the clerk session token. For some reason, the linting doesn't work unless you import clerk from @clerk.js. That's why we installed this one as well. For some reason, it prevents it from doing anything, even though it's not really using it. Anyways, if token exists, then we can set our headers to be set to authorization, comma, bearer, and we're going to add token like this, and we're going to return headers. Now this is very common practice to prepare headers, have it set to authorization with the bearer token. Even Cognito does this. So this is how you can make an API request to authenticate every single API that you have on your backend. So if I open this back up in our network tab, let's refresh to make sure everything is expected. Let's say we remove those, update settings, and we do get error publishable key not valid. So there is a bit of a misname on the .env. We actually have to change next_public to clerk publishable key because this is on the back end, so obviously we should not have done that. And so let's refresh the page to double check everything is working. Remove both of those. And you're going to have to restart the server for your backend, which I did. And as you can see, it finally worked. So if I refresh it just one more time, click this, we can hit our endpoint because we now have the authorization token. So if I were to do this, we close this out, we change a few settings. Let's say we turn it all off. You can see we get an error. But if we were to uncomment this out and I change these settings, it should now work. User updated successfully. So this is our headers in action. And you want to be able to authenticate for every single route. That's why we pass the authorization token when we call our backend. This is one of the beauties of Redux Toolkit Query. It makes it super simple to do things like this. And it is a very common pattern with authentication secure type security. So one thing that is still missing from this application is when you update settings, we might get feedback in our console. We know that a network request is being sent because we see the server, but for the user, they don't know if something happened. So we want to have like a toast notification. So if you look on Shadcn, we have, if we hit add to calendar, you can see that there's this notification that popped up over here. So we want to do something like this. However, I recommend not using the toast component in Shadcn, rather the Sunner component in Shadcn. Because if you show toast, you can actually combine and you can see multiple of the notifications. Otherwise, toast is just a singular one. So just be aware. I got confused one time, but Sunner is a way to have multiple notifications, and it's a very nice UI for something like this. And so again, I want to brag about how nice Redux Toolkit Query API is. I'll show you in just a second, but the first thing we want to do is set up our layout. So for our toast notification, we need to go down right below our div. We want to pass in toaster. And we're going to set rich colors and close button like this. And we are going to import toaster from Sunner. And this is one of those things I need to make sure we install npm i Sunner. And don't forget the dash legacy peer deps. I'm going to rerun our server. We're going to refresh this page. So by default, obviously this is not connected. Doesn't mean that it's going to automatically know to create those notifications. So this is where we go to our custom base query, and we want to configure this appropriately. So now there are a lot of API requests. We want to not have, if you go to our backend and we go to course controller, we have these messages, and we want to display these messages if it succeeds. However, we don't want to do it for any kind of like GET request. If we're just grabbing a list of courses, obviously we don't want to show the message for that because that's kind of annoying. We only want to show the message when we update or do some kind of mutation on the backend. When we update a user, delete a user or create a user, things like that. Those are the times we want a success message. Something like this where we do user settings and we hit update settings. That's when we basically want the message to be shown. And it's better to use the message that comes from the backend because it's a lot easier. And the way to do this is we can configure our custom base query to do something like this. So over here, right above the result data, let's close this out so we have more space. We can say if result.error, so anytime our result from any API call that we make, if we get some kind of error, we want to make sure we check for that error. Now that error can look like multiple different ways, so we're just gonna grab any kind of error message. So error data ? Dot message. So that is possible. We can also get an error message saying result dot error status to string like this. We can also just say an error occurred if we don't have anything else. And we want to use that message for our toast error. So now toast needs to be imported from Sunner. We can grab this error message and we can say error like so, pass the error message over here. And by doing this, this applies for every single API request. So anytime we have an error, we can show that. So now we also do want to check if it's a mutation type request. And the way we do this is using use mutation request, and we're going to bring in args as fetch args. So these are just typings. So we're going to grab the method property from args and args as fetch args like so. Again, this is just typing, kind of a pain. And if it does not equal to the get, basically we're just grabbing this property method, and if it's not equal to get, then we can say it is a mutation request. And if is mutation request, what do? We grab the success message, which is going to come from result.data.message like this. We're going to grab if success message exists. We are then going to pass it into toast success message like so. And by doing this, we can see the results automatically. We have in toast message, user updated successfully. And this is the beauty of both Redux Toolkit query and our toast Shadcn component. There's also one last thing that we need to add, is just in case, this is just the error handling that I've encountered. I'm not exactly sure when this happens, but if we get a 204, basically an empty object from the backend, we need to handle that edge case. So this is how I solved it. I'm not exactly sure on how this particular thing works, but if this is the case, we just return with data null. This is basically handling content if we have no response. And I did mess this up because that should not be curly braces and like this. And so there we go. We now have toast message for anytime it's a successful mutation request. And if we do receive an error, it's going to pop up as the error message, but we haven't checked that, but it'll probably happen at some point and you'll be able to see the error message, and it's pretty nice. So this is our custom base query. Focus on the checkout. The checkout flow is a little bit complicated, but it is definitely manageable. So basically, when you go to the first checkout page, we're going to see the course that we have chosen. We're going to see a guest checkout. Now, this is not going to be functional. This is just something I create, but the scope got out of hand, so I'm just going to use this authentication. So basically, when the user signs up, hits continue, they're going to be taken to this particular page. If they receive this page, then we have this Stripe checkout. So this Stripe checkout allows us to get user information for the credit card or billing information. And once they hit pay with credit card, it's going to do multiple things. First of all, it's going to take them to the completed page if everything goes successfully, but it also will create multiple things. I know there's quite a lot of things that happen. So when we pay with credit card, it's going to create a Stripe payment and it's going to go directly to Stripe. So it's going to create like an actual payment over there and it's going to handle the transaction. But it's also going to create a transaction so the user can fetch transaction records later. So this is a transaction database that we have. So if we ever need to grab transactions or information about the payment that was made and the course, we are saving it into our transaction database. And that is later going to be used for our payment history page where it shows the amount and the payment method. Furthermore, we also need to add the user to the course. So in our course database, we're going to add an enrollment to the course. And also, we also need to add progress data for the initial course enrollment. So user course progress. So I'll cover this a little more. This plays more of a role into when the user is viewing the video and it tracks the progress. This is going to play a role in that case. So later on, when we go to My Courses, this is how we check if the course has been created. So we are keeping track of that in our databases. So that is essentially our checkout flow. It's a little complicated when completing the order, but we needed to save all that information so that we can access it later on. So the first thing we need to do is I want you to create an account in Stripe. So make sure you create an account in Stripe, follow the instructions, and once you're ready, you're going to hit test mode. You're going to make sure this is selected. And also you want to select developers. And we're going to go and select API keys so we can see the publishable key and the secret key. So when you have that, we are going to go to our env.local, close that up, and I'm going to copy next_public. We're going to write Stripe. Make sure you spell it correctly. We have public_key, and we're going to just copy this value and paste it over here. And then also we need a next public Stripe redirect URL. And the redirect URL is going to be the page where the Stripe is going to redirect to once the transaction is completed. So we are going to set this to be, for now, localhost 3000 checkout step 3. So this is the completed page that we just saw. And then from here, we're going to go to our backend now. We're going to go down to .env. And here we're going to paste in the Stripe secret key _key is equal to, and we are going to copy this. So I'm going to delete this secret key later on, but make sure you have your own secret key. Use that. I know some people always accidentally use the same key that I have, and I can see that. These are all test keys. You want to use your own so you have access to your own. All right, with all of that set up, we're going to close all of this, open up our terminal. We're going to close our front end, and we are going to install npm @stripe/react-stripe-js, and then @stripe/stripe-js. And you want to make sure we do legacy peer DEPS. And make sure you spell Stripe correctly. If you see I have @strip, it should be @stripe right there. And we're also going to go to our server, and we're going to just do npm stripe. So from here, we're going to go to our backend. We're going to go to controllers, and we're going to create a new file. And we're going to call this transaction controller.ts. We're going to close up the terminal. And in here, I'm going to do several things. So I'm going to import Stripe from Stripe package that we created. Then we're also going to import .env because we want to use the environment variable. And I'm going to invoke .env.config so we can actually use the environment variable. And we're also going to do if process.env.stripe secret _key. We are going to throw new error. Stripe secret. Let's just copy this, paste it over here. Is required, but was not found in env variables. And then below this, I'm going to say const stripe is equal to new stripe with process.env.stripe secret key. So this is how we instantiate our stripe variable so we can use it. And so what we need to do is we need to create this create stripe payment intent. So this is if we want to use the stripe payment system, we need to create a payment intent on the back end, and we need to connect it to the front end as well. So this is part of using Stripe and making sure everything works. So we're going to do create Stripe payment intent. We are going to do async with rec::request. That should be from Express, and then res::response. That should be from Express as well. So actually, we can go back to course controller. I'm just going to copy and paste it. We have everything. So from promise, we're going to keep all of that like that. Inside here, I'm going to do let amount is equal to rec.body. And we are also going to do if amount, and the amount is less than or equal to 0, we are going to set to amount to be equal to 50, basically 50 cents. The reason why we do this is because Stripe has a minimum of 50 cents. There is, I didn't get to the edge case, but you should be handling this on your own where you have the amount in the course. Like the course price should never be allowed to be set to 0, or if you have some kind of other configuration, we need to handle that edge case later on. But for now, we're going to keep it like this so we don't get any kind of errors. So we're going to remove all of this, and we're going to say payment intent, and we're going to do await stripe.payment intents.create. We're going to pass in the amount. Currency is going to be in USD. You can set it to whatever you want. Automatic payment methods : is going to be enabled to be true, and allow redirects should be never. And finally, we do not want message because we do not want like a message happening on the front end. So that's why we keep it blank like that. And then in the data, we are going to pass in the client secret, which is payment intent dot client secret. So this gets sent to the front end, and we want to use that for our information. So over here, we are just going to say error creating Stripe payment intent. All right, so this is necessary to make a connection to Stripe when we first initialize the Stripe payment card checkout. This is a very secure way, and it fits into what's called the PCI DSS, privacy, credit card information, making sure you are handling users' data in a very safe way. So with that, we created this endpoint. We also need to create the routes. So we go to routes, create a new file. We're going to create transaction routes.ts. And here we are going to copy everything from course, paste it over here so we can do the same thing. So here the endpoint is going to be Stripe/payment-intent. And the router should not be get, it should be post. And we are going to grab create Stripe payment intent from the controllers, remove all of these, and remove this endpoint right here. And finally, we can now go to the index page, go to our routes, and we're going to do app.use. We're going to pass in /transactions. This should be definitely authenticated. So we are going to use require auth like so. And we are going to pass in transaction routes, which are not defined. So we're going to go up here, transaction routes from /routes/ transaction routes, like that. Okay, so now we can go back to our front end. We can go to api.ts, and over here we can scroll down and we can go over here and we can create a new endpoint, and we're going to call this create Stripe payment intent. And like before, since now we've already have this example, we're just going to copy this build.mutation, paste it over here, and we can modify things as we go. So right here, instead of this being a user, this is going to be client. Secret should be a string. And then on this next line, this should be amount : number. In the query, instead of user ID, this should be amount. And with the URL, it's going to be /transactions/stripe/payment-intent. The method should be a post, and the body should be an amount. We do not need any tags for this. So we're creating a Stripe payment amount or payment intent, sending the amount to the endpoint that we just created. And then from here, we need to create an endpoint for this. So we're going to do use create Stripe payment intent mutation. So that should be sent to our backend. All right, so we're going to close all of this, and I'm going to open up and go to our front end. So now all of this is going to happen on the non-dashboard page. So here, I'm just going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this checkout. Inside the checkout, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call this page.tsx. I'm going to close this up, do RAF CE, and this should be called checkout wizard. Now we first need to check if the user is loaded. So we are going to grab is loaded from use user from Clerk Next.js. And we are obviously, of course, going to make sure it is loaded. So if it isn't loaded, we are going to return the loading component that we've created, which is very nice and convenient. And we're going to create something called render step, which is a function. And this is going to return, and this is going to determine the step that we are on for the checkout. So there is 3 steps. The first step we're going to call the checkout details page. Second is going to be the payment page. And the third is going to be the completion page. So I'm going to use a switch statement, which is not often. And we are going to have this variable called checkout step. So this will determine what step we are on in terms of the pages that we have. So we haven't identified it yet. But for now, we're just going to do return. We're going to say checkout details page. And we're going to fill out the rest of it. Case 2 is going to be a return payment page, like so. And then case 3 is going to be return completion page. And then we always need to set a default, and the default is just going to be return checkout details page. So for now, we'll get back to how we identified the checkout step, because it is a little bit of a logic challenge that we need to handle. But first, let's set up the JSX over here. We're going to give this a class name of checkout, and then we're going to pass in a div with class name checkout_content. In here, we're going to have a render step, and that's going to be what we created before. So that's going to be displayed. But we also need the wizard stepper. So if you take a look at the checkout page, we have this stepper component right here. We open this up. We have this stepper component with details, payment, and completion. So we need the logic to handle that aspect. whereas the render step represents everything under it. So this is going to be dependent on the page we are at. So I'm going to create a component called wizard stepper, and we are going to pass in the current step, which is the checkout step, like so. So let's create that. So I'm going to go over here, go to our components directory, create a new file, and call this wizard stepper.tsx. Inside here, I'm going to do ref.ce, and inside here we need to pass in the prop that we just added, which is the current step with wizard stepper props. Now inside here, I'm going to have a class name, of wizard-stepper. Now I'm going to copy right here, so because we are going to use that class multiple times. And then in here, I'm going to do :div class name wizard stepper _ container. And we're going to do 1, 2, and 3. So we have 3 steps. So we're going to map this out with a step, comma, index. And we're going to do an arrow function, and we're going to return a react.fragment. We're using the text React fragment this time because we need to pass in a key. You cannot pass in a key without the react.fragment directly. So inside here, we're going to have a div. We're going to have a class name, but this time this is going to be cn wizard-stepper _ circle. Now, make sure you spell that correctly. I'm going to copy this because we're going to use this multiple times. Actually, let's copy this right here. And then we're going to do comma, and we're going to have different conditions. So the wizard stepper is a little complicated when it comes to the display of the colors and things like that. So if the circle is completed, we are going to have a logic based on the current step. If the current step is greater than the step that we are at, so if the current step is like 1, or the current step is 2, but the step that we're talking about is the first step, that's what we're talking about here for that condition. If that's true, or if current step is equal to the last one and step is equal to 3, we're going to use the completed CSS. So this is when it becomes like a check mark. So if we're at step 3, it's going to become a check mark like this. Over here, we're going to do wizard stepper circle for current. So if it is the current one, which is current step is equal to step, but if it's not equal to the final step, this is going to be what we are going to use. So current represents a situation where it's going to be purple like this. This is the purple color. And for final condition is going to be the circle when it's upcoming. So that means we are not at that step yet. So that one's pretty simple. Current step is less than the actual step we are at. So we have these 3 different conditions for the different classes. Whereas this is just like the base class. We're going to add these different classes depending on what step we are. A little confusing, but we had a lot of different conditions for each color. And then in here, we're also going to have a situation where we check current step. If it's greater than step, we are also going to do current step like this. So basically, we're just going to copy this over here, paste it over here. We're going to do question mark, pass in a check component from Blue Side React, which is an icon. So class name is going to be width 5, height 5. So we have a check mark when it's completed. Otherwise, we're going to do a colon, like so. We're going to pass in span, and then we're obviously going to pass in the step, which is just a number, and that's going to show the little check mark, or basically a number. Below this, we're going to have a p tag, and this is going to be class name with cn once again, and we're going to do wizard dash stepper underscore text, comma, and curly braces. We're going to copy the wizard dash stepper once again, underscore text if it's active. So now we're handling the text part of it. So the text color also needs to change. So if it is current step is greater than or equal to step, we're going to give that active class. Otherwise, we are going to do text dash dash inactive class if current step is less than step. For the text, it's not as complicated because we don't need to do as many things. And then we also need to make sure we close this p tag, and then we're going to have step if that's equal to 1. We're going to have details. Just copy this 2 more times. Change this to 2, change this to 3. This should be payment, and this should be completion. And we also need to add a div around, like right below the React.fragment. We're going to do class name is equal to wizard stepper underscore step like this, and we need to make sure we close that around the p tag over here. And then finally, we have this line. We need to make sure if it's completed, it's going to be green. We're just going to do if index is less than 2, we're going to have a div, and we're going to give it class name of cn wizard dash stepper. Actually, you know what? Let's just copy this entire thing that we had before because it's pretty similar to this one. We're going to change the text to be line for all of these, then change this to completed, and then this one should be incomplete. And we're just going to reverse this. Current step should be greater, and this one should be less than or equal to. And then make sure we do a self-closing tag of the div. So this determines the line for our stepper. And so we have our stepper component. We need to make sure we import it for our checkout wizard page. And now we can start handling the checkout step logic. So this will be determining the routing and the navigation for these 3 pages. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a separate hook for this to keep it nice and clean. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to say const checkout step, and we are going to do use checkout navigation. And this will be a hook that we create in our hooks folder, and we're going to call this use checkout navigation.ts. All right, so in here, we're going to do RAFCE. We're going to have use checkout navigation. And in this case, we're just going to change this to export const use checkout navigation instead of using default. Now, this is not a TypeScript component, or it's not a React component, so we're just going to remove the return. We're going to do router, and we're going to use navigation. So basically, use router from next/navigation. And then we're also going to grab the search params, which is use search params, and we are going to do const is loaded and is signed in, and we're all going to grab this from use user from Clerk Next.js, and we're going to invoke that as well. And use search params should also come from next navigation. So what I want to show you is the URL that we're using for the checkout pages. So it's going to look like this: checkout slash, you don't have to write this. We're going to have slash checkout, and then the step that we are on, the course ID that we're using, and whether we should show sign up. Now this show sign up is going to be representative for this particular page right here. So if you take a look, let me move this up. If you take a look, this right here is the sign up page. But then we also have the sign in component. So if they already have an account, they can hit sign in, but we don't want them to be navigated to the sign in, sign up pages that we're at earlier that we already created. We want to keep them on this particular page. So the sign up component becomes the sign in component. And we keep that state in the URL via this show sign up, meaning true, that means we are on this page. If it's false, we are on the sign in component. And this is only applicable for step 1, basically. And then we also, oops, didn't mean to do that. We also need to show the course ID as well. So that determines what course they want to purchase. So that's going to be held in the URL. So with that, let's get started on figuring out this code. So we're going to find the course ID via the search params. So we're grabbing the ID from the URL, and we're going to make sure it's at least, double question mark instantiated with string to make sure we don't have any TypeScript errors and make sure it is identified. And then we also have checkout step. Now, checkout step is when we grab it from the URL, it's going to be a string, but we need the number version of this to use in our code. So search params.get, we're going to grab the step, and we're going to instantiate to default to be 1. That's like the default. And we're going to make sure this is a number. So we have the checkout step number, and we also need to do use effect. We're going to make sure if the user is loaded and if they are not signed in, and if the checkout step is greater than 1, we're going to do navigate to step 1. So this is basically a check. Remember, we don't want them to hit this page, like the payment details page, if they're not signed in. If they try to hit completed, we also want to redirect them to this particular page. That's what we're doing right here. And what we need is to create that function, navigate to step. And we're going to use a use callback from React to make sure this works. And then we have step with a number. We're going to do an arrow function, and we're going to pass in new step, a math.min. So math.max of 1, step, 3. So we're just going to determine if the step is between 1 and 3, essentially. And we want to take the number that is lower than 3. We want to make sure we grab the step value if it's greater than 2 or 3. That's essentially what this is doing right here. And making sure that it's never above 3 as well. So this is kind of a weird way to do it, but it makes it easier. And then from here, we're going to do show sign up. And we're going to say if the user is signed in, we are going to put true for the string. Otherwise, we are going to say false. And it needs to be in string form. So we do that using router.push. And we are now going to be able to grab this URL, push all those values that we've created into the URL, and we can navigate there. And then finally, what we need to do for use callback is pass in all the values that may change, and we're going to pass in router like so. And we do have an error with the semicolon, so make sure you have that. And use effect needs to be imported from React. And we also need to make sure that it is correctly having the correct dependencies for redirecting. So is signed in, checkout step, we're going to have navigate to step as well. So this part is for making sure the user is signed in. This part is the function that allows us to navigate to a specific step. This is the functionality for that. And whereas checkout step is the value that we grab from the URL, and that is the current step we are at. So this one hook is doing all of the navigation for our checkout, and all we want to do is we're going to return the checkout step and the navigate to step function. So this does basically everything we need in terms of navigation for the checkout page, which is quite complicated. And then we're going to make sure we import that. All right, so from here, now we can lay out the specific steps of these particular pages. So the first thing we're going to do is create the checkout details page. Like so, we're going to create a component for this. So we're going to go back to our directory. Inside our checkout, I'm going to create a component called details. And this time, I'm just going to call this index.tsx. We're not going to create a separate, page.tsx. This should be index. We're going to do RAFCE. I'm going to call this checkout details page. Now inside here, I'm going to grab the search params because we are going to try and grab the current course that we have selected. So we're going to use search params. We're going to grab course ID search params dot get ID. And if it doesn't exist, we just want to make sure we grab that edge case. And we also want to grab the data of the course like so. And we are going to do use get course query. We also need to pass in course ID into this particular hook. Now this is going to be reused in another page, and it's kind of a hassle to rewrite all of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up, go to hooks component or hooks folder. We're going to create a new file, and we're just going to do use current course like so. And we're going to do .ts, and we are going to export const use current course like so. We have an arrow function, and we're going to paste in what we just wrote. Make sure we import that. Make sure we import this one, and we're just going to do .rest so we can just grab everything that we need for the get course query. If we need it, we're going to do return. We're going to grab course ID .rest. So this is just an easy way for us to grab the current course in multiple different files. So if I were to go back to our checkout details page, instead of having this, we can instead use current course from the hooks, and we can grab const course, which is the selected course that we have selected. We're going to pass in is loading because that comes from the .rest that we created, and we're able to grab it all in one go with just use current course. And we're doing this because we are using this in another file. So we're going to do search params one more time, and this time we're doing this because we're not incorporating it in the use current course, because this is just going to be used one time, which is for const show sign up. And this will determine whether we show the sign in component or the sign up component. We're going to do show sign up, and this is going to be true, like so. And before we write out the elements, we are going to do is loading. Make sure we do return loading component. Should return that. If is error, we are going to return div failed to fetch course data. And then if selected course is not returned, we are going to say return div course not found. Sure, there's no space. And now let's actually run up our server, make sure everything is working. We're going to make sure we import checkout details page while we run our server. We're going to go back, save this, and we are going to refresh. And we're going to hit select or search courses, which will take us to this particular page. And what we want to do is click on enroll now. And so once again, we need a use client directory. And that's going to happen on the checkout details page right here. So we're going to do use client, and then I'm going to get rid of this because we don't need that. Save it, and we're going to go back, open up use checkout navigation because we need use client anytime we are using search param. And we're going to do this one by one. We're going to go to checkout wizard because we're also using their use client as well. And here, perfect. We have what we are seeing in here. We see the checkout details page. So we see this. So technically when we're signed in, we should be redirected to payment page on step 2, but that's only when we have the component. So when we create this sign in component, we are going to have this redirect URL that's going to take us to step 2 of the page if we are on this particular one. So let's start by filling out our checkout details page code. So inside here, I'm going to have a class name. I'm going to pass in checkout-details. Get rid of that. And then we're going to have another div. We're going to do class name of checkout-details underscore container. I'm going to copy this right here so we don't have to rewrite it every single time. So we're going to do div, paste that with preview, and we are going to pass in the course preview we created a long time ago. So course preview. Actually, sorry, we didn't create the course preview. We created the accordion, but the course preview will have the accordion. I think that's what I meant to say. So course, we are going to pass in selected course. Now we're going to close this, and we are going to create our course preview. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to open this up in the components, create a new file, and we're going to call this course preview.tsx. And call this RAFCE, and we are going to pass in the course that we did and have it course preview props like so. And we are going to grab the price. We're going to say format price, which is from utils. So we're going to have course.price like so. And we're going to be using that to create our course preview. So this is pretty straightforward. We're going to have class name with course-preview. Once again, we're going to copy the class name and that value. So we're going to have div with class name course preview underscore container, and then another div with class name course preview. This is going to be the image wrapper. And inside here, we're going to have an image from next image component. We're going to do source is equal to course.image. And we're going to make sure we have some kind of placeholder. We don't have a preview placeholder image. You can add that if you would like. We're going to have a course preview as well. The width is going to be 640. Height is going to be 360. Class name is going to be width of full. We're going to make sure we close the image tag, like so. Get rid of the course preview text. And right below the first closing div, we're going to have another div. Set this to be h2 class name course preview underscore title. Close that out with course.title like so. Go to the next line. We're going to do p tag with class name Actually, this time we don't need the course preview. We can just do text, gray 400, text MD, margin bottom of 4, and we can say by course.teacher name. Below this, we're going to have a P with class name is equal to text, small text, custom grays, dirty gray, like so. As you can see, there's a lot of styling to it, and that's why I'm using all these Tailwind classes, because it is quite the hassle to write all of them, because some of these classes, well, some of them might be short like this one. There are other ones that are super, super long in terms of the amount of classes that you need. And I don't know how instructional that is. That's why I created all these classes for those. Below this, I have h4 tag. We are going to pass in class name once again, text white 50, and if you wanted, you can do an opacity of 90. So that's how you would do it with Tailwind. We're also going to have font semi-bold, margin bottom of 2, pass that in, call this course content, save it, and then on this next particular line, we are going to do accordion sections, and we're going to pass that in from the accordion sections that we created a long time ago from the search page. We're going to pass in course.sections like so, and we're almost done with this page. So below the two closing divs, we're going to have another div right here, and we're going to paste course preview underscore container. Inside here, we are going to have an h3 class name of text XL, margin bottom of 4. We're going to do price, details of 1 item. You can only buy 1 item at a time. I did not add the functionality. It's up to you. If you want to make that a stretch goal, we could add this. And it seems like this page I particularly didn't create enough classes for all of these. Don't know why. But anyways, custom grays, dirty gray, text base, like so. And inside here, I'm going to do a span with class name of font dash bold with string. I'm going to do 1x course.title. And then I'm going to copy this, paste it over here. I'm going to copy this entire thing, paste it over here like that. Instead, this is going to be border T, like that. This is going to be border custom grays, dirty gray, and this is going to be padding top of 4. Font bold, course title, this should be a price. Right here with the font bold, this should be total amount, and the text should be large. This should also be text large as well, and we are going to put price as well over here. We're going to save that, and we're going to go back over here into our checkout details page. Finally, import the course preview, refresh the page, and now we should see the course preview on the left side. Now the other part is this guest checkout. I don't normally do this, but I'm just going to copy and paste it. You can pause it if you want to add it, but the functionality for this is not really there. So I'm just adding it to show you this would be best practice on a checkout system. It was just the scope became so out of control for this application that I just added this, but I did not. I'm not going to go through all of it. Make sure we import all of this, and right here below this closing div, I'm just going to call this stretch feature like so, and I'm going to make sure we import from React hook form. We're going to import custom form field, We're also going to import button as well. And I believe we are missing a closing div as well. Oh, you got to be careful. Like I wasn't, so import form from @components /components/UI/form. So you want to import it from Shadcn, not React hook form, because those are different. So we'll have the guest checkout just like that. Pretty simple. Typically, you would have to save this information in your state and then use that later, and then you would create a transaction. But I didn't want to do that because it was just too much already. And then after that, I'm just going to paste this. This is only if you have the checkout. You can pause it and just write this if you would like. That gives us an OR option. And then below this, this is where we can actually put class name checkout-details_auth. Close this out. We can do show sign up, and we can pass in sign up component from, let's redo this. Sign up should be coming from the sign up component that we created, not the sign up component from directly from Clerk, basically, but we want to do it from the one that we created. So sign in component, and we're going to do it just like that. So there we go. With this, it's going to automatically redirect us onto checkout step 2 page. And the reason why that's happening is because we have the component redirecting it if we're signed in. So if I go to step 1, so if we wrote step 1, it should technically take us to step 2 of this page. And by the way, I did make a mistake over here. If you go to the sign in component, we actually need to set this to be and sign up to be true for sign in. Actually, this should be false or true, just like that. And then over here for sign up, this should be and sign up should be false like this. So the reason why we do this is so that we know if we go to directly to step 1, but we're signed in, it's going to take us to the correct page. Let's say enroll now. It's not going to take us to the details page as we expect. So this is perfect. So let's say we sign out and we try to enroll in a specific course. When we try to enroll now, we would go to this particular page. And if we tried to go directly to step 2 in the URL, it's going to redirect us to this page because we need to sign in. This is exactly how we wanted to do. So let's say we signed in. We are going to be taken to the payment page. Let's try signing in one more time. I want to show you one more thing. If I hit sign up, it's going to take you to the sign up, the same page with the sign up component. So it's a nice way to show our checkout flow. So I'm just going to log in. So it'll take us to the payment page, which we'll work on next. So I'm going to close all of this. So from here, I'm going to go back to our checkout wizard, and we're going to go over here. I'm going to call this payment page like so. And inside our directory for checkout, I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to call this payment, and I'm going to create a file called index.tsx. Call this refce payment page content. We're going to give it as content as well. And then over here, I'm going to create another file. I'm going to call this Stripe provider. We need this Stripe provider for us to make it work with Stripe. So essentially in our index file, we're going to create another component, and we're going to remove this export default. I'm going to say const payment page. And this is going to be an EdRoh function. And we are going to wrap our Stripe provider that we're going to create around our payment page content. So this is kind of how you would work with Stripe Provider. You need to wrap it around payment page context because they are using React context to provide state into payment page content. Otherwise, you won't be able to use it. So we have export default payment page. So we're going to do that. Now we're going to go to Stripe Provider. And inside here, I'll just do RAFCE. We're going to keep it like that. But for now, we're going to go and deal with environment variables. So process.env.next public stripe public underscore key. Make sure you spell this correctly. So this is the environment variable that we set earlier. So we're going to grab this next public stripe key, make sure that if it doesn't exist, we're going to throw a new error. So we always want to make sure there's some error handling, otherwise it's not going to work. Is not set is what we'll say. And below this, we need to create a Stripe promise so we can load Stripe as we need. So we're going to do process.env.next public stripe public key. And this load Stripe is going to come from Stripe.js, and it apparently does not do IntelliSense. Load Stripe from @stripe/stripe.js. So if we do that, we should be pretty good to go. And Stripe has basically some value that we need to use for appearance. So we have an appearance variable, and we're going to grab appearance from Stripe.js for the typing. And we can do theme to be Stripe. And then we're going to set variables for our properties. So color primary. So I've already set this styling basically up. And in this case, I'm just going to paste it because this is kind of a hassle to write. But you can pause the screen, take a look at all of these colors. This is basically setting up our Stripe component to look and feel consistent with our own brand. Okay, so from here, we also need to pass in children for our Stripe provider because we are using a parenting style of React where we pass it in. And over here, we are going to grab the client secret. Now, if you remember set client secret, or the client secret that we talked about, that is coming from our backend, and we need to use that so that we can connect to Stripe. So this is the whole purpose of Stripe payment intent. It allows us to connect to Stripe directly, but we need to do it from our backend. So we're going to do a string like this and make sure we import use state. We're also going to grab create Stripe payment intent, and this is going to come from the mutation that we created for Stripe payment. And then we're also going to grab our course, which using use current course like so. As I mentioned, we are using this hook multiple times. And to use our payment, we need to actually use effect. Inside here, we're going to do if course doesn't exist, we're going to return. But if it does exist, we're going to say fetch payment intent with async arrow function. We're going to do result const result is equal to await create Stripe payment intent. We're going to pass in amount colon course comma dot price, but we need to handle the edge case just in case it doesn't exist, and we're just going to put a ridiculously large number so that no one can actually get charged if that were to happen. Let's actually make this higher. Actually, so this should be dot unwrap like so. And then set client secret will be the result dot client secret that we set. And finally, we are going to invoke that function we just created, fetch payment intent, and this will grab the Stripe payment. Dot price, and then course. So these are the dependencies for the use effect. So this is how you would use Stripe Provider. This is essentially their process of doing so. Then we need to set the options. We're going to do Stripe elements options. We need to import that from Stripe as well. And we are going to set the client secret and appearance. So those are the settings that we are passing into Stripe. And if client secret doesn't exist, we are going to return a loading component. And inside our div, this should instead just be elements from React Stripe.js. So we need to import this manually, elements from @stripe/React Stripe.js. So this will allow us to give us the component, like the card component directly, and it makes it look pretty nice. So Stripe promise with options is equal to options like so. And we need to pass in children. So that gives us the Stripe provider. This is everything we need for it to connect to Stripe directly from our UI to our backend and then to Stripe. So by doing so, we can now import Stripe provider. And from here, we can now create the payment page content. So everything that we need to set up normally for this payment page, we can then implement over here. But there are a couple things that we are allowed to use now. So that's going to include Stripe from use Stripe like so, and const elements is equal to use elements like so. So if we didn't set up the Stripe provider around this payment page content as the children, we would not be able to access these hooks. That's why this particular section is necessary for us to create this payment page content. All right, it is important. From here, we're going to create a transaction, and we're going to put this on halt. So this is going to be a function that we'll create. This is like an API call we'll create. We'll just comment this out. But for now, we are going to navigate to step. We're going to use checkout navigation to grab that function. We're going to grab the course and the course ID once again. This hook is very useful because it allows us to grab the course in one go. And we're also going to grab the user from use user, which is coming from Clerk Next.js. And we're also going to handle the sign out functionality from use Clerk. And that will be provided for this particular page. If you go over here, switch account, if you hit this account, it's going to log you out and take you back to checkout step page 1. Make sure we import that correctly as well. So over here, I'm going to make sure if is course is not logged out, we're going to return null in this case. And inside here, I'm going to do class name payment underscore like that. Actually, keep it like this for now. Copy this because we're going to be reusing that class multiple times. So I'm going to do div class name payment underscore container. Close it out like that. Let's get rid of this text because we don't need it. And we're going to have, again, in order, summary, which is the course preview. And we're going to do div class name payment underscore preview. Like we did before. And we can bring in course preview. There's a reason why we created it in the components folder because we are going to reuse it. We can save that and then go to payment form as a comment. It's nice to make sure we have kind of all of this separated out to make it easier. We're going to have a div, the class name payment form dash container. Inside here, we're going to have a form with ID of payment dash form with an on submit handler. And we're going to do handle submit, which is a function we have not created. So I'm just going to comment this out. And I'm going to pass in class name payment underscore form like so, closed out the form component. And over here, we have a div class name payment underscore content like so, have an h1 tag, class name payment underscore title, close this out with checkout. And then we're going to have a p tag, class name payment subtitle. And then we're just going to say fill out the payment details below to complete your purchase. And then below the p tag, we're going to do another div, class name payment underscore method. And then we're going to have an h3 tag, class name payment underscore method dash title. This should be the payment method. Below this h3, we're going to do a div, class name payment card. Didn't mean to do that. Payment underscore card dash container. Close this out. We're going to have another div, class name payment underscore card dash header. Close this. And we're going to pass in credit card, which is a Lucide React icon with a size of 24. Close this out. Have a span of credit / debit card. And then below this, we're going to have a div, class name payment underscore card dash element. And we're going to have a payment element component from React Stripe.js. So all of this work is so that we can use the payment element component, which will provide us with a nice little component that makes it easier to have an input from Stripe so that they can put their credit card information, and it makes it look pretty nice. So now there's a lot of closing div tags. What we want to do is go all the way after the second closing div tag from the form and below or above the last closing div. And we are going to add the navigation buttons over here. So over here, we're going to have a div, the class name payment actions like so. We're going to pass in button component from Shadcn, give it a class name of hover with background white of 50 with 10 opacity. On click, we are going to do handle, sign out, and navigate. So we have not created that yet, but that's going to handle the sign out for the switch account button. So we're going to have a variant of outline with a type of button like so, and we're going to say switch account. And then finally, we are going to have one more button. I'm just going to copy this to make it easier. But this time, this is going to be a form with payment-form. Type should be submit this time, because this one will be the one to submit the actual form that we created with the class name payment underscore submit. We're going to get rid of the variant, get rid of this on click, and we are going to set disabled if Stripe or elements has not been loaded. So this is going to say pay with credit card. And then let's go back to checkout wizard, and we are going to import payment page. And let's double check how it looks. So this is our payment page. We have the course preview that we already know. You can see the sections. And then now we can see that we have credit, debit card, secure checkout with link. I don't know if you'll see that. I'm not exactly sure if you'll see that. I think that's only if you're on the Brave browser. Okay, it is not a Brave browser. If you go to Create Next App, basically, if you go to this page where you're in Settings, and then you go to Payments, Payment Methods, it'll show you the things that you are on. You have this link. You can deactivate it if you want, but all the settings for your payment checkout is going to be based on the settings that you have in your Stripe dashboard, which is pretty nice. So yeah, so we'll have this basically. And we'll have pay with credit card, switch account if we want to log out. And this should be pretty much all set. Now, like I said before, with the handle submit, it's going to involve a number of things. If you go back over here, we need to create a transaction. We need to create a Stripe payment. We need to create a course, and we need to create a user course progress. So let's actually go back to our backend and let's set all of that up before we create our handle submit component, our handle submit function. So on our backend, we're going to go to controllers. We're going to go back to transaction controllers, and right above or right below the create Stripe payment intent, we can create another function. And let's just copy this entire thing right here. And then we could just erase everything inside. We don't really need all of this, but we're going to call this create transaction with the lowercase r. Inside of here, we're going to grab a lot of information from the front end. So that includes user ID, course ID, transaction ID, the amount, and the payment provider. And we're going to grab this from rec.body. So the first step we need to do is get course info. And we need to grab the course info so we are able to grab and update our course appropriately, or to make sure that the course exists and so that we can connect it to our transaction. So we're going to do course.get course ID. And we need to make sure we import the course from our models directory. Then we need to create transaction record. So the way we create our transaction record, we can just do new transaction. And we are going to set transaction, which is going to come from our transaction model. And we are going to put every property, like date time. So we need to set a new date to ISO string for the time of our transaction. We also need to set the user ID, course ID, transaction ID, amount, and payment provider. And then we do that, we create the transaction, but we also need to save it into our database. So that takes care of this part right here. So this creates the transaction. And if you want to double check, we can go to the transaction model. This includes all the properties that we have. So it makes a lot of sense. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Then we also need to create the user course progress right here. So to do that, we're going to do initial progress. And this is why we needed to fetch the course information. Otherwise, we would not be able to create this. So we're going to do new user course progress. Pass in an object with user ID, course ID, enrollment date is going to be the same thing that we have over here with the new date, meaning it is the current time, with an overall progress of 0, meaning they just started. And then we're also going to pass in sections. Now, sections is probably the most complicated part of courses because it is very nested. We have section : any, and we're going to have an arrow function, and we are passing in an object with section ID, with section.section ID like so, with chapters, and then section.chapters.map with chapter : any, and then we have an arrow function like so, chapter ID : chapter.chapter ID. And I know it's a little ridiculous, but for every time we need to track the progress of each chapter, and we'll go more in details for this. But this is just updating the initial progress. We're just setting this up, and then we're also gonna do last accessed timestamp like so, timestamp, paste a new date ISO string, and we are missing a closing parens, so make sure you have the correct parens right there. And then we're gonna do await initial progress dot save, so we save that. And then that takes care of the user course progress, but we also need to add the enrollment to the specific course. And that one's pretty simple this time. So we're gonna do await course.update, and we are going to pass in course ID like so. And we can do this simple $add : enrollments, and pass in an array with object of user ID. So let's save that. So for here, I'm just going to say create initial course progress. It's better if we have these steps written in comments. Add enrollment to relevant course. So we now have everything we need that we set up. We just don't have the Stripe payment. We haven't created the Stripe payment directly on the front end, but that will happen in the component that we created earlier. So this res.json, we're going to have a message. We're going to say purchase course successfully, like this. And the data should be transaction, would be a new transaction like so. And we can also pass in course progress to be the initial progress that we saved. And then below this, we can say error creating transaction and enrollment. So that will be our transaction. That covers everything we need when we create a Stripe payment. So this is all important. It's a lot of data in different tables, and we basically needed all of those. So we can now go back to transaction routes. And over here, we're just going to do router.post with the empty domain. We're going to say create transaction, grab it from the controllers. So that sets up our routes. Close both of these. And then we can now go back to our API. Let me close this out. We can set a little endpoint in our API Redux Toolkit query. Call this create transaction. We're going to call this, copy this build.mutation. We're going to put transaction, and we are going to put partial transaction. So, because that's what we are going to send to the backend. Put in object. We're going to do query with transaction inside here. Return an object that says URL transactions like so. This is going to be a method of post with the body of transaction that we will send. We don't need any kind of tags for this, so we can scroll down, go over here, and we can say use create transaction mutation. And now we can close these guys out, except for this payment page content. We're going to open this up, and import our mutation from our API. So we now have this create transaction function that we can use. So the first thing I want to handle is the handle submit. What happens when we click the pay with credit card from the front end? So we're going to have a handle submit async with e.react.form event. You're going to use an arrow function like so. You're going to do e.prevent default, and if Stripe or elements does not exist, we are going to say toast error and make sure we grab the toast from Sunner, and we are going to give it a string of Stripe service is not available. Good to have these error checks. So we're going to return, and then we're also going to do result is equal to await Stripe dot confirm payment elements. So that grabs the elements information, like the inputs that we had. They already handle it behind the scenes. And we're going to confirm the params of return URL. And we are going to use the process.env dot next public. So this is the environment variable that we created. Stripe redirect URL. We're going to have an ID, of course, ID like so. And we are going to make sure redirect if required. So this right here is that Stripe payment. This is where we are creating this Stripe payment directly on there. And finally, we want to say if result.payment intent.status has succeeded, just to double check, we can now create the transaction data that we need to send to the backend. And we're going to make sure we type it correctly. And then we have transaction ID with result.payment ID. So the transaction ID is coming from Stripe payment ID. So if we ever need to grab information from Stripe about the payment transactions, this is the ID that we're using, and it's coming directly from Stripe. So it's important to understand that our transaction table basically has connections to the Stripe information. This is very important. Sometimes you really do need the link so that you are able to grab user transaction information from Stripe. Otherwise, you have no way of knowing which users are which is very bad. And then also for the user ID, that's going to come from Clerk. So we have the user.id. Course ID is obviously the course ID that was selected, and it's coming from the search params. Payment provider, in this case, we're only having Stripe, so it's pretty redundant, but if you ever wanted to add things like PayPal, you can have this as different. And the amount of this is course.price. Otherwise, we're going to set this to be 0. We're going to set await create transaction, and we're going to pass in transaction data, and we are going to navigate to step 3. So after our transaction completes, we are going to go to step 3. And that's pretty much our handle submit. This is everything we need to do. So if we go down, we see our on submit, we have our handle submit. So that will handle our payment. And then finally, for the switch account, we're going to have handle sign out and navigate function, which we are going to set is going to be an arrow function like so. We're going to do await sign out is coming from that function, and we are going to do navigate to step 1 like this. And we're going to scroll down to this button, uncomment what we did earlier. And we did spell this wrong. The and should be capitalized. And over here, we're going to do 424242. So if you want to test out Stripe, you would use 42424242 like that. And I'm just going to put 033. After this, it doesn't really matter. This allows you to basically just use any value that you want. So as long as you use this one, which is Stripe's test account, you should be good to go. We can ignore that and we can select pay with credit card and say no thanks. And when it says purchased course successfully, that means everything should have worked as expected. And the way we can check is if we go to NoSQL Workbench, we can go back to our connection and we can test out to see if we got a new transaction. And right here is what we just, added. This is specifically the new date that we had. Otherwise, everything else is 320. So this is all like mock data. But the one we just created was today, right here, 2024, 3, right here. So yeah, everything is working as expected. So let's get to the completion page. So we're going to open up right here, create a new folder. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Let's create a new folder called completion and create a new file called index.tsx. And inside our checkout wizard, we're just going to do completion page like so. We haven't created it yet, so we're going to create it. Completion page. And this should be pretty simple. We're just going to have a class name with completion. Remove this completion page text. We're going to have a div class name. I'm going to copy this right here so it's easier for us to finish this content like so. We're going to have another div completion icon like so. And then we're going to import check from Lucide React. We're going to have a class name with width of 16, height of 16. We're going to close that out. Below this, I'm going to have a h1 tag, class name, completion, title. We're going to do completed. And below this, we're going to have a p tag, completion, underscore message, like so. And you can have this emoji right here. I just copied and pasted it. You can figure out how to do that. I'm going to say you have made a course purchase successfully. I'm going to paste that. And then below this, we're going to have another div. Completion like so with support. We're going to have a p tag. We're going to say need help. Contact R string with space. We're going to import a button from Shadcn with a variant of link as child, class name with padding of 0, margin of 0, text primary of 700. We're going to have an a tag with href is equal to mail to support@example.com. We're going to put custom or support and put after all this a period. Close this out with the div. We're going to have class name completion action, and finally just a link from Next. Href should be user/courses, and we can do go to courses. I'm going to save that, go to our page with checkout wizard, make sure we import that correctly. And for this safe return, we're just going to just place checkout details page just for that. And once we have set that, we have our completion page. Now, as the last part of the checkout flow, we want to create this particular table of grabbing the transactions from our database and putting it in the billing page. So we just want to do that. So we need to create an endpoint that lists all the transactions, and then we just need to create the UI on the front end for those transactions. So we're going to go back to transaction controller. We're going to go up, copy all of this once again, and we are just going to go and paste all of this information, remove everything over here, remove all of this, and we are just going to say list transactions. And from here, we want to grab the user ID, which is going to be passed as a query string. So rec.query. So we're going to grab that information from the URL. So const transactions is going to be user ID. We're going to await a transaction.query, grab the user ID. We're going to make sure it's equal to user ID, and we are going to execute. And then we are also going to await transaction.scan.execute, making sure the transactions all grab the transactions. So this allows us to either grab the entire list of transactions, or if we have the user ID, then we just grab that user. So basically it is optional, and it serves a multi-function for this particular endpoint. In this case, we just need the user ID. So over here, we're going to say transactions retrieved successfully. This should be plural, like so. And the data should be remove the object. It should just be transactions, like so. And we can say error retrieving transactions, like that. It should be simple enough. Now we're going to go back to transaction routes. Go over here. This should be pretty simple. Router.get with a slash. We're going to do list transactions and grab it from our endpoint. So this should be very, very simple. And now we're going to go to our front end. Go to our API. And go over here. Right above the create stripe payment intent, we're going to do get transactions, and we're going to do build.query. We're going to pass in the transaction interface. That's going to be returned from the backend as an array, and we're just going to pass in the string for our query, and then we're going to have a user ID is what we're going to be using, and that will be part of the query string when we call our backend. So user ID is equal to user ID, like so. I'm going to grab that, and then we're going to scroll down. We're going to do up here use get transactions query, like so. All right, so from here we can go to our app. We can go to dashboard. From here we have user. We're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this billing. Inside here, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this page.tsx. I'm going to close that up. And over here, I'm going to do RAFCE. This is going to be the user billing page. Inside here, we're going to set a payment type. We're going to set the payment type as well. Let's make sure we capitalize that. We're going to use state from React. We're going to do all, like so. And over here, I'm going to set user is loaded and set use user. So this is grabbing the user from our Next.js application, because we need that user information so that we can make an API call for the transactions relevant to our users. So we're going to do is loading, but this is going to be set to is loading transactions because it's different from the other one. We don't want to get it confused with this one. So here we're going to do use get transactions query. And I'm going to put this on the next line. And over here we're going to do user $ID. If it doesn't exist, we're going to have an empty string. However, what we want to do is make sure this doesn't get called until user ID is identified. So you can use something called skip, and because this you can't really control like the timing of the React component sometimes, skip is a nice way to make sure we make the API call under certain conditions. So if it isn't loaded and the user does not exist, we're not going to make this API call. That's exactly what the skip function is doing. So that's why we pass this in. So until this happens, then user ID will get passed after those conditions are met. Okay, so from here, and it's one of the nice things again about Redux Toolkit query. So we have filtered data, and we are going to pass in transactions, and we're just gonna do a quick little filter for the transaction with an arrow function. So we're just filtering, and we're just filtering to make sure it matches the type that we have, which is payment type. Make sure it is equal to all of them. Otherwise, we say transaction.payment provider is equal to payment type. Otherwise, we just return matches type as well. And we just want to make sure we have at least an empty array. So basically, we're just filtering based on the payment type. It doesn't really do anything because we do only have one payment type, but just in case if you ever want to expand this application, then you can do so. And over here, we're going to return loading from the component loading. And if user does not exist, we're going to return div, please sign in to view your billing information, like that. All right, and then from here, we're going to write the div. Again, we're going to have class name billing, like so. And make sure we copy that so we can use it for our div. Div class name billing underscore container with h2 class name billing underscore title payment history, and then div class name billing underscore filters, and then we're going to import select dropdown from add components UI select from Shadcn, and we're just going to pass in value with payment type, and on value change is the function. We just need to set payment type like so. Close that, and we are going to set the select trigger from add components UI select. We're going to paste billing select like so. Make sure we have the right styling, and then select value should come from add components again. Placeholder is going to be payment type, and we're going to make sure we close that. And then from here, we're going to do select content, and again, make sure you import it from Shadcn. We're going to do class name billing underscore select dash content. Inside here, we're going to have select item, so that's also going to be imported from Shadcn. Class name billing underscore select dash item with value of all, and we make sure we close that. And inside here, I'm going to say all types. And it seems like I did not correctly import it, so make sure to do that. I'm going to copy, paste this 2 more times. The value should be Stripe. And let's say if we actually added PayPal, we're going to keep it like that. And by the way, I did add PayPal before, but it was just too much to handle in terms of scope. The scope just ballooned out of control for this application. Not exactly sure why. Anyways, so we have a div, and I want to copy the billing over here once again with class name billing, and this time it's going to be a grid. Inside here, this is going to be our table component. So our table component right here, and we're just going to use simple Shadcn table. and I'm going to pass in is loading transactions. So over here, if it's loading transactions, we're going to add the loading component. And like I said, it is super useful because we are reusing that loading component, and it is very useful for multiple types of scenarios. All right, so in here, if it is loaded, we are going to add table component, and we're going to grab it from Shadcn table, pass in billing table like so. Then we're going to pass in table header, get it from Shadcn, class name billing table dash header, and then table head, pass that in, pass in the billing table dash cell, close that. And I did miss one, which is table row. So that should also come from the table component with class name billing table dash header dash row. Pass that in. And we need to make sure the table head is within the table row. We're going to pass that in 3 times inside the table row. Save it so it is unified or linted correctly. And then here in the table head, we're going to have date, amount, and payment method. That's good. And then below this header, we are going to add table body, Shadcn component with class name billing underscore table dash body. Now, the only downside about using Shadcn is that you end up having a lot of these components. I know it makes it more composable and more modular, makes it usable in different ways, but it is sometimes kind of a pain. I mean, there's always trade-offs, right? So anyways, filtered data length is greater than 0. So if we have any kind of value, we're going to use filtered data.map, pass in transaction, use an arrow function with table row like so, pass, oops, not meant to do that, table row like that. Let's just close that in because we are going to pass in a few things. Billing table dash row, but we also need to add a key, which is going to be transaction.transaction ID. Over here, we're going to add table cell, pass that in from Shadcn, class name billing table dash cell. And we are going to copy this 2 more times. And over here, it's going to be billing underscore amount. And over here, we are just going to leave it. But inside this particular table cell, we are going to add a date. New date object with transaction.dateTime to convert it to the correct date string on the front end. So we pass that in, and over here, we are going to do format price. Make sure you import that transaction.amount. And then over here in this table cell, we're going to do transaction.payment provider if it's equal to Stripe. Actually, we're just going to set it to the string. That should be good. And then finally, we actually have another condition. So if we do not have any values, we want to pass in table row with class name like so with billing underscore table dash row. We're going to close that out, pass in table cell. Let's actually grab one of these, paste it over here, and then we are just going to add a property called text center like so with column span of 3. Inside here, we are just going to add no transactions, no transactions to display. And over here, we did miss a few closing parens, so make sure you have 2 of those. And when we save it, this page should be pretty good now. So everything is as expected. Now let's double check. Let's see if our server is running. So our servers are running. We're going to go click Manage Account. So that takes us to the profile page. But now we can check out the billing page. So again, use state. I always seem to forget. We're going to put use client as well. So now we do have some kind of error. All right, so we do have an error, and that's because this is singular. The URL should be plural. So as you can see, when you have this error, I just wanted to remind you that you can see this error happening, which is very, very good. You can see why we get an error. And by doing so, we have our custom-based query telling us that we got some kind of error. So if I were to look get transaction, that's because this should be plural right here. So let's refresh the page. And there you go. We have our list of transactions and everything is as expected. If we were to do PayPal, it should be no transaction. If we do all types, Stripe should be working perfectly. Now we want to do the exact same thing for the teacher. So let's do that really, really quickly. We don't need to double check because we're just going to copy this entire page. Go over here to the teacher page, create a new folder called billing. Inside here, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this page.tsx, and I'm just going to paste it over here. Scroll up, select both of these with Command D. I'm going to do teacher billing like so, save it. And most of this should be pretty identical. You know what? It is basically identical, except for the name of the component. So you can leave it like that. So the teacher can have a billing history in case the teacher also bought something as a user. So just to be clear, you can create a reusable component. I just didn't get the time to do that. So you can use a reusable component that applies to both of these, so you don't have to repeat the same code. All right, so looking to our completed application, the next part we're going to do is handling edit course and creating a course. This is actually a little more complicated than you would expect because our course data is very, very extensive. There is courses, there are sections, there is a chapter, there's even comments, but it's pretty extensive and it's going to include also videos that we need to upload onto S3. So let's take a look at the final application on how this is supposed to look like. So when you create a course, it's going to create a default course like so, but it's also going to take you to the edit page. So the course is more like kind of like a draft where you can have a course, whether it's not drafted versus whether it's published or not. So you'll have a course, you can set up the course title, description. I'm just going to put random things over here. Doesn't really matter. But then when you add a section, you can have that saved over here, but you can also add a chapter for each section. So this is kind of like the way Udemy has their setup. But then over here, we have a chapter video. And let's just put a random video up here. When you hit save, what's going to happen is that this doesn't save the sections into the backend. Right now, all the data you see here, this is stored on the front end. This is for more of a UX perspective, and we are going to store the state into Redux. And the reason why we don't store this into the backend is because if you just constantly make API calls just for any kind of little edit to make it consistent between front end and back end, whereas some people don't want you to store any kind of like front end state, this is problematic because a lot of times when you have the saved draft, that's the user experience that most people expect. When you save it, that is what you are saving onto the backend. Anything here is ephemeral, temporary. So you want to make sure none of this gets saved until someone hits save draft. And this is kind of what we'll create. And this is a very common user experience that you see when you have something that's very large. You don't want to publish it right away. These are the type of user experiences that people expect. And we're going to have that basic flow. So to start off, we're going to have to create our backend, and that's going to include different aspects, such as creating the course and then updating the course, and also a separate endpoint for uploading video. So let's get started with all of that. Let's move all of this. We're going to open up our directory. We're going to close the client directory, and we are going to go straight to course controller. And below our get course, we're going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it over here because we're going to create a new function, and we're going to call this create course like so. Inside here, I'm going to get rid of all of this, and we're just going to get rid of most of this information. We don't need it. So what we're going to grab from the body is we're going to grab the teacher ID and the teacher name, because we need to grab that from the front end. And then if teacher ID does not exist, or if the teacher name doesn't exist, this is just extra validation. We're just going to send to the front end that the message of teacher ID and name are required. Otherwise, we're just going to have an error check, making sure that people can't log in unless they're the correct teacher or they have specified a teacher. All right, and then from here, we're just going to create a new course. So as you saw the flow earlier where we have the course, we create the course first. We're just going to put the course with, default values. This is exactly what we're going to be doing over here. And the first thing we want to do is we're going to import the UUID. So we're going to say v4 as UUID v4, and we're going to grab that from UUID, because when we create a course, we need a unique value. That's what we're setting as the course when we create it. And then from here, we're going to set the teacher ID as well as the teacher name, with the title being untitled course, with the description of an empty string, category of uncategorized, and then we're going to have an image. We're going to not have an image for this. We're going to have a price of 0 with a level of beginner, and status being a draft initially. There's only draft and published for this. And then we're also going to have sections, which is going to be an empty array, as well as enrollments, which is also going to be an empty array. And then from here, we're just going to do await new course dot save to save our course that we just created. And then on the front end, we're just going to set or send back the new course, and we're just going to say new course or course created successfully. And we're going to say error creating course if there is a problem. So that's pretty straightforward. Now, what happens if we want to update the course? When we hit that save draft, that save button, then we need another function for this, because this is creating the course, but we want to update and change that information. So that's going to be a separate endpoint. So I am once again going to copy all of this, paste it over here, and we are going to change a number of things. So this is going to now be called update course. We're going to change, or we're going to grab some values that we grab from the front end. So the front end is going to need to send us to the back end the course ID through params. And remember, params is more required value from the front end. And then update data is going to be just the entire request body. So like all the extra information that we're grabbing. And also, we also want to grab the user ID as well. And we can just grab that from Clerk Express. So we just grab that as well. That's more authentication purposes. And we want to make sure we know that we are using the correct user. And then from here, I'm going to do const course await course.get course ID. So we're going to grab the course based on the course ID. So we have all of the information that we currently have on our backend, just to make sure, you know? And then if the course does not exist, we are going to do res.status 404.json. We're going to say message is course not found. And we are going to return. We're going to remove all of this right here for the if statement. And we also need to check if course.teacher ID does not equal to user ID. So we need to make sure the user ID that is authenticated is the teacher. So this is very good and important because creating a course and having it published, it needs to be very correct. So having very secure functionality for this is important. So we're just going to say not authorized to update this course. We're going to have that, and we are going to return. And then from here, we're just going to remove everything we did before. And we just need to do one thing about the price, because the price needs to be stored as basically a number, like an integer instead of decimals. Because when you have a price, you have, if you're using US dollars, for example, you have $15.00. You need to convert that to 1500. So we're basically multiplying it by 100. This is important because you don't want to have integer issues. So this should be update data, by the way. So const price is equal to parse int update data.price. We're going to keep it like that. So if price is not a number, we're just going to do some checks to make sure everything works. We're going to do res.status 400 just in case we have a non-number. It's important to check stuff like this because pricing is a very important issue. And then we're going to send an error to the front end. Price must be a valid number. From here, we're going to say return. And below this, we're going to say update data.price is equal to price times 100. So once we know it's a number, we're going to multiply it by 100, which is very important. And then from here, we're going to update data.sections. Const sections data is equal to type of update data.sections. If this is equal to a string, we are going to parse it, because when we have sections, it's possible that we are sending a parsed version of the sections, which is a bunch of arrays. So yeah, let me go through this real quick. So if you go to the course model, you can see that we have a bit of a complicated scenario. It's better to look at the seed data because this will automatically show in JSON format of what we're looking at. So for every course, we have a sections property. So every section is going to have an ID, title, description, and another property of chapters. So it's basically a bunch of nested arrays with objects that have another nested array and objects. So every chapter is going to include all of this information, and we're going to include all of that for every chapter. For every section, it's going to have its own set of chapters, and chapters can have content as well as the video URL. So this is kind of how this is set up. So now there might be a better way to set this up, better way to organize it. I originally thought, course, you can have that in one go. But after doing it, after building this application, it is possible that there might be a better option by having a chapter individually. That is the beauty of data modeling and schemas, is that there's multiple ways, multiple possible solutions that might be better. But a lot of times there are a lot of trade-offs. The biggest negative downside of this is that when you're handling these sections, when you want to modify it, you have to dig deep through this nested array or nested objects as well to figure out what you want to change. Like if you wanted to update this video, you have to go through the sections, then you have to figure out chapters, then you have to do .video. It is quite the pain and gets code a little bit convoluted and hard to understand sometimes. So just getting you aware, because there's going to be some crazy logic happening, and that's mostly because I'm just trying to find the right property. That's all it is. Nothing too fancy there. So update that data of sections is what we're going to parse, and we're going to do update data.sections. So this is if it's parsed or not. And then from here, we want to remove the ID in case we want to replace it. So let's grab the updates data. It'll make sense when I write this out. We're going to grab the sections data.map. We're going to grab the section. We're going to put in any tag for now. And we're going to do arrow function. We're going to spread out the sections array. We're going to pass in the section ID and section ID. If it doesn't exist, we are going to pass in UUID4. So this is if it doesn't exist. Otherwise, we just pass in what already exists for the ID. And then we're also going to have the chapters. We're going to replace section.chapters with another map, chapter:any, with the nested or with the return object. And we're going to spread out the chapter as well as a chapter ID. So you're going to grab chapter ID, pass in UUID v4, and execute that. So this is basically how we update the sections that we want. So we cycle through every section, make sure we update that data, and we can then replace whatever information we need. We're also going to have to replicate the object. So we're going to do object assign, grab the course that we have over here, and we are going to pass in update data. So we're basically replacing it with a new object. And then once we're done with that, we are going to do await course.save. So we replaced our course with new information. I know this part is a bit tricky, but for the most part, we're just merging our sections together with the new data. That's the main thing you have to understand. And this should be just course. And we can say course updated successfully, and then error updating. So now we have the update. And for this course, we're doing the full CRUD. So we're also going to do delete course. So I'm going to go back, copy this over here from the create course, scroll down below the update course, paste it, and we are now going to call this delete course. In here, or at least above the try block, we're going to do const course ID. We're going to do rec.params, do const user ID, and we are again grabbing that from get auth, get the request, pass it in there, and over here in this try block, we're going to do const course is equal to await course.get course ID. So we're just double checking. And again, let's scroll up because I don't want to rewrite this once again. Copy all of this, and we can replace everything over here. And then we're going to change this to not authorized to delete this course. Again, these are just safe checks. Otherwise, it's pretty simple. I'm going to remove this, say await course.delete course ID. And the message should be course deleted successfully. And we don't need to bring any kind of data for this particular situation. And error deleting course. So now if you take a look, we have course over here. We have update course, but this does not handle uploading video. And we're not going to do that just now. We're going to do that a little bit later once we get to the S3 buckets. And so we can upload onto our S3 buckets when we deal with more AWS things. So for now, we're going to keep it like this. And then we are now going to create course routes. So if I go back to course routes over here, we need to add all the routes that we have just created. So below the list course, I'm going to do router.post. And over here, when we want to create a course, we want require auth. And we want it specifically for this route. And we want to import that. So if you remember, we did require auth over here, which will gatekeep users clerk and all the transactions, but we didn't do it for course routes. That's because we want it specifically for certain routes in our application. So this is how we do that. And then from here, we need to add the other ones. So we're going to do router.put / course ID. We're going to do require auth as well over here. And this is where we're going to use something called Multer. Multer makes it so that we can upload files and images, and it basically stores it temporarily until we upload it onto AWS. So what we need to do is set up this Multer, and we are going to use multer.memory storage and invoke it and make sure we import Multer. So we're going to import Multer from Multer like so. And I really thought I installed this, so we're just going to cancel out our server. We're going to do npm I multer like so. And I do think I did install it. I just didn't install the @types / multer. So you need the TypeScript types for multer so it doesn't yell at you. And there we go. We're going to run back our server up, close this terminal out, and then go back to upload over here. We have the upload working correctly, but over here with the course, we are going to set upload.single image like so, and we are going to update our course. Now, I ran out of time. Originally, I was going to have the image upload, but things again were ballooning out of control, so I did not input this. But for your sake, if you ever want to upload, we're going to be using this. This Multer will be used later on for uploading video, so it's not completely useless in this regard. And finally, we're going to do router.delete course ID as well, require auth. We're going to invoke that, and we're going to bring in delete course. So we now have CRUD functionality for our courses, essentially. All right, so now we can move on to the front end. So let's go over here. We're just going to close everything out. And now we can go to our client directory, go to source, go to API, and we can make our connections to our backend. So we're going to go back up to where we have all our courses, and it's good time to start organizing all our courses. So I'm just going to copy this over. You can see I have courses like this, and I'm going to paste it over here. User clerk. This is just a better way to organize your endpoints. You can create different slices if you want to organize it that way, but I prefer to have it in one location because it is not too many. And we're going to keep it like this. And then from here, I'm just going to copy the create transaction because The first one we're going to handle is going to be update video, or update course, I'm sorry. So update course, this is going to be build.mutation. We're going to pass in a course over here. And on the next line, I'm going to pass in an array, or actually an object with course ID :string. Form data will be a form data type. We're going to save that. Query should instead have the arguments of course ID and form data. So this is what's going to be passed into our body. And the URL is going to be courses/course ID as we expect. Make sure this is a template string. And this should not be capitalized. The method should be put for updates. And finally, we're going to pass in form data. And when we update the course, this is where invalidates tags is pretty nice and convenient. We want to do result error, comma, course ID. We're going to pass in an array. We're going to have a type : of string courses like so, with ID of course ID. So basically what happens is when we have a list of courses, when we grab the get courses, we're going to have the tag of courses saved into Redux Toolkit query. When we hit the update course, typically if you're not using any kind of tooling, you would have to fetch or send a put request to update your course, and then also have to retrieve updated information for this course, because sometimes you have to make a second request to get the updated list, like the updated course as well. But by doing so, you don't have to worry about this because you invalidate the tags. You're updating that specific course via course ID. So let's say you updated the name of the course, it's going to refetch from the backend the outdated or invalidated course information. So you're always going to have the updated information, and it automatically handles it for you. It is kind of a pain if you don't have a tool like this. React Query does the same thing. All right, so we have update course. We also need create course as well. So above here, I'm just going to copy the update course, paste it over here, and call this create course instead. Now this is slightly different. Instead of having course ID, we're going to have teacher ID. Instead of form data, it's going to be teacher name : string. In here is going to be a body, and we are going to have a URL of just courses with post as the method, and the body should just be a body tag like this. And finally, invalidate tags. This is pretty simple because we just want to fetch the entire list of the courses, so we want to update that way. And then finally, I'm going to copy create course. We're going to have delete course as well. So pretty simple, delete course, build.mutation. This right here should be message : string instead. And what we send to the backend should be a string. The URL should be, or the query argument is going to be a course ID. This is going to be courses/course ID like that. The method should be a delete method. Remove the body, invalidate tags of courses, and we should be good to go. So if I scroll down, we can now put the courses that we created, or the queries that we created. Use create course mutation, use update course mutation, and use delete course mutation, like so. All right, with our backend now set up, the first thing before we get to the page where we are editing and creating a course, we want to create this particular page where we have a list of courses. And this list of courses is all the courses that, all the teachers that have put in a course into this system. So you should be able to see that they have a view-only course, so they can't edit courses that are not theirs. So we do want to have a create course button, which will allow us to create course, that will allow us to edit and delete that course, but only if it's their course. We also have a search functionality and categories. This is all done on the front end, so it's based on that. So if I do advanced, so it's all searching on the front end. So we're going to go through this pretty fast because this is pretty straightforward. So we are going to go to dashboard, go to teacher, create a new folder. We're going to call this courses, and inside here I'm going to say page.tsx. And inside here, I'm going to do RAFCE, call this courses page, and I'm going to start. So we're going to grab the router from use router in next navigation. Grab that. We're going to grab user from use user. That's going to be coming from Clerk. And then we're also going to grab the list of courses via data courses is loading is error like so, and we're going to do use get courses query. Make sure it is the plural one like so, and we are going to do category colon all like so. And then we also have a couple functions that we are going to use for like the API calls. So create course is going to be from use create course mutation. So we created that already. We're also going to grab delete course, and that's going to from use delete course as you expect, mutation like so. And then we are also going to have a state for search term, set search term, and we are going to set use state. Grab that from React, put an empty string as a default, and also selected category, set selected category as well. And we're going to do use state, pass in all. Now, I'm not going to go through this part. I'm just going to copy this part because right now I want to get through this a little bit quicker. We're getting to the end of the application, so we want to import use memo. But this is a filter course. All it's doing is if courses doesn't exist, we're going to filter through, make sure it matches the title of the course for their search. And we are also making sure the category is matching for the selected categories that we have. So it's basically just a simple logic that filters all the categories that we need. And we're memoizing it just for performance purposes. And then below, I'm going to copy this and paste it over here. Pretty straightforward, but I'm going to go through each one. So there's going to be 3 functionalities. Handle edit is going to be a button that's going to exist. So let me create a course and go back to courses, and you're going to be able to see there's an edit and delete. So this edit course is going to be a button that takes us to that specific page. Handle delete is going to be another button that takes us to, or that basically asks us if we want to delete the course, and we're going to make sure we delete the course. And then handle create course will be this specific button up here where we create the course. We're going to call the function that we created, pass in teacher ID as well as the name, and then we're going to make sure we take the user to that specific edit page. So teacher courses course ID, that's the page, that the URL where we edit the course when we hit edit. All right. And then from here, I'm going to do if is loading. We're going to return loading component. So we're going to import that loading component. And then if is error. We're going to make sure courses does exist for us to enter our logic. We're going to do error loading courses if some of them have a problem. And now in here, I'm going to say class name is equal to teacher-courses. And in here with the courses, we are going to pass in header, and that's going to come from our components. So title should be courses. And then also subtitle should be browse your courses like so. And we're going to have a write element. Pass this in. We're going to have a button component coming from Shadcn. And we're going to set on click. And we are going to pass in handle create course, which is what we created earlier. And we're going to set class name to be teacher-courses _ header, like so. Close this out. We're going to have a create course button. Close this header with a self-closing tag, and we should be able to see a header like so. And now from here, we're going to have a toolbar that we are going to create. I'm going to put on search. It's going to be set search term. We're going to pass that in, and on category change is equal to set selected category. Pass that in, and we are going to create the toolbar component, which we are going to go over here, components, create a new file, call this toolbar.tsx. And I am going to do something I normally don't like to do, which is just copy and paste a number of things. I'm only doing this because this app has been quite large and it's getting to be quite long. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to pass in on search, on category change, and we're going to grab toolbar props as well. But from here, we are going to add search term with use state. So we are going to save that. We're going to handle search as well. And we're going to set the search term. And when we hit on search, we're going to set that value as well. And I'm going to paste everything we need for this part. So here we have a class name of toolbar. This will be the input that you see over here. And we are going to make sure we handle search with the placeholder, everything that you know and love. Make sure we import at components / components like this. And we are going to import everything else with select trigger, select value, select content, and let me move this up so you can see this is everything you need. This is a color, and those are the hover sections, and we are going to grab at components, select items, and course categories is just going to come from libutils. So I made sure to import that. Those are values. So basically straightforward. I didn't want to spend time. I feel like sometimes some of this code is pretty redundant, but it's just building functionality. So from there, we are going to import at components toolbar, make sure that's imported. And if we were to go to here, we can do manage account. And we can go to courses page. And once again, we need to do use client at the top. And we should be able to see the toolbar. And by the way, I didn't show this, but if you go to your user, this is the user I signed in with. I changed this to user type of teacher. That's why I'm able to see this particular page. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to access unless you add this user type. So now I've changed this person to a teacher. So I can see search categories, I can see the categories, and so on. All right, so we have the courses, we have the header and toolbar, but we do need to display the list of courses. So over here, I'm going to do div class name with teacher dash courses underscore grid, like so. And I'm going to pass in filtered courses, and I'm going to map it out with course with an arrow function. And I'm going to create a separate card specifically for this. I'm going to call this teacher course card. We're going to close this out, and I'm going to have a key with course.course ID. Course is equal to the course value on edit. I'm going to pass in handle edit. I'm going to pass in on delete for the props. We're going to do handle delete will be the function, and is owner. We want to make sure that the owner is the only one who can modify it. We already have checks on the back end. We're going to also have checks on the front end as well. So we're going to have a teacher course card just like this. Now we did not create this, so we are going to create this component inside here. So we're going to create a new file, call this teacher course card.tsx. I'm going to do RAFCE teacher course card. And again, I am unfortunately going to go and do copy and paste for a lot of this. So on edit, on delete, and is owner. We're going to pass in teacher course card props. And I'm just going to return this entire section, and I will just explain every single part. So we're going to start with a card, and we're going to grab that from @/components. So we start with the header, and we are going to import next image as well. So we have a card header. This is the image of the course. That's all it is. And then we're going to have the card content. So we're going to have some styling. We're going to flex column with some title as well. We're going to also display the category via card description. We're going to import a class name libutils for the status, whether it's a draft or if it's published. We're going to have different colors based on that. We're also going to have enrollments, and we're going to show how many students are enrolled in that particular class. And we want to make sure if they are the owner, they'll be able to access Shadcn button that allows us to edit the course and takes us to the on edit page. Make sure we import Lucide React. And then finally, for the delete course, if they want to delete it as well. Otherwise, we're only going to show them the view only page. Now we can go back and then import teacher course card. I'm going to save it and then refresh the page. Now we should be able to see our list of courses. And then I can do filtering just like that, filter based on different courses. So right now the categories are not set up, so it should be okay. All right, so from here we have the courses page. Now we need to do individual course page. So I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this ID because that's the URL that we want to use for our new course page. And then inside this folder, I'm going to create another one, and we're going to call this page.tsx. And this is where we're going to add our course editor page. So I'm going to scroll that out so we have more space. We're going to do rfce, pass in course editor. So now the course editor is pretty tricky, but you can think of it as one big form component. The more tricky part is going to include that draggable option that you'll see here. If I were to just add a random section, we can save it. But if we add another section, we can drag this up and down like so. So it's kind of a tricky thing, but it's pretty cool that we are able to create something like this. So from here in our course editor, we're going to have const router. We're going to grab use router from next navigation like we do before. With params, we're going to grab the params as well. So we're going to use these to grab information about the course. We're going to grab the ID, so params.id as string. So that's basically the course ID. Once we have that value, we can grab the course information. We're going to have something called refetch. I'll come back to it when we do, but we're going to grab use get course ID, pass in the ID as well. So we need to grab a specific course once we are on this page, and we can update the entire form essentially with that value. And then from here, we want to do update course. And we are going to do use update course mutation. Later on, I'm just going to leave a comment, upload video functionality. We're going to deal with that a little later on. But before that, we're going to have const dispatch, and we're going to use app dispatch. And we're going to grab that from Redux. And we are going to finally use some of the Redux that we have created. And so what we want is to grab sections from our Redux state. So we haven't created this, but we are going to have in our Redux state these list of sections. This allows us to not have to pass down too many props from courses. This will make it a lot easier. So we are going to go to our Redux state. I'm going to scroll down into our state, into our index file, and we're finally going to add something here. The main thing that we need to store is going to be a few properties like sections. Sections is going to include, remember the course that I was talking about? It's going to include sections that we mentioned before. Actually, this should be in empty array. I meant to do interface like this, initial state types, and this should be course editor. And we're going to pass in sections with the section typing like so. And we also need a few other properties. We're going to say is chapter modal open. So if you see this, by the way, this is the completed application. This is not what we have right now. Add section is going to be this particular modal. This Boolean is going to track if they're opened. Now you can use it locally, but I wanted to keep the local. Sometimes having too much state in the local state of the component, it can very much clutter everything. So it makes it sometimes nicer to just store the state in global, as long as you don't do it too much. So we have selected section index, and we can pass in number or null. So we need to identify which section we're modifying, and also the chapter as well. So over here, we're going to do selected chapter index : number, like so. And then that should be the typing for initial state types right here. And I'm going to copy all of this over here, comma, paste it right here. And we're going to change both of these to be false. So by default, they are not open. Erase these, and these should not be semicolons. And save it. Now, in our reducers, there's going to be quite a few things that are going to happen. And I will warn you, it does get a little bit hairy with a lot of the situations. I didn't want it to be that complicated, but I will do my best to explain to this that sometimes things get a little hairy and a little bit complicated, but no fret. So first of all, we're going to have a set sections. By the way, we have a state and we have an action and payload action. Now, if you're not too familiar with Redux Toolkit, these reducers, you can kind of think of it, these are just functions that affect the state that are in global state. So all this is basically doing is this payload is just a new information that is going to replace what was previously there. So set sections is just going to replace the information that we had before. That's all it is. All we're doing is updating that state. And for us to type it correctly, we need to pass in payload action, which is coming from Redux Toolkit. This is the typing. This is all it is. You can do state.courseEditor.sections and make it equal to action.payload. All right, so the next reducer is going to be open chapter modal. You can see, you can give it a copy, or if you want, you can just go to the final code base and then just copy a lot of these reducers. But basically, open chapter modal. It looks complicated, but the idea is very simple. What we want to do is make sure we open the chapter modal, like set that to be true. So that's pretty obvious. But we also need to set the selected section and the chapter index when we add a specific chapter. So when I hit add chapter, we need to keep track of which section and which chapter we are currently editing. That's why we add this right here. And then from here, with the next thing is going to be close chapter modal. So pretty simple, going to be basically the opposite. We're going to set this to be false, and we're just going to reset selection section index and the chapter index as well. Now, if you imagine section modal is going to be kind of a similar idea. We have is section modal open equals true, and we set the selection section index. We do not have to worry about the chapter index in this case. Okay, pretty simple enough. And then close section modal, again, is the opposite of open section modal. Pretty simple. Now, if we are going to do some functionality where we add a section, this is important. When we add a section over here, we need to add it to the sections that we are storing in here. So all we're doing is grabbing the sections and putting that section in there. And from here, we're going to be deleting that section. So all we need to do is put a number where we want to splice, and we're just going to delete that specific section. Similarly, we're going to do add chapter. It's a little more complicated because we now need to have the section that we are talking about. That's why we have the section index. And then we also need to push the chapter into that specific section. And then there are situations where we can actually edit a chapter. So sometimes the section already exists. So that's where we need to have the chapter index. Make sure we grab both the section index and the chapter index, and we replace it with the new chapter. And then finally, we're going to have delete chapter. Similar idea. Grab the section index. We're going to use splice. Make sure we delete that specific chapter index. I know this gets a little hairy, but it's best that if you really want to handle this, you can copy the code, because there really is no easier way. I've tried multiple ways to make this simpler, but didn't turn out to be what I expected. And over here, all we're doing is grabbing each one right here. We're passing in all the actions over here. And I did end up missing one of them. So edit section should be there. Similar idea as before. So essentially, I'm grabbing all these titles, placing them over here so we can use them like basically just functions that update state. That's all it is. All right, so from here, forgive me for copy and pasting, but it is getting a little crazy for me, and I want to finish this as soon as I can. So use form is going to come from React hook form, and the Zod resolver should come from @hooks form, like this, import course schema and course form data. So again, these are just methods for our Shadcn form. I'm not going to explain it once again. And the next part we are going to have is the use effect. Now this part is specifically for resetting, just in case any time the course changes or methods change, we want to reset all the title, description, category, price. And this is standard practice for React hook form. And you want to make sure this all works. And we are going to import set sections. And then we also have course price. We want to convert cents to dollars, which is another library util. All right, so now I'm going to write the onSubmit function. Now this is going to involve a lot of things. Create course form data. We're going to import that, and we're going to keep this, we're not going to do this just yet. Now I will explain this, but let's handle the div first. What's happening here? So the first thing I want to add is going to be this section, the back to courses. So this will just take us back to the previous page. Make sure you import arrow left. That will be this button over here, and we'll have the correct styling for that. And then this section right here with the course title, course description, course category, and course price, we are going to use our forms like we did before. So we have our form, and remember this should come from @components UI form, and we're going to close out the form as well, close out the capital form like this. Inside here, I'm going to have a header. So this header component is going to include both the submit button, this is going to be the button that submits, and also a draft input over here. So that is why we are going to integrate it with the header component that we created earlier. So this is the header component, but the right element is going to consist of both of these items. So I'm going to import header, and I'm also going to import custom form field that we've created, that I've told you to copy and paste. We're also going to have a submit button. Make sure you import that. So what's happening here is that we are watching for course status, making sure it's published or draft. And in those cases, we're going to have a different label, different color label based on whether we select it or not. And it's also going to change this text over here. That's why we're using methods.watch. It's a way for us to track it based on values over here, because we're not using specific normal form field. This is an easy way to do that. And again, make sure we have a type submit over here, and this will submit our course to the back end. And from here, we're going to have a lot of elements. So we're going to cover this entire form section. So let's scroll up right here, and we're going to go through it one by one. So right below the header, we're going to have a flex, and we're going to justify in between both this course right here and the sections we have over here. And we're going to split them into 50%. Basis is a way to do that. And we're going to set a space of y of 4, meaning there's a padding of 4 in between each of these items. And again, I'm using custom form field to make the code very nice and abstracted. It's very easy to understand what's happening. We have both a course title, so this is a type of text. Then we have description. And then we also have a course category with 4 different options. And then we're going to have a course price as well. And below this part is going to be where we start using the droppable component. So that's going to be this part section. But before we do that, we identified that this right side is going to have this type of styling with sections as the title. And then we also have a button that shows the add sections for that. Now, open section modal is one of those Redux actions that we created earlier, the reducers. So we have that. Make sure you import that. We're going to dispatch with section index null. And then we're also going to import plus from Lucide React. So that is an icon. And we're going to have an add section right there. And finally, we're going to set is loading. We're going to load the course content. If there's no sections, we're going to put that. But then we have this thing called the droppable component, which is going to be this part right here where we can drag and drop. We have different sections, so on and so forth. So I'm going to open this up. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this droppable.tsx. Now for this component, I highly recommend that you go into your asset download. I added this into the file because this is a little complicated and it's a lot to just go through and walk you through it. So we're just going to use a little bit of a shortcut, and we are going to just copy and paste the droppable component instead. So if you take a look here, I'm going to remove this that we just created, but I'm just going to drag it into our ID from our asset download. Sorry, this should be at state/Redux like so. So let me go through this, okay? This is quite a bit, and there's quite a lot of things happening. Now you can go through this code one by one, but I'll briefly show you what happens. So handle section drag end, that will allow you to drag over here. What we do is we drag the start index, like the source, and the end index. And we want to make sure we update the sections. And we're going to reorder them based on the start index. And we are going to splice them, meaning we grab the end index and we are going to paste the reordered section from that part. So once again, let me repeat. So we first check if there is a destination. The destination or the end index is the place where we are dropping it. So once we drop it there, that is going to be the end index, whereas start index is where it originally starts. We then copy the sections list over here, and then we also remove and reorder via these two states. And then we finally update this into our Redux store. So that's the main gist of handle section handle chapter, drag, end. And we're also using drag drop context from Hello Pangea, which is just like a drag and drop library to make things easier. So if you pay attention to how they set this up, droppable in terms of how we integrate it with drag and drop, we provide a div, we have sections, and we're going to provide a draggable item. We pass in the key, the ID, and the index. We provide a bunch of refs. This is all part of the library, so you don't have to worry about where this comes from. But from here, we set the class name, different colors based on the order. Then we're also going to have a little bit of a header. And that section header comes from over here. Now, again, I did recommend you to write or copy and paste this code because this is quite long. I didn't want you guys to suffer writing all of this. It's just basically a lot of tedious effort. So I don't think it's worth for you to have to write every single part of this down. And then from here, we have drag drop context. This is going to be where we determine the droppable logic. And over here, we can do the same exact thing when we add the chapter. So if I add a chapter, let's save it. We have a chapter here. We can do the same thing because we're repeating the same logic just for the chapter. And I did have an error. I'm not exactly sure what that error is specifically for, but we'll get to it. And then we're going to have a draggable with a chapter item, and we're going to make sure everything works as expected. And then finally, we have the button. So again, we have a section header, so that replaces the top header with the edit and the delete icon. The chapter item is also going to be the item for each chapter right here as well. So it is a lot of code. I didn't want to write the code because it's quite a bit. So we're going to go back now, bring the droppable component from the droppable component that we just created. And finally, below the chapter or below the form, the closing modal, we're going to add a chapter modal like this, and also a section modal like this. Now these components are going to come and from this particular folder because we're going to create them, and we're going to create chapter modal.tsx. We're going to open this up. We're going to do rafce, create the chapter modal, and we're going to start adding some code. So the first few things is we're going to grab the Redux toolkit state via dispatch, so the use dispatch function, as well as the use app selector state. So we're grabbing the is chapter modal open, sections, section index, chapter index, all the information that we talked about before. And actually, before we do this, let's actually comment this out and let's see how our application looks like on our app, not the completed app. So we go to create course, and of course I need use client like so. And we can see that we have this particular page. It's just when we hit add section, it's not going to do anything. So right now we have some validation happening when we hit save draft. Anyways, that's all good and fun. So the next thing is we're going to have the chapter, and the chapter will be defined whether these values are undefined or not. So this is a little complicated. Selected section index, if it's not equal to null and the chapter is not equal to null, then we can grab the specific section. Otherwise, that means it's undefined. So that means that chapter does not exist just yet. And like we did before with the chapter modal, we need to pass in the methods. So we're going to pass in useForm from React Hook Form, import chapter form data, the Zod resolver as well, and the chapter schema as well. And finally, we need to do the use effect. So this is going to initialize our state, like I mentioned before. If chapter exists, we're going to initialize it with the chapter title, content, video. Otherwise, we're going to reset it to empty if it doesn't exist. And then we're going to set an onClose. This is just going to be a simple function that allows us to close the chapter modal using our Redux action reducer. And then finally, we're going to have a handle submit function, or on submit basically. So basically in this on submit function, we are going to set up our chapter. So we're going to grab information from our data, which is our form, the form that we create. So let's look at how this looks like on add chapter. So it's going to grab the title, the content, the video, and also if video type, but it's always going to be video for our case. And then chapter ID is going to come from from the data itself, the state. So we don't have to specify that in the input. We only need 3 of these inputs, and these are more stored in the state. So the UUID we need to import. So import all as import v4 as UUID v4 from UUID like so. I'm going to scroll down so we have all of that set up. And if you remember, we had the add chapter, so we're going to import that. And we need to pass in section ID as well as the new chapter as well. And then finally, we're going to import edit chapter, and we're going to make sure all of that works. So it depends on if the chapter exists, then we're going to edit. If it doesn't exist, we're going to add the chapter. And then finally, with the toast, we're going to import Sunner, toast, and that should be good to go. And over here, I'm going to import custom modal, which is going to be a super simple component that we create with custom modal.tsx. I'm going to paste that over here like so. It's just an empty fragment with a div with some styling with onClose and a children with the content being on the inner side. So this is our custom modal. It's just an abstraction on top. Makes it easier. We're going to save that, and then we are going to import that into our component. And the isOpen is going to be set to isChapter modal open. We're going to set onClose to be equal to onClose, like so, and we're going to close the custom modal and make sure we import that. And from here, I'm going to do div with the class name of chapter-modal, like so, close that out. And then from here, we're going to have a little bit of a header. Pretty simple. Just the title and the close icon with onClose. And then from here, we're going to have the form methods from Shadcn components. We're going to pass in the ... methods that we created, have also the form as well with onSubmit is equal to methods.handleSubmit. And we're going to pass in the onSubmit function that we created earlier. Close that, And then from here, we can just add a bunch of custom form fields. So we're going to start with the title. Make sure we import that from the components. And then the content as well. So we are creating both of those. And then finally, for the videos, is going to be a little bit tricky. So we are not going to use custom form field. We are just going to use our normal Shadcn form field. So we have something with the method control. The name is going to be video. We're going to have a field of onChange and value for the render. We're going to grab the form item from Shadcn. We need to pass in a label, so that's the chapter video. We're also going to have a form control right here from Shadcn. That should be the string showing the current video, and also the selected file as well, once we have selected and added it to it. And then input is going to come from Shadcn. And this is what's going to accept our video. So on change, this is going to change the video. We're going to make sure that it is a file and that exists. Otherwise, we're not going to do anything. This is a double check. And then form message is going to be a message just in case if it has a problem. And then finally, we're going to have a cancel and save button. So over here, chapter modal actions, we're going to have a cancel and a save. And I'm going to import the Shadcn components for the button. Okay, so if I go create next, we can't add the chapter because we need to add the section first. So I probably should have done the section modal, but let's add the section modal as well. So section modal.tsx. So the section modal should be very similar to the chapter modal. Obviously, there's going to be some differences. So I'm going to copy everything on chapter modal and paste it over here into section modal. And we're going to start adjusting from here. Let's change the name for chapter modal. So I'm going to hold Alt, go all the way over here, and put section modal instead. So both of those are changed. We can keep the use app dispatch. We're going to change this to is section modal open, comma, and we can just get rid of selected chapter index instead. Now, instead of this selected index craziness, we can just keep selected index, section index for one of them, and we just don't need the chapters part as well. This should be changed to section instead, and this can be null instead as well. All right, so for sections, we don't need content or video, but we do need description instead. And we are going to change this chapter form data to section form data. Import that. This should be section schema as well. And we should make sure we have something like this with an empty string. And similarly, for if chapter, we're going to have a if section. Methods.reset is going to change. So we're going to say section.section title. And then this should be description. Should be section.section description. And over here, we're going to have title with description like so with empty string. And we're going to change this to section. And instead of close chapter modal, we are going to do close section modal. And we're going to make sure we import that. And over here, we're going to remove this because we don't need to worry about that now. We have a new section, and for this should be section as well. And we should make sure we're using section form data. This should be section ID. This should be section. This should be section title, and data.title is fine, but section description is going to be what we need. So data.description as well. And then finally, we're going to have chapters to be section !chapters as our prop with an array like that. Now over here, instead of add chapter, we're going to do add section. Make sure we import that. We are going to put new section as well. And selected section index should be not null. And we should change this similarly to edit section. Make sure we import put in index : selected section index, with the section going to be new section as well. And instead of chapter added, it should be section added successfully. So instead of is chapter modal open, it's going to be is section modal open here. And all of this chapter with the dash, I'm going to do Command D to select all of it, or Control D. I'm going to do section dash modal. And then over here, there's going to be a class name for this specific form, section dash modal underscore form, like this. We should change some of this text to be section chapter right, section title over here. This should be section title, and this should not be a text area. We can do right. Actually, this should be section description. Name should be description. And I was wrong. Type should be text area. My mistake. And then write section description here instead. And then over here, we don't need the video for a section per se, so we can just remove all of that. And we can keep cancel and save the same as it was. And that should be good for the section modal. Pretty simple. And let's just get rid of the things that we don't need, because there's a lot. All of that, close chapter as well. So that should be pretty good. And so now we want to go to page.tsx. Actually, not page.tsx. We want to go all the way. Let's close a lot of this because there's too many things open. So we're going to go to page over here in our ID, and we're going to scroll all the way down where we have our chapter modal and section modal, which is what we created. Open this up. Make sure we import both of those. And as you can see, this is already open because we did click on it earlier, but let's just refresh the page just in case. So we have an add section, description. All right, anyways, with all of that, we're just gonna worry about, let's say we make a change, testing, we can hit save draft, and we should be able to see the course got updated successfully. So if I hit back to courses, and I refresh it, we have testing, and we can see that we have our settings all emphasized. So we have editing, and we can go back and we can see the exact information. So everything is working as expected. So I do want to explain one last thing that will combine and unify the ideas of all of this information that we just consumed, which is for our on submit, right? So our course editor flow has a few steps to the process. So in our chapter modal component that we created, we had a local state. We had local state inside the chapter modal component in the form of those inputs. Those are saving information in the form inputs, which is local state. But when we hit submit, when we hit the save button on those modals, so if I go over here with the create next app, when we hit the save button, what's happening is that we are pushing up that local state into our Redux store, which is the sections object. And we are doing the same with the section modal as well. So when we push it up and save it, we're storing it in here on the front end. It is not saved on the back end at all at that moment in time. However, that happens when we hit this save draft button. Once we hit that save draft button, we combined both the local state of this entire course, which includes like title, description, category, and price. That includes that information. It also combines the information that we have from sections, which comes from the Redux store. So we combine both of those information and we send that to the backend once we hit save draft. So that's exactly what happens when we hit this button. We are uploading it into our course database. And we would also upload videos sequentially when we get to the S3 part. We're not going to do that right now, but we are going to get to this point where we have upload all videos, where we save the information up here, and then we upload the videos one at a time after the fact. It is a lot to take in. This is a lot, and this is quite complicated, but this is an enterprise level challenge because we're using enterprise technology. So make sure you understand this point. So the last part is probably the coolest part. This is the culmination of everything in this application. So over here, we have our course. We can select it, and it's going to take you to this page with a little cool animation that we just saw. And you're going to have all your sections that you can see. So this is just a test account that I just put. So right here, we have several videos that we can do. And then over here, we can go over here, and at some point at 80 seconds, it's going to mark as complete. Same over here, we're going to have the same thing, and it's going to mark as complete. As you can see, the sections show complete at 80%. But right here, we can just unmark it if we want to. This is very close to what Udemy does. When it comes to watching a video, you should be able to unmark a video as complete. Now, for this section, we're going to handle the backend. I'm going to explain a lot of these things, but because the scope has been overly complex and has been extremely wide, I'm going to spend more time just explaining it rather than writing the code. So I'm going to give you some code files, especially for the front end, but for the back end, I'll walk you through each step and how all of this is working. So let's get on with that. So let's go to our code, go to course controller, and we're going to create a new file. We're going to call this user course progress controller.ts. Now, by the way, before we go on, let's go back to our diagram of our data. So this user course progress is going to show all the course progress that a user has. We're going to have the user ID as well as the course ID for each course. So it's going to include all the information of the progress based on the sections that they have. And this also has chapters and that kind of nesting as well. So it does get a little bit complicated. So this part is more advanced. And if you want to tackle these challenges, it's up to you. This is more of a stretch goal. If you want to practice, you can definitely do so. But I'm just going to walk you through real quick and explain. I'm not going to write every single piece of the code over here. But for the backend, I will go through it more in depth. So I'm going to copy and paste this so you can follow along by writing this code. I'm just going to remove this to make it short so you can understand this pretty easily. So right here we have get user enrolled courses. So what this will do is it's going to grab all the courses that the user is enrolled in. But because there is no reliable link of grabbing all the courses, we have the enrollments here, but it is inefficient to do that. So what we are going to do is we grab the user course progress, grab the user ID, and grab all the user course progress that is relevant to a specific user. So once we have done that, we have their enrolled courses. We know what courses they are enrolled in. We can grab the course IDs that are relevant, and then we have to query the course data model, and that will grab all the courses relevant to that specific user. So it's a bit of a roundabout way to grab all our courses, but it fits our data model and makes it easy to retrieve. And then from here, I'm just going to copy and paste this, and we're going to call this get user course progress. So this is just going to grab a user's course progress like a single one, and as part of the rec.params, we're going to grab the course ID. So we're just going to remove all of this. We're just going to say const progress is going to be await user course progress dot get. We're grabbing the user ID with course ID as well. And with our res.json, we are going to say course progress retrieved successfully. And we just put progress for our data. So this will just get a user's course progress, and that will allow us to grab all the information. And this is exactly why we structured it this way. The view page, if we go back to our course, right here. So this course page right here is the most important page of the application. This is where most users will be. And as part of like a system design understanding, this is the page we want to optimize the most because they will be using the course the most, and we want the read operations to be the fastest. That's why we have this separate user course progress, so we can grab the user course progress along with the course information. So this, alongside the get course API call, will grab all the information we need for this particular page. And that's why it's optimized for this section. And that is kind of why this is a little weird when you're trying to get the user enrolled courses, but that page is not as important as this particular one because most people are just going to be watching the course. All right. And then from here, we're going to have one last one where we're going to update the user course progress. So what happens, as we saw in the demo, where when we get to 80%, we need to update the user's course progress. So to do that, we're going to create another endpoint. We're going to call this update user course progress, like so. We're going to grab the user ID, course ID, and we are going to grab progress data from the rec.body. And finally, we are just going to call this let because we're going to update this. We're going to keep this the same. And it's possible that progress has not existed. So meaning the user hasn't reached that particular course, that is where we create a new user course progress if it doesn't exist. And let me make sure I spell that correctly. Over here, we're going to say user ID, course ID, enrollment date is going to be a new date to ISO string. We're going to set this to be overall progress to be 0. And sections is going to be progress data.sections with an empty array. And last, accessed timestamp is going to be a new date to ISO string. So that's only if it doesn't exist. But most of the time, it will exist. So that's where we are going to merge the sections. So we're going to say merge sections, which is a utils. This is a utils library function that I've already added. And it's going to automatically combine our progress by passing in progress sections. And we are going to combine it with our progress data sections that we got from the front end. So this is coming from the back end of what's already existing, and we're merging it with new progress data.sections. Now, if you're curious, it's a pretty wild function that has multiple steps where we merge sections, merge chapters, and yeah, so it's a lot of different aspects. It's very confusing, so we're not going to go into detail. But from here, we're just going to do progress last accessed date time like this. Just paste that over here and set that to be equal. So that's just the latest timestamp. And then we're also going to set progress.overall progress to use a function that we already have. So calculate overall progress, and that's going to be progress.sections like so. And then with this, we're going to await progress.save. So basically, this will just update the section that we need. So anytime we finish a particular section, it's going to send this request and update our progress on the back end. And then over here, I'm just going to say error updating user course progress and save that. All right, so I'm going to open up and go to our routes. I'm going to create a new route called user course progress routes.ts. I'm just going to go to maybe transaction routes, copy and paste it over here. And we're just going to replace it with all the ones that we need. So first, we need user ID. All these routes is going to include user ID. We're going to have enrolled courses, and we are going to grab get user enrolled courses, drag that in, and we are going to do something similar for the other ones. Paste it like this. We're going to have courses / course ID. This one's going to be get user course progress. And this one's going to be courses / course ID. And finally, we're going to have update user course progress and grab that controller that we created. And then finally, we need to create this group of routes. So we're going to go to our index file, do app.use /users /course -progress. We're going to make sure we authenticate the user like so. And we're going to do user course progress routes like so. And we need to identify it. So we're going to go up, import user course progress routes from ./routes / user course progress routes. And that is essentially our backend for our course progress. So now, because the scope has gotten so big and I don't want to overwhelm you, but at the same time, it is a bit tedious to go through every single aspect of the front end. What I want you to do is go back to your asset download, and you should have inside your components directory a courses folder. Now, it is up to you if you want to try and implement what we just saw, but it is quite tricky. So we're going to drag this into our user folder, and this should include everything we would need. But we do need to create the endpoints in our API, so let's actually do that first. And for this part, I am just gonna copy and paste this. You can go to the completed repo to make sure and get all of this correct. But we're gonna go down here below transactions, and I'm going to paste everything we need. So let me just make this a little bit clear for you guys. So user course progress. And what we want to do is make sure we add this to the tags. So user course progress will be up here. If we scroll all the way down, we are going to have 3 different endpoints. So get user enrolled courses, pretty straightforward. We have this build.query as usual, and we are going to make sure we query the user course progress and grab the enrolled courses. But then we also have get user course progress, which will grab individual course progress. Similar idea, except we're passing user ID and course ID. And finally, for this one, update user course progress is quite extensive. This is a mutation call. We are putting in user course ID and progress data for the sections. So we're identifying which sections need to be updated. Now again, in hindsight, I would restructure the DynamoDB to make sure this is optimized for the progress data instead. But we've done it this way, and it makes it a little bit complicated when we're updating the sections, but probably recommend it in the future. You would try a different way. So basically, we do have a query, user course progress, and a progress data. But basically, when we start the query, now over here, the whole purpose of this is a very simple one. And you don't have to do it this way. You can just get rid of onQuery started, but I just wanted to show you that what you can do is you can update your client data, your course progress on the client side before the query even finishes. So basically, onQuery started is when it queries on the, basically when it makes the API call, before it returns. So before it returns, it's going to update our front end so that completion update happens immediately. That's the whole reason for this. Otherwise, if you don't care about that performance update on the front end, you don't even have to do this. You just have to send a query, make sure it updates on the front end after. But otherwise, this is just so we have some optimization on the front end, which is pretty nice. All right, so those are all the user course progress endpoints that we need. We're going to place them over here. We have all of those updates. All right, so now that we have our endpoints, we can turn our attention back to the courses that we basically dragged in here. So over here, we are missing the course card. So we want to drag that from asset download. So over here with our components, we're going to drag this down. Let's close this. Close the app. We're going to drag this down into components and then make sure in our courses, it is able to find that course card. And the course card is basically very similar to what we've been doing before. So I'm just not going to cover it. It's just another card that we have to style. And in our courses page, that's going to include all the courses that we have listed. So if I were to sign back in, and because we are not signed in a specific course, what I can do is I'm going to grab this course that I've already created. Actually, we can use one of these regular courses. We can hit enroll now. Go 42424242 like that, because that's the test card. We're going to go through the step and we're going to hit go to courses. All right, by the way, there was one problem over here. We have progress and I spelled that incorrectly. I just wanted to cover that real quick. And then there's also, if you go to user course progress, there's all these weird parens. You should not have those parens around it. It should look like this in update user course progress. So when we go back to this page, when we see our user courses that we enrolled, I already went through a checkout flow. You should be able to see this page now. And let's actually see, remove that, how this is supposed to look like. So when you click this course, we have can't resolve React player. So we're going to have to install that real quick. So npm I react -player, and make sure you do legacy -peer deps right there. And we're going to do npm run dev. And if we take a look, we do get an error because we have some of the get incorrect. This should be a put as well. So this was incorrect for getting our user course progress, as well as getting the put route were incorrect. Now we're going to refresh it. And now we can see we have this particular page. Now we don't see the chapter sidebar because we need to add that. So over here, let's remove all of this. So let's take a step to examine what we have in our course pages. We do have our chapter sidebar, but we did not add it to the layout properly. So we do need to add whether it is the course page. So to do that, we need to identify with a bunch of this right here. Like you can take a look at this and type this out. Make sure that is correct. It is a little bit hard to type this regex correctly. We want to test the path name to check if it is the course page. And then from here, we want to add use effect with the is course page. We want to match that path. Make sure we set the course ID to have the correct course ID over here if it is the course page. Otherwise, we're just going to keep it null. And then after that, we want to add the chapters sidebar. So we're going to say course ID. And we're going to grab the chapters sidebar from the relevant location, pass that in. And also, if you remember, is course page, this should be is course page correct, like that. And so when we do it, we should be able to see that we have our sidebar correctly set and everything works as expected. And there is one last thing over here with the styling. We can add a comma over here. We want to do is course page, and we want to check this dashboard underscore main dash dash not dash course, like so. And now, as you can see, the styling is correct for this page. We can see that we have all of this very well set and have all of these. So this is mock data. There is no actual video URL. That's why you see what you see here. Otherwise, it would not be a problem. And that's pretty much it. So let me just quickly explain the front end for the chapter sidebar. So this is you can go through it on your own time, but we do have this hook. I'm just going to briefly explain everything. We're grabbing this single individual course. We're also grabbing the course progress so that the user has all the information. And we're also grabbing the current section, the current chapter that we are selected on via the URL. And we're going to check if the chapter is completed for every section. So that's how we determine whether something is complete or not. And then finally, we have this function called update chapter progress. So basically, we are going to update the relevant sections when the user completes it. So we're going to take all of this information, return it, so that we can use in both the chapter sidebar and the course page. So over here, we have set open to be false. This is coming from the sidebar. So when you go to the course page, let's say this sidebar is open. When we go to it, it automatically closes. That's what this thing does. The toggle section is basically whether you click on a specific section, that's how we know which section we are at. Handle chapter click will determine what route we are at, so that when we click on this, we select this. You can't really see it over here, but yeah, you can see the chapter changes as we select one of these. And then we also have our section. We're passing a lot of information. The section includes information about each chapter. We have the completed chapters as well as the total chapters, length, whether it's expanded or not. We have the up or down button like this. And we have progress visuals that resemble this part right here, the completion. And also the chapters list, which is right here, these list of chapters below. So that's exactly what's happening here. I'm not going to go through every single part because this is quite extensive and the scope has increased dramatically. So it is up to you if you want to go through that. And then finally, we also do have this course page, which represents this page right here. So again, we're grabbing a lot of the information from course progress data so that we know when the video completes or not. So most of this is pretty straightforward. We have the breadcrumbs over here. We have the chapter title, the author, and then we also have notes, resource quotes. So these are just little tabs, as well as the author information. But most importantly, we have the video information. So basically, what we are doing right here is we're setting handle progress for the on progress of the React player. This is a function provided over here. And this is going to determine when we have played, which is the number, it's going to provide a number for us. So if played is greater than 0.8 and it already has been marked complete, we grab the current chapter, current section that already exists. And at that particular section, we are going to check and mark our update chapter progress. I know this is quite the mouthful, but this is how we can update the correct chapter and the progress as we go along. I know this is a lot of code. This is a lot of code for something that you would expect to be somewhat simple, but that seems to happen for this particular case. So there's that. So hopefully you can go through it, see if you can make sense of what's happening, because it'll be good for you to really understand and dissect the code. The scope has been out of control for this application. So we're going to move on. I'm going to go through the AWS section once we prepare our code base. Since we went through this part pretty rapidly and quickly, you should probably double check your code, make sure everything is correct. You should check it against the completed repo that I have in the link in the description. Make sure everything is correct, because there is a lot of times where it could be just one little thing that can make your entire application off. So make sure for this section especially, you double check your code. All right, so we've already done so much, but there is a few things we need to do before we finalize our application and get ready for upload onto AWS and other services. So the first thing we want to do is go to our course controller. And as you can see, we import AWS from AWS SDK. And we have S3 with AWS.S3. So we're going to create an endpoint that will connect to S3 so we can upload our video onto an S3 bucket. So that is on AWS. And from there, that S3 bucket gets connected to CloudFront, which will distribute the video in a very fast and performant manner so that there's very low latency for users. So from here, what we need to do is create an endpoint. And I've already written the endpoint because I made a lot of modifications. I'm just going to show you and walk you through step by step. So I have upload video URL, and this is as we normally expect. But from the body, we're going to grab file name and file type. So this is going to be the file of the video that we grab from the front end. And we're going to make sure it's validated. And from here, we're going to create a unique ID, an S3 key, which is important for getting like a video bucket object URL. So we are essentially storing all our videos inside basically like a directory with the unique ID as a number and the file name at the very end. So this is the S3 key that we can use to identify and make a unique object into S3 bucket. And then from there, we are going to identify some S3 params that we need, which is the bucket and the bucket name. We'll be setting this as an environment variable on our deployment service. And then from here, we're going to place the key, and then we're going to set an expired time as well as the content type. And then finally, we're going to grab the upload URL. So this is what's called a pre-signed URL that you set on S3. So essentially what this allows us to do is we get this signed URL from S3 and CloudFront that allows us to upload. Anytime you are handling a large object, you need to use pre-signed URLs that you need to use for uploading onto S3. Because API Gateway, which is something we're going to be using, has a limit of 10 megabytes. And when we put videos, that's going to exceed the 10 megabytes. So instead, we need to do what's called a pre-signed URL. So essentially, we're asking S3 to give us a URL from which we then send the video and upload. And that typically happens on the front end. So it's not a back-end thing. We're just telling S3, hey, give us a URL onto the client. And on the client, we then use that URL to upload our video. And then from there, we are able to construct our video URL using the unique ID and file name, as long as we grab the CloudFront domain URL, which we'll also put in our env once we create the CloudFront. And then from there, we are sending both the upload URL and the video URL to the front end. We use the video URL to save in our database, so we know the link, each chapter and each section will have that specific video in each section and chapter in the course. Whereas the upload URL is for uploading the actual video onto S3. Okay. And then from here, we're going to go to course routes, and we are going to create this particular route, router.post. It's a very long string / course ID sections, and then section ID, chapters, chapter ID, and then get upload URL. Chances are we probably don't need a lot of these parameters because we're not really using them, but it might be good practice to keep it. And then from here, we're going to have the get upload video URL we are passing from the course controller. All right, turning our attention back to the front end. Now I created this endpoint called get upload video URL. So basically what we have, and we are going to send the upload URL, or we're going to receive upload URL and video URL from the backend. And note that this is a build.mutation. And to the backend, we're sending the course ID, chapter ID, section ID, file name, file type. So we are sending that as part of our query to go to the correct URL. And in our body, we're sending file name and file type. And make sure you are adding use get upload video URL mutation. And then to our course editor page in our courses ID, what we are going to do is grab use get upload video URL mutation. That is the URL that we're going to be using. And then we are going to paste it over here so we can get the upload video URL. And then we're going to scroll down, go to on submit, and we did make some changes over here. Note that there was some order shifts. We want to do updated sections, and we're going to pass in upload all videos, and we're going to pass in the create course form data after it and update course after. So make note of the changes and make sure you uncomment upload all videos, put it before the form data, and make sure you have everything set up. And just real quick, what I want to show you is what is exactly happening. We have changed the order a little bit where the uploading of all the videos happen first. And then we are going to grab all the information that we are needed, including the video URL that we uploaded here. And we are going to pass that into our course after everything is set up. So that means we upload the videos first, we get the video URL, we pass it into form data, and we are going to update the course. And just to give you an idea, this is all happening in our utils functions that I've created, and it's already in your code, but you don't have to worry about what's happening really. But just to give you a brief idea, it's important to understand at least what we're doing is we're creating a big copy of the local sections, basically all the sections that we are passing in once we've completed everything. And this crazy thing is basically us cycling through, mapping through the updated sections. And like I said, it's a little confusing because we had so many nesting in this the structure. But over here, we're going to check if the chapter.video is a video file. So this is important because we need to make sure that we have a video, and that's what we're going to be using for the upload video function that we created. So we're passing that video to the backend, and we want to grab the video URL, the pre-signed URL essentially. And while we're not sending the actual video, oh, by the way, it's important to note, we're not actually sending the video here. We're not sending the video to our backend. We're just sending the file name and the file type so we can get a pre-signed URL. So when you have the upload video, we go down here, we're basically calling our API endpoint over here. We're making a request to AWS this time. This is not Express, our Node Express server. That's why we can use fetch for this particular one. We're not using Redux Toolkit query because we are fetching from AWS, and we are basically uploading the actual file in this case because we have gotten the pre-signed URL over here, and then we are going to use that pre-signed URL to upload our file. That is exactly what's happening. And then from here, what we're doing is we're going to return with the entire chapter. So that means once we get the video URL, which is the CloudFront domain URL, that is the actual URL where you can see the video. All right. So from here, after you get the updated section, so this will be all the sections that we have updated with the video URLs that we just uploaded. We are basically going to then create a course form data, which we need to do when we send it to the backend. We are going to include everything, including with the videos, and we're going to append it to sections, and we are going to go and use that form data to update our backend. So it is a complicated process. Hopefully this makes a lot of sense. We do need to use pre-signed URLs because when you have sizes over 10 megabytes, it won't allow you. You will be blocked by API Gateway. All right, so there's a few other couple things that I want to get out of the way before we upload. I went back and I wanted to fix some bugs that come from deployment. So the first thing you want to do is you go to your root layout. This is a simple fix, but a lot of times you probably want to set this up a little better. But we do need a suspense element with the fallback null around our root layout. Otherwise, it's not going to properly build correctly. So make sure you have those. And then from here, we are also going to just ignore a number of ESLint ruling errors. Just for now, we're going to add these particular rules. So make sure you take a look at these, add it to your ESLint rc.json file, and it'll help fix some issues when you run npm run build. And lastly, I want to fix chapter modal. What I did was over here with the form, make sure you add chapter-modal _ form because it has some weird issues if you don't put it, or I mean, it looks a little weird. And then I also went down. This used to be a fragment around the div that was causing some errors on our console essentially and in Next.js. So make sure you have that closing div. And this information right here was surrounding or was above the input. You should probably put it below because it will make it look a little nicer. And I did change some styling just a little bit, added cursor pointer. It makes it look a little nicer. If I had more time, I would be fixing some of these issues right here because the input is not perfect. And then if you go to checkout to payment Stripe provider, there's one thing that you should add, otherwise it gives you a slight warning, is you just add a key client secret to the elements object. This will prevent like a immutable error when we do it. And then also if you go to the teacher course card in our components directory, there is some variants right here. There is like a variant right below button. There was like a variant right here. Just get rid of those and the variant over here because it was causing some styling issues. So just get rid of those for both of these. And also I did add Excel flex space -y2 and Excel space 0 like this right here. This fixes some like spacing issues between the different cards on the particular page. Makes it look slightly better. All right, so that we don't get any build issues later on, I want to go and open up our terminal, and I want to run go to client directory, and we're going to run npm run build. This is important because when you push it up onto something like Vercel or Amplify, they typically use npm run build, and if it doesn't work, your server is obviously going to mess up. And there you go. If you don't see any errors, that means you have successfully run your Next.js application. All right, from here, those are the main issues I wanted to take care of. There's also a lot of little warnings, and we're going to take care of those real quick. This is entirely optional. It'll still work without no issues. Just it'll get rid of some of the console errors that you might have. So if you go over here to the source directory, I want you to right click and hit find in folder. And this is going to allow us to search specifically in client source. And what you want to search is for router.push. Now in here, I've already fixed a few of them. I have not fixed all of them, but what we want to change is in our router.push, we want to add scroll:false because it gives you all these like warnings over and over. It is really annoying when you're looking at the console and you're checking for errors. So we want to add those. And right here, router.push. So for every single one, we want to have scroll:false like that. Same over here. I didn't add it in this case. So make sure you save those. Keep going and adding it for every single one. Same over here. Same over here as well. And then finally, this one. And then we also want to fix another set. So this is pretty related. So you can do find in folder again, and we're going to do link like so. And link also has something with scroll is equal to false. So we want to set this up for every single one of these links. I've already changed a few, so make sure you change it for the ones that you want, because it does give you some annoying errors. So look at this. scroll false. Don't put it on link.icon though, just put it over here for every single one of these. Scroll is equal to false, and non-dashboard is false. And for these as well. All right, so another thing that we want to fix is having a placeholder image if those course cards don't exist. So there is no image for certain courses. So I didn't show you me adding this, but in the asset downloads, you can place this in the public folder directory called placeholder.png. And we want to add this to a couple places so it makes it look quite nice. So prior, for course card, there was something that looked like course.image, then we're doing and with the image only existing if the course image exists. But we actually want a placeholder image just in case. So we want to remove that condition and also put the source with the course.image placeholder PNG like this. This will make it look nice, and there's an actual image there. Same with course card search. We want to add that. And then also course preview. If you scroll up to the image, this should be placeholder/placeholder.png. And then finally go to teacher course card. That one also has an image as well. So make sure you change those. And in the similar vein, we're going to search right here, same instructor_avatar. And you're going to see that in a couple places. Actually, you can search up avatar image because I already changed it. So in avatar image, there was a source and we're putting instructor_avatar.png, but we don't need it. We're just going to use a fallback image. We're going to put it into these two spots as well as the course card. You're just going to remove that. There was like a property that looks like source, something like this. We just got rid of those. And finally, one more small edit is this section modal. This was set to chapter for whatever reason, so change that to section. All right, one last thing. If you go back to your payment page, we need to actually change this environment variable, which is next public stripe redirect URL. The problem with this is that this was using localhost 3000, but obviously when you deploy it on production, we don't want it to redirect to localhost 3000. We want it redirect to Vercel's URL that it automatically generates. So to do that, we need to do a few things. We need to remove that environment variable, and we are going to create an environment variable called local URL, and we are just going to set HTTP localhost :3000. We're going to save that, and over here, and here we have this result. We're going to change this because the next public stripe redirect URL is incorrect and the URL is slightly incorrect. So let's replace this. We're going to have a base URL that includes the public local URL that we had. And if it does exist, then we're going to prepend with HTTP : like this with the public local URL. Otherwise, we're going to use the Vercel URL, which is going to be available on deployment, basically on Vercel. So we're going to be using their dynamically generated URL to create our base URL. This is provided strictly by Vercel, so we can use that. Otherwise, we are defaulting to the local host for development purposes. All right. So that should fix our return URL issues. And do note that the return URL was changed a little bit, so make sure you write that correctly. And with that, most of the bugs and little warnings should be gone. I made some fixes, but they're already included in the files I copied and pasted, so you might see some differences with that. But as long as you use the final assets and downloads, it should cover majority of the problems that you might face when it comes to like little errors and little warnings. And then from here, we want to prepare our code base for uploading to a repo and also serverless Lambda. So what we need to do is go to index.ts, and we do need to install something called serverless HTTP. So right here we have our server, but if we want to prepare it for the production server, we're just going to say AWS production environment for serverless. We need to use serverless app, and we're going to bring in the serverless app function from the serverless HTTP. So if you go up here, we're going to import serverless from serverless HTTP, set it up like that, scroll down, and we should be able to use it. Make sure you spell it correctly. And then from here, I'm going to do export const handler. And we are going to do async with an event of any context of any, and we are going to do an arrow function. Inside here, what we want to do is event.action is equal to seed. So we want to be able to seed the database from our Lambda, and we can do this by creating this action seed. So if we manually add this seed, we are able to seed the database. So we are grabbing a seed function, which is going to come from the seed DynamoDB. So again, if we go back to the top, we can import seed from /seed/seed DynamoDB. So basically, we're grabbing the seed function that, or seed, the seed file that we created before and used. We're going to use that to trigger the seed in our serverless if the event.action says seed. Now, this is not the proper production way to do this, because someone else can, you want proper security that to make sure someone isn't able to reseed your data and then all your data becomes disappeared because they reseeded your entire database. So all the data that you had is just gone. So you want to make sure this is well protected, but for now, to keep it simple, we're going to add this functionality just so we can focus on making things work. But we're going to have a return status code 200 with a JSON. Otherwise, we're going to return serverless app with event and context. So this is how we can run the production environment. If it is local, then we know it's going to be here. Otherwise, this is going to work on production environment. Then from here, we can go to our env variables, and we need to add a few things. We're going to do AWS region. We're going to add this environment variable, and I'm going to do US West 2. It is up to you to add whatever region is relevant for you, but actually mine is US East 2. And then we're going to do S3 bucket underscore name, and we're just going to leave it blank. Cloudfront domain, we're going to leave that blank as well. So this is where we're going to configure it more on the deployment side of things when we get to it. But these are the variables that we are going to need. All right, so in our client directory, there's a couple things we want to do. So we want to do remove rf.git. And we should see that there should be no Git folder in client. It is hidden, so you want to make sure that you don't have the Git file over here. So go back to your client, make sure there's no .git, otherwise it's going to mess things up. And also, we're going to remove this .git ignore. Because what we want to do is we want to create a .git ignore outside over here. And I'm going to say all node modules like so to get rid of all of those /dist.env, and we want to target specifically env.local client/.env.development, client/.env.production, and then server is just going to be .env. And then on the client side, we also want to get rid of .next. And if you're on Mac, you're going to have these files, so you want to make sure you ignore those, as well as dumsdb, then .vs code files if it pops up. And we also want to ignore server shared local instance.db. And in my case, the server is like right here, shared local. We don't want to push that up. And also we can ignore server dynamodb-local-metadata.json. So these are all the files we want to make sure we ignore when we do git. And this asset download, we can finally delete it because we are no longer using it. And what I'm going to do is go to my server terminal, move out of it, and I can do git init right here. And then from there, make sure you have a GitHub account, and we're going to create a new repository. I'm going to choose myself as the owner, and I'm going to set this as learning management. And I'm going to make this public, doesn't really matter. We're going to do create repository. And inside here, the only thing we care about is copying this git remote add origin to that URL. So inside here, let me just open this up a little bit. You can see better. I'm going to do git add dot, so we add everything, git commit. And by the way, double check that these are all not really highlighted. .env.local, that one's important that it doesn't get pushed up. Same with the .env. And we're going to do git commit, and we are going to do initial. And we are going to do git, actually we're going to paste the code that we added right here. And we're going to finally do git push origin master. And then we can refresh the learning management page, and we can see we have our repo, and we don't see the env variables, making sure everything is working as expected. So that's that. All right, so there's another thing we need to do is in our build command, we have a command that builds our dist folder, which compiles all the TypeScript files that we have inside our source and replicates into a dist folder structure. The only thing that is missing is that when it compiles all the TypeScript files, but it doesn't copy this data file of our seed data. We want to copy that into our DynamoDB. This is not good practice or best practice, but for the purpose of this development tutorial, you want to be able to see the database from the Lambda to make life easier. So what we're going to do is we're going to install a command in our server. We're going to do npm-i-d cpx. This will be able to copy files and paste them into a directory that we want. Once that finished installing, right here, npx tsc, we also want to do cpx, basically copy a directory, and this works cross-platform. And we're going to put source/seed/data/*/ another double quote dist/seed/data. So this will basically copy what we have in our source seed data into our dist folder seed data. So it has the exact replication of our server. So we can just run npm run build just to double check if that works. And then we can take a look in our dist, go to our seed, and as you can see, we have our courses.json perfectly replicated. So our seed information is in our dist folder. Perfect. And one little thing that we need to add. So we're going to go to our server directory as well. We're going to add a .docker ignore file. In this file, we're going to create Docker file. And these are things we want to make sure that Docker doesn't include in the Docker build. So we're going to run docker file .docker ignore node modules npm-debug.log star readme.md .git ignore star.md and finally dist. We want to make sure Docker ignores all of those. All right, with all of that, I also do want to add a commit with this Docker and Docker file because we added that. We want to do git add all, git commit, added Docker, and we are going to do git push origin master so we push those changes up. All right, so what we're going to do is we want to create a Docker file. So before we do anything, we want to go to Docker, and I want you to go to the Docker website and download Docker Desktop for whatever your OS is. You want to install it, make sure you have any updates, and make sure the Docker is running the application. So there's multiple steps. You're going to have to sign in, create an account, run the Docker application. So what Docker is, it's a platform that packages applications into containers so that we can run them consistently across basically different environments. Using Docker with AWS Lambda basically allows us to control like our functions runtime environment, making the dependencies management easily and making sure you have a very portable application and makes it always consistent. And sometimes it's just best practice and you probably want to learn how to use Docker anyways for your development career. And we're going to use Docker so that we compile our server. It makes the server very nice and convenient, small and isolated in its own container. And we can push this up to AWS ECR. And then we can use that Docker image for our Lambda server. So if you have your Docker desktop running, you're going to have this icon or whatever it is equivalent into Windows. And we are going to go back to our code and we're going to our server directory. And we're going to create a new file. And we're going to call this Docker file. And so we're going to run a number of code right here. So I'm going to start by grabbing from public.ecr.aws/lambda/node.js:20 as build. So basically this is specifying the AWS Lambda node base image package. And this is the one that you should probably use. And it's specified on a specific URL. And then the work directory should be /app. In Docker, /app is the default location where we have our work directory. So basically, you don't have to worry about that. We're going to copy package.json./. So that means we're just copying the entire package.json that we have. Then we're going to run npm install. So we install all our packages and we're going to copy the rest of our application source code with dot and dot. So that copies everything. And then we're going to run npm run build. So basically this is just running commands as we go, nothing too fancy. And then we're also going to npm prune -- production. So we're just going to remove all the dev dependencies that we had. And then so in this next part is we're going to be using the same thing over here from public.ecr AWS, but this is going to be the second stage. So this is basically the building stage. You generally want that environment to be different, whereas this is going to be the production stage. And here we're going to do a work directory, and we're going to pass in lambda task _ root. So this is part of the Lambda server, and you kind of have to just follow these instructions. We're going to do copy -- from is equal to build /app/dist, and we're going to grab the Lambda task root because that's where we are going to use the Lambdas. And then we're going to do copy -- from equals build /app/node _ modules. We're going to paste that in with node _ modules like this. And then finally, we're going to do copy from build. We're going to do /app/package star.json, and we are going to pass in Lambda task root. So we are basically copying what we created from the build stage, and we are using them in the final production build. So we then going to grab env node _env. We're going to set this to be production. This is basically setting directly an environment variable, and we're calling it production. And then from here, we're going to do cmd with string index.handler. So this will basically start the Lambda function. All right, so we have all of this. Now it looks kind of crazy because we don't have any comments, and I'm just going to add comments. Exactly the same thing that we just wrote, but it has comments. So this is what I'm going to push up. So if you ever want to read what's actually happening and you forgot what's happening, then you can look at the repo and it'll have all the instructions. So basically this is just creating a series of steps that we are running to set up our Lambda. And now for the most exciting part of this application, which is where we deploy our application using AWS. Now there are platforms like Vercel for Nextjs or other services like PostgreSQL, which might be simpler. I believe AWS is such a valuable skill to learn. I really wanted to include it because it stands out on resumes and impresses interviewers because there's such complexity and such a wide range of services. Now I know AWS is pretty daunting with its extensive terminology and buzzwords, but mastering it is really beneficial, especially in this competitive job market, and that it shows you can handle complex technical tasks beyond basic CRUD applications. If you could just click and deploy, that is not a very useful skill. Also, this entire tutorial where we deploy our applications, it's going to be entirely free, and I'm going to make sure that you understand everything about billing, the free tier, and budgets, and we're going to go through all of that in depth. So let's get started. So if we go to AWS, we have a sign up for AWS. Now I'm not going to go through this exact process, but it's pretty simple. You just have to follow the instructions. So you would go through this process, add your email. There's going to ask for email confirmation. It's going to ask for your billing info, and then you can choose free tier. Just realize we're going to use the free tier account. So I want you to put an alert for after 12 months to check when your free tier usage is up, just in case. So you don't get charged on after that 12th month. Now, once you sign in, you'll probably see something like this particular page. I just want to let you know there are 3 ways to interact with AWS. And that includes the console, which is what you see here, which is the graphical UI for accessing AWS services. There's also CLI for those who prefer using the terminal to type commands. We're not going to be using any of those. And then there's the SDK if you want to programmatically manage AWS services and have automatic, automations that you want to interact with these services. Now, before we get started, I want to talk about billing, cost, and free tier as well. Now, this whole video is going to be about free. So everything we do is going to be free for this entire project. But I want to make some caveats just in case so that you don't get charged, because you can still get charged accidentally if you don't do the right things. So I just want you to be aware of this. This is a huge part of AWS and a huge thing that you need to know. First off, there are some services that have free trials. There's other ones that are 12 months free. So you have a free tier account. A lot of services have free tier options. And then there's some options like always free. That includes like DynamoDB, other things like that. So you have to make sure what you're using is dependent on what you're looking for over here, because there's a lot of options. And under here, there's a lot of options over here. So you can see all the link in the description, all of these, and the services that are going to charge you. So you don't have to worry for each section. I'm going to tell you what is free and what is not. So we're going to get to that. So let's go back to our console. Now we're going to go over here. You can look up search. You can look up services over here, but it's better to just use the search. And we're just going to go to billing. And what we want to look at is billing and cost management. And I'm going to briefly go through this. So billing and cost management, this is a very complicated page, but there's only a few things that you really have to pay attention to. The home page is where you get a brief summary and overview. I look at this. This gives you a little cost breakdown. It's pretty simple. And then over here, you can see the bills. This obviously gives you the charges, and importantly, you can see what services will charge you. Right now, I have everything to be 0. If you followed my last tutorial, I have reduced every cost to be 0, so nothing is charged. And a few other things is the Cost Explorer. If you want to use this, this is more for advanced use cases. You probably don't have to go through it. I've been charged $19 because I was using a accidental VPC IPv4, which I removed. And over here, pricing calculator is another option you can use, which will help you create an estimate. But again, this is for very advanced use cases. And then there's also free tier over here. This will be useful for your free tier account. It shows you what you're actually using for the services that you are getting for free in your free tier account. So the 12 months limit, this is what you get. So make sure you take a look at this. This is an important page. And then finally, budgets is another useful one. So what we can do is create a budget. What I have is a free tier budget, and it tells you when you are going to go over a limit. So if you create a budget, you can use a template, and we can set 0 spend budget. And I'm just going to create that budget. Let's say, okay. And you just want to write your email so that you get a notification if it goes over that bound of the cost. Right now, 0 spend budget, meaning anytime it exceeds 1 cent, it's going to alert you. Once you create that budget, you're going to see that the budget is set to $1. You can change it to 1 cent, but you might get warned a little too early. You probably want to set it to maybe 10 cents or something like that. If you want to do that, you can go over here, you can hit edit. And what I want to do is just go into enter your budget amount. I'm going to say 10 cents like that. So over here, you're going to hit next. Next, none of this really matters. You can configure it. You can look at all the options, but it's pretty self-explanatory from there. So if you hit 10 cents, my forecasted amount says 5 cents because this is incorrect. You just have to be noting that this value might not be right. So I have my 0 spend budget at 10 cents, which is warning me then, and it's going to give me alerts. So there you go. That is mostly the budgets. It's very important to understand. See how to make it so we don't get charged for anything. So one last caveat. Right now I'm recording this in 2024, but maybe you watch this in the future. You have to watch out and be careful about AWS's pricing because they do change quite frequently, whether it's the products or services. So you always want to make sure you understand that. And the best way to figure that out is go to this particular free tier page, go down and go under here. You can search for free tier products. And if there's a service that you want to use and you want to check if it's free, you can go to S3 and you can see that it has 12 months free. It has 5 gigabytes that you can use for free for 12 months. So you always want to make sure and double check over here. This is a very good overview, very good summary. This is probably the most helpful page when it comes to pricing that I've discovered on AWS. Now real quick, this part is optional. If you watched my previous video, you might have extra services that you had before. So what you would do is you want to be able to delete all the services that you made prior. And just in case you have issues with deleting services, you might not know what services you are currently running because you might have created a few things that you don't know. And the way you can check is we can do 2 things. We can go to the bills page to see what's running, and you can see what's being charged of all of these. You can see everything that we have, 12 total access services. So you can find what you already have in that specific region, figure out what is being running currently. So this is everything I have currently being shown. But another way is you can go to VPC And inside here, you can see everything that all the services that we basically have. So you might have some things that you probably don't know what it was all about. So you can go through over here and you can basically try and delete them. Just realize that deleting them can be kind of a pain. It is a little bit difficult and they probably purposely do it. But basically, if you want to delete something like this, it is hard because there are dependencies upon which services. So you're just going to have to go through the manual, tedious process to see which one can be deleted first. For example, if you try to delete a VPC, it might prevent you from deleting it because you have all these subnets associated with that. So there's a lot of dependencies on what you can delete. So you're just going to have to go through, figure out which ones are going to be deleted first. So just letting you know, make sure you delete the services if you already have them, just in case you have it from a previous project. All right, so here we have our AWS architecture of our deployment system in our application. We are going to be using a number of AWS services as well as 2 third-party services. So if you take a look, we have a client. The client is going to authenticate through Clerk. And then from here, we're going to go to Vercel, which is where we are going to host our front-end application. Now, I did go through and tried to upload my Nextjs application into AWS's version of Vercel for Nextjs hosting, which is AWS Amplify, but I had this really weird cryptic issues I could not solve. So I defaulted to using Vercel, but it should work exactly the same for our purposes and sake. And probably it will be faster for hosting our Nextjs application on the front end. But from here, we are going to be going and accessing the backend through the API Gateway. This API Gateway will provide a little bit of a barrier for Lambda, and it allows us for using HTTPS requests to Lambda without having to host all the TLS certificates and all the complications that come with using HTTPS. And then from here, we are going to be hosting our backend into Lambda. And the way we are going to host it is we're going to Dockerize our backend, our Node.js Express application, into a Docker image. And we are going to then push it up into ECR. AWS ECR is an Elastic Container Registry where we can push up Docker images. We're going to then use that Docker image to upload into Lambda. So that allows us for easy access in Lambda for our Docker image. And then the Lambda is now going to be calling our DynamoDB. This is where our tables and data that we have been talking about will be stored. And we're going to be using data from our DynamoDB no longer in our local database. So we're going to be using this instead. But also, we're going to be using Lambda. And as we saw when we talked about S3 buckets and the upload and getting the pre-signed URLs, we are then going to grab information or putting videos into S3. We use pre-signed URLs so that the user can upload the videos directly into S3, but the Lambda is going to talk to S3, get that pre-signed URL, and then send it to the client. So we'll be talking about that. And then the CloudFront is going to be a place where we host our videos, or that is exactly where our video URLs are going to exist. So if the client wants to see the video, they're not going to be accessing S3, they'll be accessing CloudFront. So this is important because it is much more performant to do so with CloudFront. Now, if you've seen my other videos where we are using EC2 in RDS, the networking is a little more complicated because you have to set up VPCs, you have to set up subnets, you have to set up routes, things like that. But when you're using the stack of Lambda, DynamoDB, and S3, those are automatically managed for you. You don't have to worry about the networking issues. You don't have to worry about different, subnets, different regions and things like that. You don't have to worry about those problems because Lambda is automatically handling a lot of those, as well as DynamoDB. And these are very performant, but they also have the benefit of being free tier across not just in the free tier account, but they're always free. There's like a certain amount that you can always use for these services, and they are very scalable and very performant. So a lot of people do use the stack. specifically for that reason. It is such a big advantage that it is a very nice option that you can use. And if you understand it well enough, it is pretty simple to do. But it does have a little bit of a learning curve. And one of the bigger learning curves and issues that you might encounter, especially with Lambda, comes IAM roles. While you don't have to deal with networking issues, you would have to add specific IAM roles for Lambda so that it can access DynamoDB and S3, as well as API Gateway, and pretty much all of those are very important to add to your IAM role permission. And as you know, AWS has the philosophy of lowest possible permissions possible, so you always have to manually set access for security reasons. You have to manually allow them to have access. Otherwise, by default, they will never have access to anything. That's basically AWS's motto. So you have to make sure you understand that. And that's pretty much it. So let's get started. And we are going to start with ECR. All right, so in our AWS console, what we're going to do is we're going to search up for IAM. So this is a way to manage and access AWS resources. And what we're concerned is with roles. Roles allow us to assign services on AWS. It could even be a user, but a lot of times we're going to do it for basically maybe a Lambda or DynamoDB. We're going to add these roles so that they can access different AWS services. And AWS does this permissions where it does the least amount of permissions possible by default. So a lot of times you have to actively manually add permissions for a lot of services. So we are first going to create a role. We're going to select AWS service, and we are going to choose Lambda, and we're going to select next. And we're going to search up several permissions policy. So we're going to search up DynamoDB full access. Now, a lot of times you want to do read only or whatever. You want to give the least amount of permissions possible, but sometimes it is kind of a pain if you're not giving full access. And that's only for like if you're doing like real enterprise level access permissions, things like that. And then from here, you want S3 full access as well. Then we also want to do Lambda full access, because it's also going to be relevant for API Gateway to access our Lambda function. And finally, we want to do AWS Lambda basic execution role. This is just for CloudWatch. It's just going to give basic write permissions to CloudWatch. And we're going to hit next. And we're going to give it a role name. What I like to do is put an acronym for the application, because sometimes you might have more than one application. And I'm going to do LM underscore, and then the service type of what the name is. So I'm going to do IAM role, and we're going to assign it to a Lambda. So that's how I do my naming. So right now we have Lambda trusted policy. So anytime we talk about IAM roles, there is permissions policy, but then there's also trust policy. The trust policy references the who, basically. It's like the who determines what AWS services or IAM users this can be allowed to be granted to. So we can allow Lambda to assume this role. We can allow maybe API Gateway to assume this role. And then the permissions is what that role can perform and on which services. So basically, anytime, whenever someone adopts this specific role, they'll be accessed DynamoDB full access, S3 full access, Lambda full access, so they'll be able to use these permissions. After we're done, we're probably going to add another trust policy because we can't add more than one right here. But for now, we're just going to create our role. And then we're going to select on the IAM role. And you can see we have our permissions policies right here. And we can see our trust relationship. But I want to add something to this specifically. I'm going to copy all of this statement right here. I'm going to put a comma and put a paste. So effect allow, and this one is going to be API Gateway, because we want API Gateway to be able to assume the same role. And then we are going to update policy. So now we have both of these, and that should be as expected. So this is the IAM role we're going to be using, and we're making it super simple. All right, and then from here, we are now going to go to ECR, which is the Elastic Container Registry. And then from here, we're going to create our repository for our ECR. And we're going to call this LM server, like so. We're going to keep it mutable. We're going to keep it the default settings, and we're just going to hit create. And once it's done creating, we're now going to click on the repo server, and we're going to look at view push commands. So these are the commands that we're going to use so that we can push this Docker image onto AWS. So all we have to do is basically follow these commands depending on whether you're on Mac or Windows. So I'm just going to go through the process. And remember, you need to use AWS CLI. Now, if you remember, when we did AWS configure, we are going to have to set up the AWS access keys and the secret keys. So before we go over here, I'm going to create up a new tab because I want to show you how to do it. So over here, you're going to go to security credentials. In here, now it's up to you. You can use a user, and it's best practice to create an access key for a separate user. But to make it easier for you, you can create an access key like this. Now you understand that's the warning, root user keys, because this is the root account. They suggest you not to use user access keys. So when you hit create access key, it's going to show you both an access key and a secret access key. So when you are in your terminal and you write AWS configure, you're going to see this. I'm not going to write this out because I already did it, but basically it's going to ask you for several things. And if you take a look, it's going to look like this. AWS configure, it's going to ask you for access key ID. So make sure you use this access key, and then you're going to use the secret access key as well to place this. This is very important to configure AWS configuration, and choose your default region name. So that's dependent on what you want, and you can just keep it as JSON. So that is how you create your CLI. And I'm going to hit done. But for this, since you guys saw it, I'm just going to delete it because I don't need this. I'm going to deactivate. And I'm just going to copy this access key like so, paste it over here, delete it. But yeah, you should have your access key and make sure it works for you. So that is how we're going to use AWS ECR. Because if you don't have those configured, this AWS ECR is not going to work. So we're going to copy this value, go to our code, actually, and we're going to go to our server directory. So in my server directory, I'm going to run the command that we are given. So right here, paste it over here and run it. And if it worked, it should say login succeeded. And then I'm going to copy the next step, Docker build. So this is going to build our Docker. And this might take some time. It is possible this might fail. That is if we don't set up our server correctly. And then if we see this, everything run perfectly fine. It looks like it succeeded. Then we can copy the third, just paste it over here. We're basically tagging the image, and then we can do Docker push, which will push our image onto AWS. All right, so if you see this, it should have correctly worked. We can close this, close it over here, and let's refresh the page and see if we have our image. And we do, and it looks like it's pretty good. You should be able to see everything that you have here. And we can now go back to our server and we can see this. So perfect. And then from here, now we can create our Lambda. So I'm going to open this up separately. We're going to have Lambda to the server. We're going to create a function, and we're going to have create a function. We're going to click container image. We're just going to call this lm lambda, just like that. That's enough. And here, container image URI. So just note, we're not authoring from scratch, so we're using the container image from ECR, and we can now click our LM server repository, click on the latest, select that image. We can ignore the container image overrides, keep it to x86-64. And instead of using a new role with basic Lambda permissions, we want to use an existing role. And I already said lm im-role. If you let Lambdas be able to access this role, you should be able to see that. And this is very important, otherwise you will not have access. And we are going to hit create function. So a couple things to note. We can see the configuration over here. We want to look at permissions, and our IAM role Lambda is going to have the role that we specifically identified, so that is good. So you look at the configuration for that. And here we're finished, which is pretty good. We have our image URI for our Lambda. All right, so for us to test our Lambda, we're going to go to configuration, and we need to edit environment variable. And we're going to look at our environment variables for our server. Now, we don't need to add all of these, but we can add a couple of them. So we're going to add environment variable. We don't need node env. Actually, let's do node env. We do need it, but this time this is going to be production. We're going to have AWS region, and this is going to be US. Since I am in US East -2, I'm going to do that. We're going to have an S3 bucket name and CloudFront domain, but let's do the others first. We're going to grab Stripe secret key because we need it to test. I'm going to paste it over here. Add environment variable. We're going to do Clerk publishable key, and we're going to copy the value over here and add one more. So Clerk secret key. And we're going to grab the value over here and paste it, and we're going to save. And oh, right, so AWS region, you don't need to save, you don't need to add it. We can just remove it, and we're just going to hit save. I'm going to wait for it to update the function, and then we're going to go to test. And I've already tried testing it, and it didn't work because of the environment variables. So essentially, what you want is to paste this. You're not going to see this right away, but you want to put HTTP method get path request context resource path HTTP method get headers content type, and make sure you format the JSON to see if it would work. And then from here, we can now say test name like this, and we could just say test. And if you can see with details, we have status code 100 or 200. And the body is going to be hello world. So that aligns perfectly with our index with res.send hello world. And this works as expected. So it is very nice that everything works just right off the bat. Right here, we know our server is running. By doing this, we know our server is running. Our Lambda image is running our code. There's also another configuration that I want to change, which is the timeout for Lambda. 3 seconds is okay if it's just invoking very quick endpoints, but we're also going to seed it. So instead, we're going to change this to maybe 5 minutes. And we're just going to hit save. Because the next thing we're going to do is we're going to invoke the seed function. And now this is not the correct way to do this, by the way. If you're doing this for production, this is not recommended, but it is an easy way to do this. Seed test. And what we're going to do is we're going to go like this, pass in action colon seed. And this should, if we remember correctly, the action event.action, if that is equal to seed, we are going to run the seed command. So now before we hit enter, I want to go to AWS and I want to show you DynamoDB, because what it's going to do is going to create tables in DynamoDB for us. So right now, if you see the dashboard, I do have all these courses, and actually I want to delete them because this is from my prior test. And so from here, we can do a create table, and we can create our table as we would like. However, we're going to go back and we're going to look at the fact that we can seed the table from here. So I'm going to hit test. And if all goes well, you'll be able to see data seeded successfully in your test function if you tested it with action seed. So now you can go to Amazon DynamoDB and we can actually see that it's created 3 different tables with course, transaction, and user course progress. So this is perfect and doing what we expect. And we can go to any one of these tables and we can click explore table items, and we can see that all our information is all in there for our seed data, which is fantastic. All right, so from here, Lambda cannot be accessed through HTTPS, so we actually need to set up an API gateway. So we are going to set up an API gateway, which will provide us HTTPS requests, and it'll be very nice. So we are going to build with the REST API, and we're just going to call this LM API Gateway, and we're going to keep this by default and create API. And over here, we're going to create a resource. Now, typically for API Gateway, you would set up specific endpoints for each route that we have on our backend. So if we go to our folders, we can set up an endpoint for every single one of this, but that's going to be a very painful endeavor. So we're just going to use proxy resource. This allows us to default to using Express to handle all of the proxy requests. So we want to do curly braces proxy plus like this. Make sure you have the slash and you select cores. We're going to create resource. And that's good. And over here on the any method, we want to add an integration. We want to add a Lambda function. Then from here, we're going to select Lambda proxy integration. And we're going to choose our Lambda function that we created. I call the lm underscore lambda dash image. I did change it a little bit if you saw something different. The execution role is going to be the IAM role. Now, I don't understand why you can't just select it. So we're going to open up AWS on a separate page. Go to IAM role. Go to the roles that we created, which LM IAM role over here. And we should copy this ARN and paste it over here. We can keep all of these and keep all of the same. And then with that, we are ready for our API to be deployed. So we're going to hit deploy API. We're going to choose new stage. We're just calling this prod, and we're going to hit deploy. And we're going to copy this invoke URL. Now, if you see this, courses with the Clerk handshake, because we have that authentication barrier, this means that the server should technically be working, because we are trying to hit the courses, but the courses has a Clerk authentication attached to it. We have the Clerk middleware essentially. So that's basically blocking it, which is good. That's what we are expecting. All right, so here we are in Vercel. This is where we're going to be hosting our Next.js application. And like I mentioned, I did have issues with AWS Amplify. I spent hours trying to figure out why it's not letting me build my application on deployment. It was fine locally, it was fine on Vercel, but for some reason it wasn't working on Amplify. Maybe you guys can make it work, but what I'm going to do, I'm just going to host it on Vercel. It should have no issues going and talking to API Gateway because we're going to make it accessible anywhere. So from here, we're going to add new project. So you might, if you don't have any, it's going to look a little different, but we are going to connect your GitHub. Mine's already connected, so just make sure yours is connected as well. And I'm going to import the learning management system that we already have. And from here, you want to go to the framework preset Next.js. Make sure you have that. And we want to select client. And for some reason, when you select client, it automatically defaults to other. Just put it back to Next.js, otherwise it's not going to work. And there's one thing we need to do for build and output settings, and that's because we did legacy peer DEPS. Remember, that caused a lot of issues. So we need to make sure we add that install command, like a custom one, to add to this. So legacy peer DEPS like that. So make sure you have that. And then from here, we're going to add all our environment variables. All right, and then from here, we're going to add our environment variables. So there's a couple things we need to note. So I opened up, I know it's very small, but I opened up our env.local in our application so we can copy and paste a few things. So next public API base URL. So this is no longer going to be HTTP localhost. We want our API backend code from API Gateway. This is where we are going to access. So if you go to API Gateway, make sure you go to the stages section after we deployed it. We're going to select invoke URL. We're going to paste it into the value place right there. And then from here, I'm going to add next public stripe public key. I'm going to copy that for the key. And I'm going to copy this entire string over here. We need it or else it's not going to work. And then we're also going to copy and paste next public clerk publishable key. Paste that key and then paste the value, or copy the value and paste it over here. Make sure everything is correct. And then finally, we need to add the clerk secret key. So we're going to add one more. We're going to paste it over there, copy the key we have over in here, clerk secret key. And then from here, we have all our environment variables already, but make sure that you add one more. For whatever reason, the last environment variable doesn't get added. I'm not exactly sure if that is a UI bug or if it just happened to me, but hit deploy. From there, you should be able to see your application being deployed, and we are going to hit. And hopefully if all else works, everything you see should be working. If you do have issues with the endpoint, sometimes you might have issues with sending information or grabbing the network requests. You can definitely check your network dev tools to see if it's going to the right endpoint. For us, it is with prod courses, so something like this should be perfectly fine, but make sure everything is working. As you can see, we have nice display of all our courses, and this is like the placeholder image that I was talking about. So just in case if we didn't have it, it makes it look kind of nice. So perfect. And now that we have set all of this up, we just have to worry about S3 and CloudFront. S3 is where we're going to store our files, basically our videos, specifically anything that's sufficiently large enough, S3 is perfect for it. And we're going to use CloudFront as well to distribute those files. So there's a few things to note that's important for S3 and CloudFront for your access. It's always access problems that cause a lot of people issues. So the first thing we want to note is that for S3, we want to block all public access. We don't want people to access S3 directly. We want them to access CloudFront. So what we're going to set on S3 is that we are going to block all public access. However, we still need CloudFront to access S3. So we're going to do that via a bucket policy so that CloudFront can access S3. And that is the only thing that can access S3 for read-only purposes. Now there's something called access control list for S3. That is more of a deprecated service that determines whether something has access. It's kind of like a firewall again, but it is not something we have to worry about nowadays. It is more for very granular access permissions, so don't worry about that. And also S3 is going to need cross-origin resource sharing issues. So you need to set that cross-origin resource sharing so a lot of different services can access S3 if it needs to when we upload things and things of that nature. So to reiterate about the pre-signed URLs, I want to talk about this one last time. So the way this pre-signed URL works is that the client, when it talks to the Vercel and says, I want to upload a video, it's going to talk to Lambda, and Lambda is going to talk to S3. What's important to note here is that we're not sending a video file directly right away. The client is basically going to send file name to Vercel and the file type, and it's going to send it to Lambda, and it's going to give a unique ID for that file. API Gateway will block any files that are above 10 megabytes. So that is a problem. I don't think you can read that, but that is a problem for video files because they can be pretty large. So what S3 is going to do with the pre-signed URL is going to give it to Vercel, or basically the client, and the client is going to see that there is a pre-signed URL that we upload directly to S3. So instead of going through API Gateway, we are using a pre-signed URL for the client to upload into S3. Now that pre-signed URL can be very sensitive, but it lasts for maybe like 60 seconds. You can have an expiration time for that specific one so people don't randomly upload a bunch of stuff on there. So that is exactly how pre-signed URLs work. All right, so here we are in S3. We're going to create a bucket. We're going to call this LM_S3 bucket. And over here, I'm going to say ACLs disabled, block all public access, disable versioning with no tags, keep everything the same, and we're going to create bucket. And it seems like with the bucket name, you actually can't put underscore, so we're going to do create bucket. Okay, and we're pretty much good to go. We just have to note the LM_S3 bucket's name. And now I could go to Amazon CloudFront. We're going to create a CloudFront distribution, and we are going to we're going to select the LM_S3 buckets that we just created. And what we're going to do is use origin access control settings. And I already have some settings over here, but instead I'm going to create a new OAC. And as you can see here, I'm going to leave the name as is, and we're going to leave the sign request as recommended, and we're going to hit create. And it's just going to say you must update the S3 bucket policy, which we will do with the thing that they provide. And then from here, we are not going to compress objects automatically. We're going to select redirect HTTP to HTTPS. Then I'm going to switch allowed HTTP methods to this particular one, get head option put post patch. Delete, we're not going to restrict viewer access. We're going to keep this the same, keep caching optimized like that, keep response headers. We do not need to enable security protections. We're going to keep this the same defaults. We can do HTTP/3 if we wanted to. And then from here, we are good to go. And we are going to create our distribution. Now over here, it says the S3 bucket policy needs to be updated. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this policy, and then we're going to select go to S3 bucket, and it's going to redirect us to the right location. And over here, we are going to look at permissions and go to bucket policy. We're going to set edit, and we are going to paste what we copied earlier. And we can just hit save changes. So that allows the CloudFront to access our S3. And one last thing we need to edit below, we go all the way to object owner, OSHIP, and past ACL. We see cores. So over here, we need to add these settings. So I want you to hit edit, and I want you to copy what you see here. This is an array, and we are going to have an object that have allowed headers with a star and allowed methods with get, put, post. Allowed origins will be a star and etag for expose headers. We don't want any CORS issues, which is kind of a cross-origin resource sharing problems that you might have with different domains. You want to make sure it's easily accessible, so we are going to add these settings. And now finally, with our S3 all set up with CloudFront, we need to just set the environment variables. So if you remember, we go back to our course controller. I just want to show you guys, we have a get upload video URL. This is going to configure our S3 bucket. That S3 is coming from S3 AWS.S3, which is from AWS SDK. And it connects through AWS through the AWS configure CLI command that we added earlier. So remember, that is key to us connecting to AWS directly. And then from here, we have the get sign URL. So that's how we grab the URL once again. And then CloudFront domain is going to be used for our video URL, which is where we're actually going to see the video. So if we want to display the video, this is the URL that we want. So we need to set these environment variables. So if you remember, we had S3 bucket name and CloudFront domain. Now it's probably empty for you. I just added it, but this is the bucket name that we're going to add. And this is the CloudFront domain that we are going to add. So we need to add these two onto our Lambda environment variables. So let's go to our Lambda. Mine's called LM Lambda image. I did change the name, but you can add, you can use your own Lambda that you have. We're going to go to configurations and you go to environment variables. I've already added it. So all you have to do is edit, add these two, which is S3 bucket name. Mine is called LM S3 buckets, like so. That is, if you go to S3, you can just use this name directly. And then the CloudFront domain, make sure you spell all of these correctly, by the way, is going to be the domain that you see on CloudFront via distribution domain name. So you're going to use that, make sure it has HTTPS on it, and that's going to be using for our CloudFront domain. And you want to make sure you save it, wait for this updating the function to finish, and we are good to go. And with that, we can finally test our front end. So go to your Vercel once again, go to project, go to your latest deployments. So if you see the deployments, you want the latest one. I deployed it multiple times, but make sure you're on the latest deployment. You can click on that, hit visit. And if you're on the website correctly, you should be able to see your website. Now, the first time you run your application, there's going to be what's called a cold start for Lambdas. Lambdas have this thing where the server is not up and running all the time. It only gets run when the last user starts up the server. So if there is a pause between a number of users, there's going to be a cold start. So the Lambda is going to take some time to load. It's not that much, but there is a little bit of delay if you don't have consistent users constantly using your application. If you have users all the time, then the server is always going to be running because there's always going to be a Lambda being deployed. And by the way, Lambda is auto scaling. So if you ever have like a huge influx of users watching or going onto your website, it's going to auto scale, so you don't have to worry about any of those. But either way, we go over here. I'm going to make sure I sign out so I can show you the entire process because I was already signed in earlier. But the first thing I want to do is I already created an account. By the way, this is, if you remember correctly, we have a user type and the user type is set to teacher. So I already added this. So make sure I write the password correctly. We want to start with the user type because there's one main flow that we want to test. All right, so if you see here, we have a list of courses. I'm just going to show you all the pages that we have. We have our profile page, settings page, billing with no transactions. And then we have the courses list page, of course. From here, I'm going to hit delete for this particular course because I want to show you the entire. I'm not exactly sure what this is. This is part of the toolbar. Okay, I got rid of the toolbar. It's kind of annoying. I just want to demo a number of things. So over here, we're going to hit create course. And over here, I'm going to write test course for testing. I don't know, stupid name. All right, so we have a course description. We're going to check, add a random course category, put the price to 15. And I'm going to add a section. So we have a section, add some random description, and we are going to add a chapter. Put some random content, and here we can finally add our video. So if I hit open, we can hit save. So right now it hasn't uploaded the video. So if I were to move off this page, all of these changes would be gone. Otherwise, we're going to hit save draft. All right, so we have the upload URL generated successfully. So we're going to have to wait for the video to actually be uploaded. And there you go. We have video uploaded successfully for chapter, whatever this chapter ID is, and course has been updated successfully. So perfect. Everything works as expected. So from here, I'm going to sign out of the teacher account, go back to the home page, and I'm going to go to search for courses, and I'm going to look for test course for testing. I'm going to hit enroll now, and I'm going to log in to the user account. So this is different from the teacher account. And I'm going to add my password, hit continue. And for here, I'm going to use a payment, just the test card, which is 42424242, 333, 333 for security code with the zip code of 333. And then from here, I'm going to hit pay with credit. And it says purchase course successfully. Perfect. And then I'm going to hit go to courses. And as you can see, test course for testing. We're going to hit select. And here we go. We can see our video finally being displayed, and we can play the video as perfectly as we can. And if we get to a point at 80%, you're going to see that it gets marked as complete. And also, if you want to, you can unmark it as incomplete. And there you go. Give yourself a pat on the back if you made it this far for this specific thing, because you finally got something that's extremely advanced, and it's pretty awesome. And one last thing is I want to show you that if you go to your S3 bucket and you select it, I'm going to make sure we refresh it. You can see that we have a videos folder because that's how we set up this object. And you can see I have 2 videos because I already tested it before, but you should probably only have 1. But you should be able to see the video right here. And that is the video that we created. You can see vid.mp4. Congratulations, you have gotten through this entire application. This is not trivial. What you have done is build a full-scale, real production level application. Congratulate yourself. It was very challenging, and I hope you guys learned a lot, especially about AWS. See you next time.